Happen. Hello and welcome in for everybody tuning in on YouTube. Welcome into the 68th episode of the Dean Withers Show. I appreciate you so very much for being here. For everybody tuning in, if you are new here, if you've never been here before, let me tell you what we do. We talk to Trump supporters, we debate them, and we try to change their minds because Trump is the worst president of your life, my life, all of our lives collectively, and that's something that I believe full-heartedly. And we just need to get his approval rating down. So hopefully the Dems could sweep in midterms and we could help just check the executive overreach, the abuse of tyrannical power, and terrible policy that we see from D.C. Now, every day we also like to go over the breaking news. Today's breaking news is insane, especially nutty for all of the Catholics out there. Pope Leo absolutely blasted Donald Trump today in his Palm Sunday service. Yes, Pope Leo. So he said today, and I quote, let's get that exact quote up. "Brothers and sisters, this is our God, Jesus, King of Peace, who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify war. God does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, saying, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood." And honestly, first point I'd like to make is I was feeling a little nauseous when Francis passed, okay? Because compared to the other options that we had, Pope Francis was of the more progressive, was of the more liberal, would help point the Catholic faith into a better direction than it was at in the early 2000s when he walked into the papacy. But then Leo became the new pope, and I took a deep sigh of relief because there's been a lot that this man has said that is achieving that same goal that Francis did of pointing the Catholic faith in a more progressive direction. And I love to read the sentiment from him because it seems to be putting us on better footing where Christians aren't running around using their religion to justify war, justify hate, and justify death with blood on their hands to the same extent. And this is also, like I said, directly calling out Trump. This is calling out Trump. Apparently, according to the Pope of the Catholic Church, okay, and the Bible, because that's what the Pope is referencing, a verse from the Bible, God will not listen to Trump's prayers. It's over for him. If the Catholics in this country, who make up a vast proportion of Donald Trump's voter base, listen to what their Pope has to say, it is over for him. So there's the breaking news. Let's go ahead and hop into the debates. We already have the very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up and connected to the live stream. They told us that they support Trump because of his immigration policy. And they make a separation between Trump's policy and Trump's character. And then I asked him a very simple question. I asked this guy. All this happened moments before I started the live stream. My bad. I started the live stream a moment late. I did forget. But the question I asked this guy was, at what point can a president's character be bad enough to disqualify them from the Oval Office? I said, and I quote, how many felonies do they have to be found guilty of? How many women do they have to rape? How many wars do they have to start? How many people do they have to call for the baseless execution of? And how many files do they need to illegally hide that accuse them of child rape? And what was your response to that question, JM?
Well, I kind of spaced out and thought like I was actually meant to answer that, but I answered it wrong at first. It should just be like, they shouldn't do that at all. If they do it at all, then they shouldn't be able to run.
Okay.
Even
then
with
Trump
allegations.
shouldn't be able to run.
Okay, but I have a question for you though.
Okay. Feel free to ask me a
disregard.
question.
Okay, try to like disregard everything he's like done. Obviously, like not like completely, but as a leader, do you think there's anything he's actually done right?
Okay, well, we actually can't just disregard the man he is to determine how good of a leader he is, okay? Because the man
Well,
he
I
is
just meant like the
how good of a leader he
policies,
is.
that he's done.
Okay, so basically what you're asking here is if we take Donald Trump's policies and we would copy and paste them onto a clean candidate with no antagonistic or a terrible background, what would I rate their presidency? I'd still rate it pretty low. I hate Trump's policy because I think it's in fact driven by a lot of his characteristics. But before we even talk about Trump's policy, you just told us that you think somebody with the character of Trump shouldn't be able to run in the first place, should be completely disqualified. So if you think that our systems of democracy and our electoral processes should disqualify Trump from being president, why don't you disqualify Trump from being president? Why do you support him?
I'm honestly, I'm not too like politically I don't know, smart, I guess. I'm kind of stupid when it comes to this type of stuff. But I don't know. I feel like just both of the people, like in the 2020 election, the 20, what was it? When did he get first elected? 2016. Like the last three elections, they just haven't had like decent people that I could actually see myself wanting to be president, like at all.
Okay.
And then I guess just Trump kind of fit that criteria. I wasn't old enough to vote for the other two, but for this one, I probably would have voted him
I
if
guess
I
I'm
had
just
the
getting
time.
contradictory answers from you. Because on one hand, you literally said, and I quote, Dean, Donald Trump does not fit the criteria that I think should be necessary for being president. He should have been disqualified from the race because of everything that he's done.
But he wasn't. Like,
N-
it's just like we're doing like a
But the
what if
fact that
type
you
thing.
think he should have been disqualified by our democratic systems should tell yourself that you would never support him as president, right? You should think it's a big issue that he wasn't disqualified by our systems and that we need to fix the systems immediately. You shouldn't think, oh, if the election was held tomorrow, I'd vote for him. You shouldn't think, yeah, I actually support him as president. I'd argue that those two things are very contradictory.
Yeah, I feel like that's how politics is, though. No,
No, I
it's
feel like
kind of
that's how you're
everything.
running. I feel like
I mean, probably.
that's your opinion. Okay, we got to keep this in mind.
Yeah.
We're talking about your opinion here. We're evaluating the fact that it's your opinion that Trump
Uh-huh.
should have been disqualified from running. Meanwhile, simultaneously, your opinion that you actively support him as president.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a confusing thing for me. I just, I try to understand it the best to my ability. Try to know the person that is, in the Oval Office. I don't know. What do we think, or like, what did Kamala say that she would do that would have been like better? I actually am curious.
Yeah,
If you
I've
know.
become increasingly more hesitant to answer this question with every day that passed because it's been close to a year and
It's
a
the
half
most
since the
asked
election.
question.
Well, it's just been a year and a half since the election, and we should stop focusing on Kamala Harris and start focusing on the midterms and the next general.
Yeah, the dude that's in there right now.
But yeah, exactly. But what I want to ask you this. I want to ask you this question: What is
Uh,
redeeming about the Trump administration? What do they do good for us?
I mean, all I have to say about that is pretty much just immigration laws. I don't support ICE with their like brutality or whatever, but like if they were to just keep to themselves instead of, apparently killing actual American citizens and just making sure that they get the right people that are illegal and out, then it would be different. I feel like people wouldn't really, I don't know. I think just immigration in general. It's just that.
Okay, so you support his immigration laws, even though you can
Yeah.
simultaneously recognize that his immigration
It's,
laws are guilty.
there's some things that are fucked up. Yeah, I understand that.
Okay, so what about his immigration laws do you support?
Well, securing the borders, I guess that's like the main thing.
I don't think
I
he
don't
has
know,
though.
a lot.
I don't think that he has
You,
secured the border.
you don't think?
No, not at all. I agree that undocumented entry has plummeted, not because he's secured the border, but because he's scared that new entry away by violating the human, natural, and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already here.
Mhm. Um, uh, how do you think? Like, how do they even get in at this point? Isn't there a wall, or is it just like, like
So there
I
was
don't
a
even
wall that
like.
Trump said he would build during his first term. He built less than
Uh,
50 miles, 3% of the border. And we
oh,
haven't
okay.
really
So it
heard much
didn't
more
cover
about
the
it in the
full
second
different.
term.
Okay. All right.
Jacobson,
Well, I
thank you for
didn't
your
know
counsel.
that. So they could just still pretty much just get through pretty easily then.
The fact of the matter is that none of them want to get
Mm,
through, or at least a significantly lower amount of them do, because once again, and I'll repeat myself here, the undocumented immigrants that are in this country are having their human, natural, and constitutional rights violated.
Um, I mean, like, there's consequences to entering a country illegally. You got to think
Okay.
about that.
Okay. So, I'm not so sure that there should be consequences when we're the ones that are guilty for causing so much undocumented entry. Okay, I think that we should be offering a vast majority of undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship. But even if I were to
They
accept that,
can by going
even
into
if
the
I were to accept that there
military.
needs to be consequences for all undocumented immigrants, I don't think that those consequences should be torture. I don't think that those consequences should be illegal detention because of the color of their skin. I don't think that those consequences should be 12 bullets in the back. I don't think that those consequences should be rape. I don't think that those consequences should be illegal deportation. And I think that, once again, it's hypocritical comment from you because you're telling us here that, these unaccompanied minors who are, being punished and facing the consequences for their crime of coming into this country as an unaccompanied minor illegally, okay, is much needed. Okay, where are the consequences for Donald Trump's civil lawsuit that determined he raped a woman? Where are the consequences, once again, for the 34 felonies that he was found guilty of? Where are the consequences for his infringements or threats to the First Amendment, Second Amendment, 10th Amendment, 14th Amendment, and 22nd Amendment? Where are the consequences for the civil lawsuit that determined he lied about the valuation of his property to the bank in New York? Where's the consequences for him illegally concealing classified documents at his private estate in Mar-a-Lago? Where are the consequences for him defrauding his university? And where are the consequences for him illegally hiding files accusing him of child rape, on top of not releasing 2 million of the 6 million Epstein files, on top of having his DOJ personally illegally redact his name upwards of 1 million times? I guess it's consequences for we the people, okay? But it's never consequences for the leader of the people. And that's what leaves the leader of the people so unchecked to try to do whatever he wants. And maybe that's why he feels comfortable calling for the execution of sitting Democrats in Congress, going back to war in Iran, killing 174 schoolgirls, committing war crimes in the South Caribbean Sea, because he's somehow convinced a significant portion of the American electorate that he should be able to do what he wants unchecked. And there should be no consequences.
That was a whole lot. You have a whole lot of fucking receipts, dude. I cannot recite like half of that from my mind if I even tried. So you kind of got me there. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
Probably gave you a little bit too much. If you don't have to
maybe
respond to it all.
maybe it was overkill. You kind of had me with like the first like 3 like references probably.
Yeah, you don't have to respond to it all, man.
Okay. Well, honestly, like everybody that was involved with, you keep bringing up the Epstein files. I don't know why none of them got like prosecuted or anything. Only like 2 people, or is it like absolutely none?
2
that got
people.
prosecuted. 2
Epstein
people.
and Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah. So only those 2, but then there's like however many more. Like
One
Bill
of them's
Clinton
president,
and Trump.
my friend.
Yeah, Clinton and Trump. Yeah, I know that.
So let's stop
But
supporting.
there's also,
How about let's just there's a whole lot that we need to do to hold those people accountable. How about we just do like one really easy thing right now? We agree that we do not support Trump as president.
I don't support. I don't support him as a person as president, but
And that's what keeps him in power.
It's just like it's the leader.
Yeah, this logic right here is what keeps him in power. You cannot simultaneously complain about how we're not holding those guilty in the Epstein files accountable, while simultaneously arguing that one of the main people in the Epstein files, Epstein's best friend, should literally be the most powerful man in the free world. Sorry, not in the free world, in the world. And America's not free.
We're not free? Or are we only not free for the immigrants?
Well, it's significantly less freedoms for the immigrants, significantly less freedoms for black and brown people, significantly less freedoms
Who the hell
for women.
just said Trump is
but
God?
God damn it,
Don't
I
spread
mean,
that blasphemy.
dude, we saw a cishet white man get 12 fucking bullets in the back. That should scare the shit out of you. That should scare the shit out of everybody. Okay, like the fact that the tyranny of this administration is impacting even like cishet white men like Alex Preddy, and they're getting executed in the street. I think should just really show you that not only is this administration terrible for the reasons that so many historically have been terrible, but I mean now they're willing to even kill cishet white men in the name of revolt against their systems of beliefs. But I also want to repeat myself here because I don't want that to take away from the from the fact that the vast majority of harm and the vast majority of all of violence that has been seen has been directed at members of marginalized communities.
Mm. Oh shit! I just fucking lost my question. God damn it!
I think I'm kind of like done debating you, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, I've been up here for a while. I should probably give it to somebody else. But
because I get the sense that you're kind of confused about these things.
well, this is also like I don't know. I was in somebody else's live. I'm not sure if you know him. He's got like the similar live stream to you, and this is like the only times I've actually been accepted up. So I think of shit while I'm in queue, and then I'm up here in front of 10,000 people, and then it just it blanks, So I'm trying my best, but I'm also just new to this. So
Okay, well, you have a good rest of your day, okay?
you too, bro.
Take care. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, folks. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. For everybody who's joining from Parker Stream, welcome in. Appreciate you for being here. Tina, thank you for the galaxy. Very, very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Take a good look at the rules, you guys. We're going to put them back on that phone screen right now. You got to be American.
Yo, what's...
Got to be MAGA. You got to be 18 plus. Do you support Trump?
Yo, how you doing? Yeah.
Okay, how do you?
I cannot really say that. That's the thing.
Okay. Okay. Well, my
Like,
friend.
I'm not trying to go against you or anything, but I'm just gonna say that I support.
I don't know. What was the next word going to be that was going to come out of his mouth? Was it going to be you or like Trump? Because he said that he was a Trump supporter, and I was hoping, he was going to be an adult to debate because of the Palestinian flag in his name, but looks like he's probably a minor. Hi, do you support Trump?
You keep on running from our debates.
I'm running, Dean.
You sound like you're 14. Maybe why I keep disconnecting you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA, please and thank you. Okay, all right, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Hello? I guess that Cam Higbee was just sitting AFK in our queue? Okay. Okay, let's go to move on to the next guest. Yeah, Cam Higbee was just sitting AFK in our queue. Maybe he got too scared to speak. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of that box right now. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No.
All right. Well, then unfortunately I'm going to be disconnecting you and banning you for breaking the third rule. Let's go to get that next guest connected into the box right now, folks. Let's go to get that next guest connected into the box right now. Please do follow our rules. We got Carson connecting. Hi, do you support Trump?
I do.
Are you driving?
I am.
I'm not going to ban you because it's not a rule on screen, but it is TikTok TOS. Can't be driving when you're on the live. Feel free to re-request up when you are not driving. Let's go to get that next guest rooftop garden up right now. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Release the bets. Appreciate you. Let's get a 1,000 release the bets W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for your kindness. Release the bats with the 10 says, love you, Dean. Thank you for everything that you and Parker do. Hope that you have a great Sunday after the live stream. Thank you so much. I'm planning on it. I'm planning on having a great Sunday. You know it. Hopefully I'll have a chance to wash my car before the sun goes down. That's my plan for tonight. Welcome in, Rooftop. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I am 45.
Sounds good, man. I'm just going to thank a couple people, and then I'll go to pass the mic off to you. Thank you so much, Louisa, for the $5 over at PayPal. Louisa didn't attach a message to the love, just sent it right on through. I appreciate you so much for the support. Show some love to Louisa down below. Same thing to Jaden for the $5 over on Venmo. Says, went to my first protest yesterday and I was super anxious, but in the end, I felt super proud to be a part of it. Fuck yes, I'm really proud of you. Matthew, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, much love to yourself, man. Let's get 100 Matthew W's and then 100 Natalie W's. Thank you for the 10 who says, your live is the only thing getting me through my battle with food poisoning right now. Oh my goodness. I wish the very best of luck to you, Natalie. Food poisoning is no fucking joke. And then same thing to Fasi. Thank you so much for the $11 who says, always good to see you, Dean. It is good to see you as well, my friend. I hope that you're having a great day. And then Serena, thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo. That was the very first donation of the day. He says, good to see you, love you. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much for showing up. And I really hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for the kind words in the 20. Show some love to Serena. Then we just have one last person for now. As always, Miss Carrie coming in hot with a $50 donation on Venmo with a little salute emoji. Carrie, listen, you do not have to donate to me. I just want to let you know, Carrie, because you've sent that same donation like every day for the last week or so. I just want to let you know that you do not have to send a single penny. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much for the continued support. Like, that is genuinely fucking nuts. Okay, I want to see 500 Carrie W's down below in that chat. Show some love to all of our donors. And then also, I just wanted to, kind of bring it up that we are like trying to do something new here, you guys. So if you want to ask me a question about anything, about the Trump administration, about America, about the war in Iran, about the SAVE Act, about anything, anything, please feel free to attach that question to a donation of Venmo, PayPal, linked in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YT, handles up the top of the phone screen as well. And we're gonna be trying to answer them. It's also a good way to support me in the stream. So I appreciate you guys so much for the continued support. Rooftop, take it away. Why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
It's, I would say because I want every president that we have, first and foremost, to do a good job. If they're doing a good job, that means my life is continuing to get better. My neighbor's life is continuing to get better as well. I don't know why anybody would be against any president.
Because they're not actually doing a good job and they're making our neighbors' lives worse.
Well, why would you want them to fail? I feel like a lot of people, when Biden was in office, I didn't want him to fail. I wanted him to do a good job. I didn't agree with everything he did, and I agreed with some of the things he did as well.
Okay, you're very confused on a point that would be really easy to clear up. When I'm telling you that I don't support Trump, it's not because I want Trump to fail. It's because he is failing.
How so?
Great question. Well, I mean, he's failing the economy. 0 net jobs added to the economy in the last 6 months, according to the chairman of the Fed. Most manufacturing bankruptcies in 2025 since 2008. Worst jobs report since 03 of weak recessions. Okay, he's failing his promises. He promised no new war. He started a new war to Iran. He promised to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day 1. Now we're over a year and a half into his term. It's still raging on and on. Okay, he promised to release the Epstein files, then called it an act of hostility to vote for their release in Congress. And then after Congress passed the bill forcing him to release them, now he still hasn't released them all and has had his name illegally redacted over 1 million times. Tina, thank you so much for the galaxy. He's failed this country's immigrants. Okay, now because DHS is authorized in detaining people because of the color of their skin, literal racial profiling, sending people with no due process to places in El Salvador where they're literally being beaten and tortured. Okay,
there's no proof. I mean, we're making a lot of claims, but there's no substantial proof to anything that you're saying right now.
I'll give you the substantial proof. So the substantial proof that we had the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 08 last year is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The substantial proof that we have added 0 net jobs to our economy in the last 6 months.
Okay, well, let me ask a question. Why is adding jobs equal success?
Beth, I appreciate you so much for the galaxy. Because when we have more job opportunities, more people fill those job opportunities, meaning that more people make money, they spend more, GDP growth goes up, American companies grow, and unemployment goes down. But when we have less job opportunity, more layoffs and more bankruptcies, then we have less people working, meaning less people spending, meaning less GDP growth, meaning less company growth.
Or people are cutting dead weight because they're tired of floating people that aren't worth anything. So, like, if you go ahead and you take a look across all of our blue-collar unions, how many employees do you think are actually worth what they get paid?
How the fuck, dude, what? I'm sorry, just what a weird question. I would assume all of them,
Why
or
is that a
else
weird
they wouldn't be
question?
employed.
Actually, a union could allow you to basically do nothing and still get your high pay.
Okay, but I would assume that the company who's employing that labor is only going to be employing them due to the fact that they're generating the company an ROI. But I mean, even if we operate under the assumption that many people work jobs and do nothing, okay, which is just like,
they do.
That's just not how the job market works in capitalism.
Oh, it is.
Okay,
it is how it
unless
works.
you're
own
like
a company?
a leader, or yes, I actually do. This is my company. You're looking at it. Unless you're like
Well, I mean,
the top of the top 1%, a part of the ruling elite. But let's just assume that what you're saying in here is true. Many people are employed, not doing nothing. Okay. Well, what is your evidence that the people who've been fired, the people who've been laid off, so on and so forth, have only been fired and laid off because they weren't doing anything, and that this trend just suddenly started under Trump today, but it wasn't going on under Biden, 2 years ago? Go ahead.
Well, I don't have any substantial proof. I just basically have my
Intuition?
life experiences. No, life experiences, not intuition. I know many people across all of those fields, and I own a construction company. And when it comes to hiring union labor, which is backed by, they're all fund the Democratic Party, so they all swear allegiance to that
Good
side.
ad for the Democrats. So the Democrats support unions. Good.
Yeah, but they also, if you actually think about it, so now if you take a construction job, right, that falls under something that's called the Davis-Bacon Act, which is pretty much any job that is above $25,000 in value, you're required to pay these people a a certain minimum wage, okay, which after their benefit package and all of that stuff, it could be $65 to $100 per hour.
So the David Bacon Act requires contractors and subcontractors on federally funded or assisted construction contracts exceeding $2,000 to pay laborers and mechanics no less than the locally prevailing wages and fringe benefits. I love that act. That's awesome.
Okay, now, but what that does is, let's say you have a local fire company, okay, and their roof could be replaced for a mere $30,000.
So you're giving an argument against the Davis-Bacon Act. Okay, well, if you want to have an argument about the Davis-Bacon Act, go have that argument with somebody else, because this is a live stream about why you support Trump. But, by the way, the Davis-Bacon Act looks awesome.
It really doesn't, because it drives up the cost on goods, and you overspend the market.
Okay.
So a $30,000 something that would cost.
Okay. Yeah, go have that argument with somebody else, not me. But I disagree with you. I don't think that it necessarily would, because this would only apply to projects that are already being subsidized by the federal government. No, because I
never had a company that produces.
Because I'm economically literate. I could tell that you have one out for the Davis-Bacon Act because it pisses you off as a shitty business owner who's mad that you have to pay your employees fair wages. But go have that argument with somebody else, because once again, this is a okay. All right, let's just do like a quick like fucking rundown with this guy. I want you to read the sentence that's on top of my head out loud, please. Does it say, why do you support Trump? Or why does it say, why don't you support the Davis-Bacon Act? You're fucking qualms with the Davis-Bacon Act because you're a shitty business owner that doesn't want to pay your employees fair wages. Should have nothing to do with why you support Trump. I mean, Donald Trump's never talked about the Davis-Bacon Act. Donald Trump's never made any movement on the Davis-Bacon Act. You know, Davis-Bacon Act. Okay, for sure, 100p, you know. Let's show some love to the Davis-Bacon in that chat for sure. But it fundamentally has nothing to do with the argument that you're supposed to be giving me, which is why you think that Trump is a good president.
You just made up a bunch of stuff. You just had insinuations because it goes into the job cost. So you're forced to pay it. It has nothing to do with that. So a $30,000 job ends up costing the taxpayer $200,000.
Okay, yeah, I think that was a silly, foundationless, unjustified claim that you're making because you're angry. Why don't you do that same thing for sure, but just about Trump, not about the Davis-Bacon Act? Why do you support Trump?
Because he doesn't play any games. Does not play any games. He says what he's on his mind. He really speaks to the general public. He's a real leader. He doesn't really care about anybody's feelings. And that's just how I feel about it.
Okay, so when you say he doesn't play any games, what do you mean by that?
He doesn't. He means what he says and says what he means.
Okay, so you're positing here that he's honest and transparent.
I didn't say he was 100% honest.
Okay,
well, I just said he says what he thinks.
Well, so you're telling us that he doesn't lie. And the reason why that would be an argument...
I didn't say that.
It would be if you're arguing that he says what he thinks and he means what he says, right? Because this would entail that if he's saying what he thinks, he's always being honest with you insofar as what he actually believes. Because what he believes is what he thinks, therefore he says what he believes.
Yeah, at the time, yeah.
Okay, so then you are arguing that he's honest.
I didn't say that.
Dude, you were stupid. This statement that Donald Trump is honest...
I tell you what, man, if you wouldn't call me stupid if we were in the same room. That I could tell. Yeah,
I'd probably use more abrasive language that would probably get me banned on TikTok.
Sounds good.
But anyways, I need you to recognize here that the statement, Donald Trump is honest, is equivalent to the statement, Donald Trump says what he thinks. Because what does it mean to be honest? It means to not lie. What does it mean to lie? To intentionally say something that you know is false. Okay? If a lie is to intentionally say something in which you know is false, and to be honest means to not do that, then in other words, okay, to be honest means to say what you truly believe. Because what you truly believe could never be saying something in which you intentionally know is false. Unless you believe in things that you know are false. But do you believe that Donald Trump says that he believes in things that he knows is false? Because if you posit that Donald Trump does not believe in things that he knows is false, then this is you arguing that Donald Trump is honest, and that's why you support him as president. Go ahead. I sent you an invite to turn back on your mic, Mr. I Hate the Bacon Act guy.
Sorry, if I can't talk, I'm not really going to engage in a conversation because you just ramble on and stack. You know what I mean? Stupid statement after stupid statement, going down a rabbit hole about truth.
So why was my last statement
what
stupid?
He says. Now, I said, listen to me, okay? Now, you were talking. Let me talk.
Okay.
Was fair? So I said he speaks what's on his mind, right? That's all I said. And then you went down this rabbit hole of truth. Do you know one politician that is 100% honest at all times?
No, but do I know any other politician
Okay.
that has lied as much as Trump? Also no.
Have you actually paid that much attention to any politician besides Donald Trump?
Yeah, and I know that
No.
Donald Trump told over 30,000 lies in his first term combined, and he told the largest lie that any sitting president has ever told, that lie being...
Who told you that?
Well, Fact, Reason, and Logic told me that. His denial of the outcome of the 2020 election
30,000, you
was
came up with that number, you counted everything, did all the research on your own?
Oh, no, for the 30,000 number, that would actually be coming from institutions of various fields of research and journalism.
How were they funded?
Well, their funding is completely irrelevant to the
it's
consideration of
relevant.
evidence that they could demonstrate to justify the claim that he told 30,000 lies or misleading statements.
it's-
They'd actually
it's
be
very
collected in a
relevant.
public database.
It's actually really relevant if
Not
you
when you can
understand
see the
how
evidence for the claim.
statistics. If you understand how statistics were actually,
It's like
taken
an
into
dude. It's like an actual
consideration.
database.
That's fine, but how was the data collected?
How is the data collected? Like looking at different Trump speeches, posts, statements, so on and so forth, determining if something
lot of
was
it's
like
based
false or
on
misleading,
people's
and then if they were
based
false or
upon
misleading, and
people's
collecting them in this database. Okay, well, you could critique the database. You could like sit here and tell me, right, that a vast majority of the database is wrong. Like I'm sure that maybe other people on the right that have invested more time into the project than you have already done that. So might you be able to point me towards a source that would say that this public database of all of his lies is just like completely misleading and false? No, you can't.
Well, you're not
because
saying
you're just
what
arguing your own
databases.
suppositions.
No, you're just random databases.
That's
I
not
don't believe
a random
anything that you
database.
said. You just give them up. What ones?
Yeah, so if you go on Google and you type in Trump's false or misleading claims, total 30,573 over false
Sure.
years.
And who
then
wrote
you'll be
that?
given,
You and your buddies?
No, if you let me finish speaking. You actually just got mad at me for cutting you off, and then here you are interrupting me. You could actually get the source, A, from Oxford Academic, who's collected the database. Same thing with the Washington Post, who's also collected the database. And then you could go read the database for yourself.
Post?
Yeah, the Washington Post. Who owns the Washington Post?
Who owns it?
The Murdoch
Who owns
family.
it? Who?
The Murdoch family, who also owned Fox News. You played yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You fucking played yourself, you idiot.
Mm-hmm. And I tell you what, buddy, you wouldn't talk to me like that if we were in the same room.
Well, I don't know if I talked to
being
you at all.
very
in the same
I'm
room.
very-
I'd
I'm being
leave.
very
I
respectful.
probably just
That's
like
understanding.
run out of the room because you smell bad.
No, because I would choke the shit out of you.
Oh wow, yeah, violence. I know. I get a lot of that from Trump supporters. You guys are very
Well, no,
violent.
it's because you don't know how to have a cordial conversation with people. Without
Says the guy
using-
that just argued that you choked the shit out of me. You dude.
Yeah,
you're just a bunch of
because you're
violent.
disrespectful.
Oh, yes. Oh, I think that this young buck is being disrespectful to me. Therefore, I'm gonna go assault him and commit a crime that could land me 5 years in jail. Okay, tough guy, sit down, buddy. Your bones are brittle. They're gonna break. Sit down before they do. Okay, don't have you falling over. All right. Trying to look out for your best health and well-being. Clearly, this right here is why you support a rapist as president, though, right? Because it's like kind of coming from that same place of just being like super violent, wishing the worst upon others, wanting like
You're
choke
really
and rape
good at the
people and that shit,
inflammatory stuff.
too. Says the guy that once again just told me that you wanted to choke the shit
All
out
you
of
do
me.
is run your mouth, dude. That's it. You just
Oh, that's why you want it, so I can't like rub my
Talk.
mouth and prove you guys wrong anymore. No, I get it.
I
Okay.
have nothing to do with that. It's you're calling me names, bud. You
No.
don't do that when you're trying to have a civil
Yeah,
conversation.
I said that the guy made a stupid statement. The stupid guy made a stupid statement. Therefore, that totally justified you in arguing that you want to choke the shit out of me. So words hurt you. Are you a
You
snowflake?
probably. What did you do before you just started talking on the internet? I'm just curious.
Yeah, full
What
stack web
value do you
development.
bring?
Full stack web development. I won 2 international awards. I also ran a full time creative agency. Worked with e-commerce brands that turn 10 figures in gross revenue a year.
So you work for a bunch of Republicans and conservative companies?
No, actually, no.
No.
No, the flagship company that I worked for that I ended up shutting my doors on my creative agency that I do contracted work out of to just work as their creative director was owned by a dying red, white, and blue liberal out of Boulder.
Huh.
Notice how you like still haven't given like clear reasons why you support Trump.
Because I just said he's honest, he true, he speaks from the heart.
Okay,
And he does.
so
Listen, he doesn't
I
play
give
games.
you evidence that he
He's
wasn't
getting
honest.
He's getting rid of a bunch of illegal immigrants. He's doing the best that he can to shut down fraud and waste and abuse.
Oh, okay. If he's doing his best to shut down fraud, waste, and abuse, why doesn't he arrest himself, considering the fact that we know he's a fraudster, that not only has been selling pardons, but has been found criminally guilty of 34 felony counts of fraud, falsification of business records, on top... on top of the defrauding of the American people that we see going on, with like the claims made after the 2020 election where he then tried to install himself for a second term, or even just lying straight to our faces in an attempt to justify war. Like he told us that we're going to go to war in Iran because of this imminent nuclear threat that they purport to us. But then the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, and the ex-head of counterterrorism, Joe Kent, both told us, testified in Congress, Tulsi Gabbard did, that we completely destroyed their nuclear capabilities months ago, and they haven't even started on rebuilding them, meaning that there was no imminent nuclear threat, meaning that he lied to us all, defrauded the public.
Well, do you think he actually goes over there and like looks at all of this stuff on his own, or do you think he's actually has like a team of advisors that tell him what to do, and that's how he makes his decisions?
It's a mix of both, but in this one, it's going to be heavily reliant on the team of advisors telling him these things. Like Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, who told him that we completely destroyed all of their nuclear capabilities months ago, who told him that they're not even rebuilding their nuclear facilities, and then he turned around after hearing that and just lied to us all, saying that they're purporting an imminent nuclear threat.
Maybe there was other information. What do you think they're going to give you top secret information and just tell the public?
They were unironically compelled to tell Congress. They're unironically compelled to tell Congress if they purported any imminent nuclear threat, and they said no. And if they couldn't tell us that they did purport an imminent nuclear threat, then Donald Trump shared classified information when he argued that the reason we're going to war in Iran is because of an imminent nuclear threat.
No.
Okay, so your counter argument is no. How about I'll just let you take a pause so you can put more than a second into what you want to say?
No, it's not. How would it be treasonous if he just gave somebody information he just repeated information that was already known?
Okay, so A, I'm not saying that this is treason, and B, once again, the information that was no, I said he defrauded the people. Defrauded the people. Now, once again, the information that was given to Trump is that there was no imminent nuclear threat.
Okay. That was from his advisors. What did he hear from Israel?
I honestly, I could take a guess. Probably that they're going to nuke us tomorrow, because that's what Netanyahu has been repeating since the 90s.
Mm-hmm. So are you against Israel?
Well, I think, yes. Okay, yes. But I think when regardless if it's Netanyahu and Israel or not, okay, when you're repeating the same claim that this other country is going to nuke us next fucking month, next week, next year, but then you repeat that same claim for 30 fucking years, it's false.
Mm-hmm. Why is it just so you keep repeating something? It's false?
Yes. When the claim in which you are repeating, okay, has some relationship to an expected outcome that you're saying will occur within a set time frame and then it never occurs, yes.
Or what if they're making headways to get them to stop during certain negotiation, trade deals, backdoor deals? There's a lot to all of this stuff.
Well, actually, the director of national intelligence literally said, and I quote, that they are not working on rebuilding their nuclear capabilities. Okay,
so let me ask you this. Do you think that there's
No, respond to that. Respond to the fact that the director of national intelligence, testified in Congress under threat of perjury, meaning she can't lie, that they were not currently working on rebuilding their nuclear capabilities.
Okay, so I am answering the question. You just don't like the way that I'm answering. Do you think that there's any subset of counterintelligence that occurs that perhaps they don't know about, that nobody really knows about except for maybe a handful of top government officials?
There's no counterintelligence that Tulsi Gabbard and or the head of counterterrorism would not know about in relation to Iran's nuclear capabilities?
How do you know that?
Because she's literally the director of national intelligence, and he was literally the director of counterterrorism.
So you don't believe that governments don't have secret agencies that are not operating in the public view?
So you would actually have to be the one to prove that we have these secret agencies that never
you
shared
can't
this
prove it.
information. Okay, so because you can't prove it, then you can't believe it.
Sure, I can. I can't prove that there's
So
a
you
God,
admit-
but
so-
I believe in God.
Wait, so you admit that ultimately your argument insofar as why you support Trump reduces down to you believe in things without evidence? This is why I called you stupid earlier.
No, that's not what I said. Now you're just making.
Okay, so then what's the evidence? What's the evidence that there's some secretive group that Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent knew
There's
nothing
not.
about?
There's no evidence of a lot of things, but
Oh, okay, so then you don't believe it.
And you just run with
so
it,
therefore,
too.
you believe it without evidence.
no. It's not what I said.
That is okay. Then what's the evidence
Evidence of what, though? What
of
evidence
these
of
secretive
what?
like government agencies that Tulsi Gabbard doesn't know about, like finding intelligence and information to justify the claim, right, that there is this imminent nuclear threat, that then relayed that to Trump but not Tulsi Gabbard. See, that's the argument that you're running on here. So you could like affirm the position that Donald Trump wasn't lying when he said the reason we're going to war was because of this imminent nuclear threat. That's the information. Okay, that's the belief in which you're holding to be true. Okay, but now I'm asking you for your evidence for this belief, and you're telling us you don't have any. Therefore, it does follow that you believe in
my
things without
defense,
evidence.
I have no idea what people testify in Congress for. I don't pay attention to that shit. I don't.
Well, what I want you to
So,
pay attention to is your own cognitive dissonance, because you are fighting tooth and nail to discredit and dispute any form of evidence that exists, okay, to describe why Donald Trump is maybe not as good of a president as you think he is, okay? When it was about his 30,000
I didn't
lies
say
in his
he's the
first term.
best.
One moment.
I never said
Just let me
he's the
finish my
best.
statement. Don't interrupt me, dude. Okay? When we're talking about the 30,000 lies that he told in his first term, okay, you asked me what my source was. I gave you the source. And then you said, oh, well who's your source owned by? And then it was like the Murdoch family, the same people that own Fox News. So you automatically tried to dispute the fact that we have good evidence. He told over 30,000 confirmed lies or misleading statements in his first 4 years based on where they were funded. But then once you learn that they're funded by the same people that fund Fox fucking News, Donald Trump's favorite news outlet, then you just kind of dropped the point, ignored it, and moved on to now I was making a claim about Iran and the fact that Donald Trump lied getting us into the war with Iran, making the claim that they purported an imminent nuclear threat. Then I gave you the best case ever, okay, that this was a lie because our director of national intelligence and head of counterterrorism said that they had no nukes. We destroyed all of their facilities. They were not working on rebuilding them. By then positing some baseless conspiracy theory, which you are now admitting has no evidence to justify it being the case. I think that you're just a delusional cult member, and for that reason, I think that you're very harmful to this country and the people in it, and I think it'd be really good for you to just kind of sit back and learn how to be a reasonable person, not only for your own sake, and not only for, the sake of your friends and family, but for the sake of this nation. People like you are why people like Trump have been able to find their way in power. They bank on idiots such as yourself, believing whatever they say, whenever they say it, regardless of the evidence that demonstrates it to be false. They bank on you guys holding to complete conspiratorial gibberish nonsense to dispute the reasonable voices in the room like mine right now when we attempt to describe to you why what you believe it is wrong. And ultimately, this is why Donald Trump's approval rating is still 41% after collapsing on 99 out of 100 of his promises, raping a woman, sexually exploiting women and girls, and illegally redacting files accusing him of child rape. He left. Okay. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Zumba with the $10 in Super Chat says, just wanted to say that every time I put you on my TV, my cat Salem sits in front of the TV as if he's trying to say hi. Oh, that is so cute. I love that. Give your kitty a couple for me. I'd really appreciate that. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. If you are hopping inside of that queue, make sure that you're following our rules, please, and thank you. And, oh my goodness, Miss London. Actually, I won't assume. I won't assume that you're a miss. London, thank you so much for the $40 donation over on PayPal. Show some love to London down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you so much for that support. Please do show some love to London for the $40 donation. That is like legitimately insane. I appreciate you so much. London with the $40 says, real quick, I'm so thankful that you continue to spread awareness on MAGA. I saw your speech for No Kings Day yesterday on TikTok, and I'm so proud of you for that, as well as contributing to this amazing movement, honestly. Oh, well, thank you so much for the kind words, London. I appreciate you so much for your support, and you know it. We'll never give up, bro. We'll never fucking give up. I love what I do way too goddamn much. Let's get 400 London W's down below in that chat. What's up, pro-life? Do you support Trump?
I do. I need to know, where's the anxiety pen, Dean?
In my left hand. How old are you?
Younger than you need to know. Thank you so much, Dean.
And then banned. Cool. Joshua, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says, I love your content and how well you're able to convey the facts. Thank you, man. Appreciate that, Joshua. Show some love to London and Joshua down below in that chat. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Charlie, thank you for the 1 penny as well. And then Haley, thank you so much for the $3. A couple people to quickly thank on PayPal. Thank you so much. Bonnie for the $10, who says, my son came home from the Middle East after 9 months and could use the encouragement and well wishes in the next chapter of his life. Transitioning to home life is hard on our soldiers. Bonnie, please show some love to your son for me. Shout out to him. I understand why that might be a little bit hard, and I'm happy that he's home, especially right now, Bonnie. Thank you for the $10. Same thing to Christy. This came in 10 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Let's get 200 Christy W's. That's Christy with a K down below. Christy with a 20 says, hey, Dean, been watching your lives every day for weeks at this point. Really enjoy your style and passion. Thank you for being incredibly entertaining and funny, on top of being well-informed, intelligent, and thoughtful. Take care. Well, you as well, Christy. Thank you for the support. Very, very kind of you guys. Thank you so much. All right, let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. While we're doing that, let's see who's next. Thank you for the motorcycle, Tina. Are you guys following the rules? Do we have rule followers today? Are the only people joining Trump supporters? Let's see. All right, we're trying to find that next guest, folks. Bryce, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No, sir. No way in hell.
All right. I mean, base, but I do have to ban you for breaking the rules. What about you, Eric? It looks like Eric just hit the road and dipped as well. Okay, let's go and get that next guest connected into the live stream right now. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA, following our rules. You guys know it. Please mute that TV in the background. Somebody I want to thank real quick. Carissa, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Dude, you guys are being so kind today. Let's get 500 Carissa W's. That's Carissa with a K. Carissa with the $50 says, good to see you. Watching your live is helping me through our store inventory. Much love. And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Carissa. You've been here before. I recognize your name. You sent a donation yesterday, right? Thank you so much for the continued support, Carissa. Show some love to Carissa and all the other donors down below in that chat while we're trying to get the next debate started. Hello, the one and the only.
What up, Dean?
Do you have TDS?
What's TDS?
Oh, I think you know this. Trump derangement syndrome. I think that you're pretty deranged about your baseless support for Trump.
You know the left is the one that has TDS.
No. The right is 110% the right. You guys are the ones that
was created from somebody that was a therapist that was literally talking about the left.
Yeah. I don't know. They were actually talking about the right, bro. You haven't heard?
Then the left turned it and tried to say it's Trump devotion syndrome.
Yeah, exactly what it is.
TDS was not Trump devotion syndrome.
That's exactly what it is, bro.
It was derangement syndrome.
Well, that's what you guys try to say it was, but in all reality, it's actually Trump devotion syndrome.
No, the therapist literally said that she monitors people like you on social media, very high influencers, and by their acts, their demeanors on how they speak to people, you will be diagnosed with TDS for sure. You, Parker, multiple people on this platform that cannot give credit to Trump for anything that he has done, that only bash him on everything. Okay. That is the full 100% TDS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think that there's like a typo in like the therapist notes that maybe you read. Or you got lied to by
you just want to reverse
institution like the Heritage Foundation. So I think what the therapist said is that they like watched me, and then she'd look at all the people on my live stream, and she'd see Trump like TDS, Trump devotion syndrome, and people like you know what, you would get diagnosed with it. You're right.
Dean, would you really want to know if you had it or not? Because I could tell you the therapist's name, and you could look her up.
Wait, to know if
And then-
I have Trump devotion syndrome? Wait, come on. That's like
Derangement.
Do you really want to know if you have 3 left
Yeah,
feet? Like,
Trump
clearly I don't.
devotion. You put so much devotion into talking shit about him every day. You do have TDS.
I'd argue that it
You
takes much
have
more
Trump
devotion to continue to
devotion
support him as president
syndrome.
compared to arguing that we shouldn't support him as president because he admitted to sexually exploiting women. Just
Yeah,
saying.
can you define devotion?
Oh, see, now you got to have a tag team buddy hop in because you're losing.
Well, I actually invited him to join my live
Sometimes
like
that
an hour and
happens
a half
when you
ago.
lose.
Should I show you the
Okay.
text where I invited
So
Parker to
Parker,
join
Dean,
the live?
it's
No,
good
no,
you're
wait.
both here
I
at
want to
the
make a
same
point out of
time.
this. I want to make a point out of this. Would you like me to show you the text I
No,
sent
I
to
believe
Parker
you, bro. You don't have to
asking
show
him?
me.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead. That's what I thought.
I mean, honestly, I really feel that you probably did hit him up an hour and a half ago, and he's just coming up. It's no big deal. Okay, but my point was, did you hear about the person that was charged and convicted in New York that was sent
Yes,
here
Trump.
from Iran?
Wait, one
to-
second. You said, have you heard
No,
about the person
to
that was charged and
unalive.
convicted in court in New York? Yes, he was charged and convicted of 34 felonies in New York. He was
No, it was
ultimately
to
liable
assassinate
for
Trump.
rape in New York. Oh, no, I haven't
Dean,
heard about
slow
that.
down. This was just a couple days ago. Palestinian was ordered from Iran to do a hit on Trump, and he was just convicted.
I heard about
Iran-
I heard about some person that claimed to be a member of like some Jewish terrorist group getting arrested and convicted by local authorities through NYPD and the FBI. I haven't heard about a Palestinian.
Well, this wasn't just arrested. I said just charged and convicted.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, so when Iran has chanted "Unalive to America," they literally said to their whole news network and whoever else was listening that Trump missed his first assassination and he's not going to miss his second one. Okay, and you know the guy charged in New York said that there was a good chance that Iran had something to do with the Pennsylvania one. So now, do you know that
Interesting intel.
if
Thank you for
another
sharing that.
country threatens the United States president and said that they missed his first attempt, but he won't miss his second one, do you know that they're allowed to use military force and go fucking snatch some motherfuckers up just for that? Fuck the terrorists that they've done to people around the world. Fuck the U.S. citizens that they've. Come on now, guys. And plus, we're giving them freedom back. Oh, and the dude that spoke at this RNC that we just had, did you hear that he said over 40,000 people were unalive that were protesting and 300,000 were injured? Okay, and they were begging for help.
How many people did
But you
Saddam
guys
Hussein
hate
kill?
Trump enough that you will defend T groups, okay?
So nobody's
Terrorist
defending
groups.
the
That's how
terrorists?
bad you guys are. That's what TDS stands for. When you will stoop low enough to defend a T group
Mm-hmm.
over the United States of America, because if Joe Biden did the same shit
Israel
and gave
right?
motherfucking people freedom,
That's what you're doing when you're going to war for the state of Israel, right? And for like defense
so
contractors
when,
and for oil
when
companies and
Iran
not for
was
the American
begging
people.
for our help, we're not doing it
This will
for
be
Israel,
really-
Parker.
I have a question. So first and foremost, Joe Kent did say that we are in this war because of pressure from Israel. Second of
So
all,
now
the
you
only-
believe Joe Kent. You don't pick and choose when you want to believe these motherfuckers.
Okay, well,
You
haven't
didn't
let
like
me
Joe
speak
Kent
a
before he
word.
just started saying that shit.
You haven't let me speak a word, my friend.
Go for it, my friend, because you're getting dunked on, both of you.
Okay, I'm happy that you think that. I really am.
You
Unfortunately,
are.
the facts disagree. So the first fact would be
The
the
facts
only like
disagree.
yes.
So all the Iranians that are happy, the dude
Well,
that was
don't
at
worry,
the
I'll get
RNC
there.
that said he was going to
should I
make
just kick
Iran
you?
great
Wait,
again.
I have a question. Genuinely, should I just kick you and move on? Because I will
no, go
I will
ahead.
be able to find a Trump
I will
supporter.
hit mute right now.
I will be able to find a Trump supporter that's like down. to
Not
let
like me.
Parker
That's
speak.
why I'm the one and only.
Well, yeah, the one and only in the sense of you can't let us finish the same way you can never make a woman in your life finish. One and only, dude, one and only. Now, all that I'm asking for is the chance to respond. Looks like you muted yourself. Perfect. So, response. The only major political movement in America that will straight up, explicitly endorse and support terrorists is MAGA. Okay? Right now I'm referring to the domestic terrorists that stormed the Capitol on January 6th, tried to kill cops, smeared their shit on the walls, tried to kill congressmen and women to prevent a free and fair election. The support for them is so explicit Donald Trump issued every single one of them, including those that tried to kill cops, full and complete presidential pardons, and then labeled them as a patriot, every single one of them. And then you and every Trump supporter went, hoorah! Domestic terrorists, actual terrorists.
Okay, so some people that were not thrilled about the election, you're literally comparing them to real terrorists.
They are real terrorists. It's not comparing them to real terrorists. They are real terrorists.
Okay. I could say the same thing about the...
So do you accept it? You accept that they're real terrorists?
No, not at all.
So then
I
give
don't
the counter
accept
argument.
they're terrorists.
Then give the counter argument.
The counter argument is they're not. They
Okay,
weren't saying
so saying no
unalive to
doesn't
the
mean
United
no.
States.
Wait, saying
How
no
are they
doesn't mean
saying
no.
unalive to the United States?
Wait, so, well, actually, first and foremost...
And you know what? Police brutality
No,
is
you
the
just
thing
asked me a
that you
question.
actually-
You're doing the thing again where you interrupt after you answer a question. So you're arguing that they weren't terrorists because they weren't saying death to the United States of America. Okay, well, in a sense, they were. They were saying death to the civil and electoral processes of the United States of America, death to the Constitution of the United States of America, death to the democracy of the United States of America. Those are core American values in which are core tenets in the definition of what the American identity even is. So in their actions of raiding the Capitol, in their actions of trying to kill cops, trying to stop a free and fair election, they were actually arguing death to America.
Sure, if you want to put a fucking thing on it like that. But
I can even give you a more direct
to...
comparison too. This is an interruption. I apologize for it in advance. I'll give you an interruption in response. But a more direct comparison would also be you're arguing that the Iranians are terrorists because they're saying death to Trump. Yeah, the domestic terrorists that Donald Trump pardoned, the J6 riders, literally said death to Mike Pence, the VP. They had a guillotine and everything. They're chanting, hang 'em, hang 'em, hang 'em. Even using your own argumentation here,
Yeah, I
of
got
what you
you.
think makes the members of the IRGC terrorists, which I agree they are. Okay. It also identifies the
Are you
terrorists
sure?
on J6
Because
as
it
terrorists
sounded
as
like
well.
you were backing them. And you're comparing them. You're saying that the January 6ers are terrorists when there was over 500 of them that shouldn't have sat in prison that just walked through.
Okay, so,
So
you
not
know,
every
so
single
we
one of
agree that
those-
1,100 of them are terrorists?
No.
Okay, so
I
why
agree
are
that
the other
1,100
1,100
of
not
them-
terrorists?
I agree that 1,100 of them might have gone into a situation that they shouldn't have. Okay, but bro, for you to be labeled
but
that,
they
do
were
you,
arguing
do
death
you
to
know
America.
if you threaten to unalive somebody over the phone, that's a terrorist threat?
So you're talking about a terroristic threat in the state of Texas. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
No, it's in California too. It's not
Okay,
just in Texas.
Okay, so in a handful of states.
And you're
Yeah.
in Cali too. So check it out, bro.
No, I'm familiar with terroristic threats because
When
I've
you
actually
say
I've
unalive
actually got
to
somebody
the US
arrested on a terroristic threat against me before.
That's good. That's good. Nobody should do that to you, but you also shouldn't piss people off and disrespect people enough that they want to just choke you through the phone.
yeah, exactly. It's always my fault that people want to kill me.
Well, it is.
That's
because
why
if you-
MAGA's
if you
violent,
were in
right
pu-
there.
I see you in public. You're really quiet and you're very calm and you're very timid because you look like you know you'll get knocked the fuck out.
Oh, yes, second MAGA man in less than an hour
Well, I'm just
to start talking
saying.
about violence. Listen,
beta.
calm down, Snowflake. I think
You're a
that you
beta
just
male.
I think that you just need to calm down, Snowflake. I understand that you're mad because you're
I have a
getting
question to him.
destroyed
Would
in
you
the
ever
segment. Go
harm
Sucker.
Dean or I violently?
Wait, say that again.
Would you ever harm Dean or I violently?
What do you mean?
That's a very basic question. Would you ever harm Dean or I violently if you saw us in person?
No, I wouldn't just walk up to you and punch you in the face.
Beta!
That's what-
Okay, so then,
male.
why wouldn't we say these things?
Okay, you just asked a completely different question.
Yeah, like if you're not going to commit
No,
violence,
the question is,
why
Parker, if
wouldn't
you
I
were
say the
talking
exact
shit
thing
to
I'm
me
saying right now?
disrespectful in my face,
yeah, I would. If I did that,
yeah, then you would probably get cracked.
Okay, so seriously, there you go. So you are a person. Wait,
Cracked?
cracked?
Yeah, cracked, like socked in the fucking face.
Oh, okay. He doesn't know the lingo of today.
I'm 47, bro. 21. You want to talk about? Yeah.
Dude, you're no
Dude,
different.
you don't know the lingo of today.
You're no
It's
different.
okay.
You're no different than the asshole who spit on me. Hey, listen, don't interrupt me.
Like I
while I
said-
say this, there he goes. He interrupts me. You're no different than the asshole who spit on me. There's a problem with like 47, 50, 55-year-old white men in this country that think that they could just do whatever they want to whomever they want and get away with it with no recourse or consequence. Okay? Like the asshole who spit on me. By the way, I was just putting my suitcases in the back of my mom's car. I didn't fucking know the guy. I didn't say shit to him. I don't even think that he spit on me because he knows what I do on the internet. Okay? He just walked up to me. He spit on my face because his wife and my mom had gotten into a verbal altercation moments prior about parking, and then argued that it wasn't a crime. It's that energy that I'm getting from you right now. Oh, if you were disrespectful to me, you little punk, I'd fucking crack you in the jaw. Meanwhile, since you've joined, it's just been me and Parker calmly reiterating that actually, in accordance with your view, you shouldn't be MAGA because the people that raided the Capitol on J6 were legitimate domestic terrorists. And the same way, okay, that guy who spit on my face is facing the music, getting exposed all over the internet. He had to, like, literally shut down all of his social media websites. His, like, sister had to change her Facebook profile picture saying not Shane's wife, and now that even got reported in the local newspaper. Mama, I made it, I'm famous. There's consequences for the way that you act. Now, I think likely the way that you see these consequences in your day-to-day life would probably have more so to do with your family distancing themselves from you. Maybe you know, your kids, if you have any, not really talking to you.
I think you
too
got
much,
bullied in school.
so on and so
I think
forth.
you and Parker were the type
And the
of kids that
projection
got
starts
bullied
then.
in high school.
And
And
the
in
projection
junior
starts
high.
in. I get it. You want to project. You want to get angry.
Because
you
that's
wanna
just
get
how
mad.
you act.
Did you get
know
bullied?
that if you talk to people like this
Wait,
when
the
you
one
were
and
in
only
high
other question,
school,
did you
no,
ever
Parker,
get bullied?
real quick.
The one
No,
and
fuck
only.
no, I
Did you
didn't.
ever get bullied?
Fuck no. People tried.
Oh, so they did bully you.
I said people tried.
So they did bully you.
There's a difference.
That sounds like they did bully you, and you just didn't take it into consideration or something. Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean taken into consideration?
Like when you say people tried to bully you, that means that they did bully you.
No, I got in plenty of fights.
Okay, so you
Plenty.
so
Plenty.
you did get bullied.
Alpha
Let's just
Chad.
clarify.
Alpha Chad down here got in plenty
when you
of fights.
get bullied is when you don't defend yourself and you let people talk shit to you and you walk away, Parker. That's getting bullied.
Yeah, I'm
That's
not
what
gonna
you
fight.
guys would do.
Wait, yeah, if
Because
someone
you
comes up to me
you
and
would
says
not
something,
talk like this
wait,
to people
listen.
in public because I've seen
I'm
you.
sorry, but you are ridiculous.
I've seen you
What are you, a
multiple
caveman?
times, and you will not talk.
What are you, a caveman? I'm
You won't
sorry.
talk like
If
this
someone
in
comes up
public,
to
'cause
me,
you'll
listen,
get fucked up.
listen.
You
If
know it.
someone
You
comes
show
up to
respect
me-
in public. You're a keyboard warrior.
So if someone comes up to me and they show me disrespect, I'm not going to respond with that with physical violence.
I know I know, because you're a pussy.
What? I just don't.
You
I'm not
and
going to
Parker
prison.
got
I'm not
bullied
going
in
to do
school
something
and you're
dumb.
all-
Wait,
both
I just want to clarify.
You want to go to prison, bro?
Wait, so
You don't
think
go
that,
to prison for just punching somebody, you dumb fuck.
Yes,
actually-
you can.
So
It's a
actually-
misdemeanor. Now, if I hit you and you fell and hit your head and unalived, I might go to prison.
So,
Now, if I broke your nose, it'll be a felony, and I might get a little bit more time. But if I just pop you in the eye and give you a black eye, that's a misdemeanor. That's nothing. Maybe you should learn the law a little bit better in
listen
California.
to what this
Parker.
guy's saying. Listen to what this
Bro, I can
reckless,
headbutt you in your-
violent old man is saying. That it's just nothing.
And
to
how does
pop
he know
people
that?
in the eyes.
Oh, what do you
It just doesn't matter to beat people up. Like, listen, this is where MAGA is at. This is where MAGA is at, everybody. Everybody take note of how violent these people are. The violence that we hear from MAGA day in and day out is astounding. They're a bunch of lawless, unhinged thugs. They're all so violent, so very violent. He got pissed off because we won the debate. He got pissed off because I stun locked him in the debate. He was arguing that people were terrorists for arguing death to America, death to the president. Then I was like, okay, well, that's actually exactly what the people who raided the Capitol in J6 did. Death to America's civil electoral processes, death to America's free and fair election, the Constitution, hang Mike Pence. Could not find the words to prove the view wrong because it is a one-to-one comparison. In accordance with his view, he supports a movie that upholds terrorism. Okay? So then he started talking about popping other dudes in the jaws and being violent and how it doesn't matter. They're all unhinged, violent thugs. Okay? Right? And, the MAGA likes to say that the quote-unquote unhinged, violent thugs are the black men and the immigrants. No, the unhinged, violent thugs are the 50-year-old white dudes who think that they could get away with anything and everything, like that guest, the guest before him, and guests that will come up on this stream every single day. For the most part, that's what it is. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Unreal. Oh, God. Let's go to get the next guest connected into the stream right now. Holy moly. What's going on, Crazy? Do you support Trump?
Yes, but I don't think I'm your quintessential Trump supporter.
Okay, if the election was held tomorrow, between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, knowing everything that you do now, who would you vote for?
I would vote Trump.
Okay. There was somebody that I did invite.
100% fucking Donald Trump all the motherfucking way, hands down.
Okay, Jess, I love the energy. Thank you for being here. Oh, Jess just left. Oh, Jess, why did you leave? If you're so 100% Trump all the fucking way, hands down, then I think that you should be able to have a conversation with somebody who thinks that they could prove you wrong without running away. Unfortunate, Jess. Unfortunate. All right, I have a couple people to thank that will hop into the debate. Thank you so much for the $10. Lim, thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much, Lim. That is Lim. Lim with a 10 says, "Hey, Dean, love the content. I've been wanting to become a content creator myself. My content is definitely different, but I just want to support another creator if I count as a content creator." Well, thank you so much for the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you want to be successful in content creation, my biggest piece of advice would be to be consistent and post high quality shit. Thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Oh my God. HPG. I want to see 500 HPGWs down below in that comment section for such an incredibly kind donation. Show some love to HPG down below, folks. Show some love to HPG down below. HPG with a 50 says, "The Empire City Wire from the NYC, keep up the good work educating Republicans on the mistakes and failures of the Trump admin and what they're responsible for. It takes a village." Oh my God, HPG. First and foremost, thank you so much for the incredibly kind words and the $50 donation. That is a shit ton of money, my friend. Second of all, I try my best. I try my best. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Austin and Daly, thank you both for the $5. Daniela, thank you so much for the $5 as well. And Frida, you are amazing for testing at 2 grade levels above the one in which you are, and your mom is the proudest person on the planet. Thank you so much for the $5, Daniela. Shout out to you. You sound like a really good mom. And then Whitney, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Whitney. Huge shout out to you. We are all caught up over on PayPal for now. Let's quickly catch up on Venmo. This should only take a moment, folks. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. Genuinely, I'm so incredibly grateful. Morgan, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Who says, "My dad, white, 57, said that he can't learn anything about politics from you because you haven't been in a fist fight." Okay, yeah, you already know what I'm about to say, Morgan. A member of that same group that we were just talking about. But tell him I have. I actually have been in a fist fight. Claudia, thank you for the $10, who says, "I really love your speech. Power to the people." Power to the people, Claudia. Thank you for the 10, and thank you for the kind words on the speech. Jenna, thank you for the $10 as well, who says, "Appreciated talking to you yesterday at No Kings. You are doing amazing. Keep doing what you're doing." Jenna, I told you this yesterday. I'll tell you this again. Thank you for showing up yesterday. That is so very important. And don't forget to vote. Thank you for the $10. Tiffany, thank you for the $15, who says, "You've been a staple at our dinner table, and my 7-year-old just debated his 64-year-old hardcore MAGA granddad and convinced him away from Trump." What? No way. That is awesome. Let's go. Let's go. W fetus. Tiffany, that's awesome. Thank you for the $15. When I asked him where he learned all, he dropped your name and Santana. Thank you for what you do. Yeah, you know, I'm going to be honest, Tiffany. I don't really want 7-year-olds watching my content. Personally, I don't want that. But regardless of the fact that that's not what I want, the fact that a 7-year-old did watch my content and was able to take away enough to turn around and change somebody's mind is so impressive. And you are the mother of a genius. Holly, thank you so much for the $3 as well. Brooklyn, thank you for the 3. Elizabeth, thank you for the 3. And then one last one on PayPal for now. Thank you so much, Patsy, for the $30 donation, who says, "Love you, Dean. Keep cooking the crazies." Oh boy, Patsy, the crazies are coming out today. You know it. As always, I love you too. Thank you for the $30. So very kind of you. And then Serena, thank you for the $15, the last one, who says, "You've helped me so much with my mental health, and thank you for these streams. I can't thank you enough." I'm happy that the live streams have been able to help you out in your mental health. I think that they do something good. I mean, they've certainly helped my mental health out at points. I think that they provide a really good ample distraction that's also educating you in the process. So shout out to you, Serena. Thank you for the $15. I'm happy that you enjoy what we do here. Take it away, Crazy. Appreciate you for your patience. Tell us why you support Trump.
Oh, you want me to tell you what? I think the only reason really I support Trump is that over the course of like the past, like, I don't know, it was really started with COVID, but probably since like 2019. I mean, things have gotten really out of control with the left, and I think someone like Trump is kind of what happens when things go off the rails with people, and then that's the quintessential reason why I support Trump. I think you'd have to have somebody like Trump to correct what was going on the left. There's a lot of people with mental illness, a lot of people with like problems that were getting into power and were making decisions for other people that they shouldn't have been making, and they were letting too much stuff slide. So I think Trump is a kind of consequence of when people get a little bit too out of hand. And I know he got elected in 2016, right? But this was when it started.
You know, the
Probably
crazy
around, like,
person making crazy
2013,
decisions in
2012.
power is Trump, right?
No, I'll admit he makes some seeming. I would argue actually that Trump is not crazy. He's insane. I would say he's insane for sure, but I wouldn't say that he's crazy. I think you have to differentiate.
What's the distinction for you?
Okay, so he's insane because he is a narcissist. So he's insane. He thinks that everything he says is correct, etc., etc.
Yeah, but
Crazy
like
for
he
me would be
also
someone who's psychotic. I prefer an insane person over a crazy person. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
he also like literally said the climate's going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. So he's obviously had a lot of crazy takes, right?
No, he says crazy things, but then again, he's not really like, I don't think, behind those things that he says fully. He just says a lot of crazy stuff. And that's mostly, I think, to throw people off.
I mean, you were just talking about like mentally ill leaders making terrible, stupid decisions. I think that's Trump. Okay, like calling for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress. Can you name one person on the left in any position of power in politics that has called for something comparable?
Yes, many Democrats have called for the execution of Trump.
Name one Democrat in Congress that has called for the execution of Trump.
Oh, you didn't say in Congress.
I said
You
in
just
power,
said-
politicians. Politicians in power means Congress.
Oh,
We could
okay.
go to
You
the
just
state
mean
level
in
as well, local level.
power as far as like politics.
Because that was the argument that you gave. You said there's a bunch of Democrats getting into like public offices.
Oh,
and
I see what you're
mentally
saying
ill.
now.
And
So you're
so
saying
name a
that because
Democrat in a
Trump is
public
president.
office in Congress, okay, that has done something comparable to calling for the execution of 6 people in Congress.
Okay, yeah, I would say it's not comparable because they're not in power, but many Democrats in general.
Okay,
have
so
called
then
for
you
the
admit
execution of Trump.
that earlier your statement was wrong when you said that there's a bunch of mentally
I'll
ill
admit
Democrats
that.
who've gotten
I
into
worded it
positions of power.
incorrectly.
Okay,
Sure.
okay, so then you don't support Trump because that was the argument you gave insofar as why you support Trump. GG's.
Well, that wouldn't be why I wouldn't support Trump. Like, I don't know. I don't see your point. So you're saying
The
you
point
won a
is
word
that you
game.
told us that you support Trump because you think that Democrats in public office are mentally ill, crazy, and doing stupid, brash things. But we don't have a president that, we don't have a politician in any position of power that better embodies any or all of those characteristics better than Trump.
Yeah, I mean, that's not my whole argument, though, either. I mean, this is a point that you may win because I worded what I was saying incorrectly. I said Democrats have done that. You
So
said
then
it
you're a
has to
hypocrite.
be someone in power. So you've changed
So then
the
you're a
goalpost
hypocrite.
for like
Because
what
you're like, oh,
classifies
boo,
as-
I can't support
Well,
the
in
Dems because
that
they're all of
instance,
these
sure.
traits. But then when the best example of a politician embodied oh Jesus Christ, sorry, I have a stutter. It picks up sometimes more than others. Demonstrating these traits is Trump.
Yeah, I mean, again, I said that he says crazy things. I never said he didn't.
Okay,
I
so
mean, he
then
may take
therefore
some
you don't
crazy
support Trump.
actions, perhaps, but that doesn't make.
Okay,
me
so
not
so you are
support him
actually
because
still
he's
willing
still
to
done
support
good.
politicians, even though they represent and embody all of these crazy characteristics and attributes, right?
Not necessarily. I don't agree with every single thing Trump has done. But
you support him as
you
president.
asked me the simple question in the beginning of whether or not I would vote for him tomorrow versus Kamala.
And you said
I
yes. You said yes. You would vote for Trump.
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
I
who
gave
do you
you the
think?
reason for
So
that,
who do you think is like more
right?
mentally
And you
ill,
disagree.
crazy, insane, reckless, and so forth? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Well, not particularly Kamala Harris because it's not so much about the person as much as it is about the people that support them, is it?
Oh, so you admit, you're actively sitting here admitting that Donald Trump is a more crazy person, more mentally ill person, more reckless person, more dangerous person, more violent person than Kamala Harris. But you're going to vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris because you think that Kamala Harris supporters are more mentally ill, dangerous, reckless, and violent than Donald Trump supporters?
I don't know about violent, but I think they're reckless. and I think that they make poor decisions because a lot of them, if you look at the actual data, a lot of Democrats or a lot of, I want to say, like the far left people are actually like kind of lower middle income, and a lot of them have
Does the individual have anything to do with the
problems.
individual's leadership qualities themselves or policies?
Well, you got to think the leaders' policies and decisions are going to be based on what their followers want them to do. Is that not correct?
Not always in every single scenario. And that doesn't mean that they're going to act the same as their followers do. Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, for example, like if you were to debate Dean and then categorize Dean based upon how people in the chat are, like that wouldn't make sense to categorize Dean that way because people in his chat have maybe done a certain thing.
No, you just sold, man. You just sold. Because now you're operating off of the suggestion that the policies of the president, okay, of the politician will represent the interests of the people in which support said politician. But earlier you agreed, okay, that Donald Trump is more reckless, insane, crazy, mentally ill, so on and so forth, as represented by him and his policies compared to Kamala Harris.
No, I actually didn't say that.
Yes, you did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not putting words in your mouth. That is exactly what you said. And I stand 10 toes down on that.
No,
I asked you verbatim, who do you think is more like crazy, mentally ill, reckless, insane, violent, so on and so forth?
No, I said he says crazy things.
And you said that Donald Trump represents and embodies his characters to a higher degree than Kamala Harris. You absolutely said that. I will not allow you to walk that one back.
No, I don't believe I said that. But
okay,
you can
so you do. So who's more reckless,
crazy,
crazy, and insane? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
As I said before, Trump is more insane. I never said he was reckless particularly.
Who's more reckless, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
I would say, yeah. I mean, Trump is more insane. I mean, I don't
no,
think
I'm not
really
asking.
reckless.
I'm saying the word reckless. Who's more reckless, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
I think Kamala Harris would be more reckless. I never.
Okay, my top 5 reasons why I think that Donald Trump is more reckless than Kamala Harris is the fact that he is like running on lies to throw us into war. Okay, like he lied about the foundation of going to war with Iran, saying it's because they purported an imminent nuclear threat. The second reason why I think that he's more reckless is because when he doesn't get his way, he just takes it out on we the people or other countries. You know, with like threatening to invade Greenland, threatening to invade Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, going after Venezuela, and then imposing 15% tariffs on every other country in the world the day after SCOTUS ruled his tariffs as unconstitutional. The third reason why I think that he's clearly more reckless than Kamala Harris is because of his past. He was reckless enough to rape a woman, reckless enough to sexually exploit women and girls, reckless enough to be best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, knowing what he was doing, reckless enough to have 40 plus credible accusations. The fourth big reason why I think that Donald Trump is more reckless than Kamala Harris would have to do with his policy, reckless enough to take healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, reckless enough to take food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, and reckless enough to commit 34 felonies on top of refusing to abide by court order to pay out food stamps to 16 million American citizens. And the fifth and final reason why I think that Donald Trump is more reckless than Kamala Harris is because he's willing to lie to get his way to the top and to do whatever he wants, like the 30,000 combined lies from his first term are the largest lie ever told by any sitting president with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. I've given you 5 coherent and cohesive reasons why Donald Trump is more reckless than Kamala Harris. I now want you to do the same for Kamala Harris. What are your 5 coherent and cohesive reasons, specifically indexed to Kamala Harris and the person that she is, insofar as why you think that she's more reckless than Trump?
Yeah, so I don't do this as like a job, so I can't do that for you. All I can do is give like my opinion of why.
Well, what's your opinion? Why do you think that she's more reckless?
I think Democrats in general.
No, you said Kamala Harris is more
because
reckless
they're more
than Donald
open
Trump.
to.
I'm cutting you off.
Which
You
is
said
a
Kamala
character
Harris
trait.
was more reckless than Donald Trump. That is the opinion I'm asking you to justify.
You want me to give like a hardcore factual evidence?
Yes, I want your argument and the reasons why you believe Kamala Harris is more reckless than Trump.
Policies?
The foundation
Does the foundation of that
the
have to be
foundation
policies, or what does it
the
have to be based
foundation
on?
is whatever you want it to be. Okay?
Oh,
Give
okay,
me the
then, well,
foundation
again,
for the
that's what I gave
claim
you.
that Kamala Harris as a person, as a politician, is more reckless than Donald Trump as a person, as a politician. You could use policies, you could use facts of their character, you could use their past, statements they've made, things they've done, but I just
Okay, and
want
I
the
was trying to
reasons
do that.
why Kamala Harris is more reckless
Yeah.
than Donald Trump.
Yeah, so again, I went back to the supporters of the person, right? Which again, I was trying to give you an actual fact, which is that a lot of people that suffer from mental illness are Democrats, and they are lower middle income. You can look that up. If I'm wrong, but I remember researching that. Yeah, so I think a lot of these people want people like Kamala Harris in power because Kamala Harris would make decisions that benefit them because they're having a hard time in life. You know, they have some mental illness going on. They're struggling to pay rent. They're struggling to get by. And I think that it's not a good thing to have people that are like that electing officials, because these people already make poor choices as it is. So that's really what I was trying to get to. And I get you want like policy or you want whatever. I mean, I could list off policies, but I don't think that should be a basis for why you vote for somebody, to be honest. Like 100%. I think character matters more than what somebody tells you they're going to do.
Character?
As president.
I'm sorry, you voted for a rapist, dude. The guy's held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, sexualized his daughter on countless occasions, saying yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He went up to a 10-year-old girl, said he'd be dating her in 10 years. He's incredibly fucking racist and bigoted. Why do you think that guy's got a good character?
Well, I never said he had a good character, but I think it's about the supporters. And yeah, I get what you're saying, and I agree. There's a lot of people on the right.
So only
that are
the
pretty
character
bad
of the
people,
supporters matters,
but
not the character of the individual you're supporting.
Really, yeah. So what you've said about him doing the thing with E. Jean Carroll, I've met girls that have falsely accused men of things, and I'm not gonna lie, I believe she is mentally ill, and I think she made the story up. So you can't really use that.
You need one piece of evidence you dispute in the case?
Yeah, so I've not looked into the case fully, but I just know
Oh, but you looked into it enough to know that she's mentally ill.
100%.
One moment, sir. You've looked into the case enough to know that she's
I've
mentally ill
watched
and
her and
lying.
heard her speak.
So you've looked into the case enough to know that she's mentally ill and lying about it. So I feel like it's very fair for Parker to ask you this one simple question. Because clearly, in order
it's
for you to
fair.
rightfully
Never said it wasn't.
determine that she was a mentally ill liar, you would have had to look into the evidence to suggest that her claim is true and determine that it's not sufficient in suggesting that her claim is true, right? So what's one piece of evidence in the case?
Yeah, so I don't agree with that claim. I think I can judge someone based off my own personal experience and what I've witnessed someone do, just like you're doing with Trump, right? You're doing the exact same thing.
So you're telling me that you could identify things that E. Jean Carroll has done before that give you good enough reason to believe that she was lying about her claim that she proved to a court of 9 jurors.
Well, she changed the story. That's one thing.
How does she change the story?
Change the story. What's the change?
I mean, I think something that was like she changed the story from it being someplace to another place.
Nope.
Nope,
I don't
never
know.
happened.
I mean, there's many things
Never
about it
happened
that
once.
don't line
You're making
up,
this
so.
up. You're literally making this up. She never changed it. It was Nate. What place did it happen in?
Yeah, again, like I didn't look into the case.
Well, if you didn't look into where it happened, how do you know that she
Bergdorf
changed the
Goodman.
story?
Exactly. How do you know that this didn't happen? How do you know that she's crazy if you've never even looked into the case to disprove it? Because I can point to you places where Donald Trump lied. Donald Trump said they never met. Listen, please let me explain. Donald Trump said that they never met. There's a picture of them shown together. Donald Trump said he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type. But then in that deposition, mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife, so he would have sexually abused her either way. We can point to circumstances where Donald Trump lied. There was a dress that E. Jean Carroll had that she said had Donald Trump's DNA on it. There was unidentified male DNA on it, and Donald Trump had multiple years to give up his DNA. He chose not to give up his DNA within the time slot allotted. Why would he not do that if he was innocent?
Yeah, I didn't know all that, but I mean, I know that it seemed as though she's very, I don't know how to say this, but yeah, I mean, just from witnessing what she was speaking on and like the way she was talking and other things, to me, it seemed like she's lying. So again, like I base it off.
But like you
character
clearly
and
don't
what
know
I've
any
experienced
specifics,
and
so
seen.
that's not a reliable standard.
Well, I can't just recall everything like you guys because you guys do this professionally, but I'm just giving you my opinion. That's why I'm up here, to give you my opinion why I support
We're not
Trump,
asking
so.
you to recall everything. We're asking you to recall anything.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not like into this kind of stuff, so. I mean, if you want me to give you like some.
But
like,
if you're going to
hardcore
be
facts
making
in
the
debate,
claim, why can't you
that's not
substantiate
what I
that
do.
claim? You said she was crazy, but you're
I'm
you're
giving
willing
you
to
my
go around
opinion.
calling someone crazy like that and disputing that they got sexually assaulted based upon that, but then you realize that you don't have anything that even indicates that they're wrong in the first place?
No, I do, but I mean, I don't have to tell you exactly. I mean, 100%.
So you do,
like,
but
and
you
it's
can't,
also
tell us at
intuition.
all.
So it's stuff that can't be proven because it's just up for debate. So It's my opinion.
You're saying it's up for debate, but like you don't have the ability to even debate it because there's no evidence you've provided.
Right, so I don't think there ever will be concrete evidence, is my opinion on that situation. So I don't see why that's even a point to even try and argue.
Why is this a point? Because we're demonstrating that Donald Trump was held liable by a civil court and that you should accept the determinations from the civil court.
Right. So is your argument that I shouldn't support Trump because you matter-of-factly believe he did that?
I think that's a very good reason to say that you wouldn't support him, yes.
Okay, I mean, if he did, I'm saying if he 100% did, and you could prove to me without a shadow of a doubt that she's not lying.
When you say without a shadow of a doubt, we're justifying right now. I gave you reason to believe Donald Trump lied and that he would be guilty based upon the fact that there was DNA on a dress and Donald Trump literally would not give up his DNA. If you were to be forced to give up literally millions of dollars, your reputation destroyed, why wouldn't you decide to give up your DNA in that circumstance to disprove that and to show that your reputation would be, or to make your reputation better off, given that you're trying to run for president?
Can I ask this guy a question real quick? After you answer that.
Oh, you want me to answer? Yeah, so I don't find that as enough evidence.
Okay. Would you look at the screen real quick? So I just want to make sure that
I'm looking.
Like we're both like in agreement of what your argument here is. So your claim is that E. Jean Carroll's a mentally ill liar. Your evidence is that she changed her story of where the assault occurred. And an important note is,
I mean, that's
you haven't been able to give us any evidence she changed her story of where the assault occurred. And we're actually missing a sentence here. We're actually, and the last sentence would be, and does not know where she claimed the assault occurred. Now you just said something very important. You said that I was shaming you. I'm not shaming you in the slightest. I'm just making sure that we're on the same page of what your argument is. So are we on the same page?
Oh, cool. I can unmute.
And keep in mind that important note down there where it says he has zero evidence she changed her story of where the assault occurred. There was a 200 character maximum there. There was another phrase there that's left out that says, and he does not know where she claimed the assault occurred. So just to clarify, is this your argument?
Yeah, so you're just taking what I said and just trying to like do a slam dunk type thing. But no, I could look up and research where
so just as it stands, I just want a yes or no. As it stands, is that your argument? Am I misrepresenting your argument
for why I support Trump?
So not your argument for why you support Trump, but the argument for the claim on top of the screen, buddy. That's why I wrote it out, so it's clear. The argument for the claim that E. Jean Carroll's a crazy, mentally ill liar.
No, that's my belief. I'm not providing you with like factual evidence that she is a mentally ill
liar.
Okay,
but just to clarify, the evidence for that belief is that she changed her story of where the assault occurred. And then the important note about that evidence is that you have zero evidence that she changed her story of where the assault occurred.
Yeah, so that's what I read. That's what I looked into, and I found that to be something that was a reason not to believe her. And from what I witnessed and the way she spoke about it, it just seemed like she was kind of all over the place.
Okay, perfect. So where did you read it?
Dude, this was like years ago.
Oh, okay, so you don't know where you read it.
To recall, like,
was it like probably on social media?
I mean, no, I probably looked it up and tried to find like an article that
so like an article.
I don't know.
Okay, so you're arguing here
exactly
that a random article that made a claim with no evidence. Okay, just for this point. So you're arguing here that a random article that you can't remember that made a claim with no evidence for it is more reliable than the outcome of a unanimous jury of 9. Because remember, you don't believe that E. Jean Carroll's raped, but you do believe that she's a mentally ill liar.
Yeah, so again, my real basis for not believing her is, again, based in my own experience and like witnessing what she said and how she spoke about it.
Okay, so
it's
then
not
what did she
based
say?
On some random article that I read that said that she changed the location.
Perfect. So
I was just giving
what did she say and how did she say it?
That was just something that I read.
Okay, so I'm going to be typing this as we're going here. So let's just turn this text prompt back on. Let's just like delete all the evidence because now we're changing the claim. Okay, what did she say and how did she say
it? Dude. You want me to give like verbatim something that she said and how she said it?
Oh, well, I mean, like clearly, we're keeping track of your argument on screen. Like this as it stands.
You think I could do that?
Okay, but as it stands, look at it.
Being for real.
Okay, claim E. Jean Carroll's a crazy mentally ill liar. Evidence what she said and how she said it. Like clearly, we're going to need to know what she said, and clearly, we're going to need to know how she said it. So
Oh, I'm
we
not here to
know if
convince
it means that she's a mentally ill liar. So what did she
Yeah,
say?
no,
How
I'm
did
not
she
here
say
to
it?
convince you of my intuitions.
Oh, okay. So it's an
Wait, so
intuition that
you're
she's a
not here
mentally
to
ill liar.
convince us over something in a
It
debate.
is an intuition.
Wait.
And
You
from
made an argument in a
experience,
debate, and you're not
I
here to
can
convince us
classify
of that
my
argument?
intuitions and experience.
Wait, you made an
Yeah,
argument
I
in a
don't know what you're
debate,
asking.
and you're not here to convince us of said argument.
No, I'm not here to convince you of anything. You're up here to convince me not to support Trump.
This is a debate live, bro. What are you talking about? The background says, how do you still support Trump? Are you not trying to convince people in a debate live? You know what this is, bro.
No, I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to let you just figure out the truth for yourself.
All right.
I mean, if
That
you don't
makes
like
no
that,
sense.
I
Then
guess
why
I
would you
shouldn't
even
be up
join the
here.
live? Can we do it without you then?
I mean, you ask people why do they still support Trump. I'm here to tell you why I still support Trump, and it sounds
Yeah,
like
but
you don't
like you're
like
making
that.
an argument, but you're not trying to convince anyone of the argument on a stream.
No, I'm not here to be a politician.
We aren't politicians.
Well, you're in the act of politics currently, so.
That's
You
not
are
what a
politician.
politician. A politician is someone who's running for office to be within the context of the government. I'm not running for a government position.
Well, that's a hard definition, but I get what you're saying. I'm just saying you're engaging in the act of political debate. I would think that makes you a politician because that's what politicians
You're engaging in political debate. Does that make you a politician?
do. No,
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we have. This is the rest of MAGA. This is what's left. Middle-aged men claiming that of course the jury was wrong. Of course E. Jean Carroll was a liar. Of course she was never raped. Of course she's mentally ill. Of course. And what's the evidence? His intuition. What's the evidence? The feelings in his tum-tum. This motherfucker, this clown, thinks that the feelings in his tum-tum are a more reliable source to legitimately inform him about the world around him than the outcome of a unanimous jury of 9 inside of a civil court of law. This is why 41% of Americans still support Trump. This is why I do these lives on a daily basis. And although I wish I could change his mind, we will not be able to. So we will instead make him a public spectacle of complete tomfoolery, of complete clownery, of complete dumbassery, of the type of guy that you need to ensure when you're a parent, your son never grows up to be. Because if we live in a world that will write off women who are able to prove rape in court as mentally ill liars because of the feelings in these misogynistic assholes' tum-tums, then more women will be taken advantage of, more girls will be assaulted, and more rapists will be in positions of power. This isn't just about clowning on him for his bullshit, it's also about ensuring that the next generation of women and girls will not be raped to the level in which they would be if every man thought like him. I've no more words to you. Get the fuck off my stream. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. All right. Please make sure that you're following our rules, everybody. We got Mr. Gurky loading up into the box. Point and laugh. That's like, dude, unironically, like, that's like not even like elementary to say. It is a legitimate political strategy to point and laugh at people like that because they're not going to change their minds. And we just need to point and laugh at them. We need to stigmatize them because the things that drives their beliefs are the feelings in their tum-tums. Okay? So if we can make the feelings in their tum-tums feel really bad because everybody's bullying the shit out of them, pointing and laughing, then maybe that will change their mind. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. Only up inside about Q if you're an American adult that actively supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. We got the next guest Maddie connecting right now. We're also going to go to put the rules back up on the screen. Maddie, do you support Trump? No, Maddie. Somebody in the chat says, so do you support bullying? Yes, I do think that we should bully rape apologists. Thank you for asking. Quote me on that, all right? Quote me on that. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now.
Yo, can we get some based in the comment section? W Deans in the comment section, please. W bullying horrible people like that.
Like I said, not elementary. It is a legitimate political strategy. It actually works. We have to stigmatize the section of society who's very harmful and whose minds can't be changed because they don't make their mind up on evidence, fact, reason, and logic. Do you support Trump him?
Oh, sorry, Dean. I didn't mean to join and it wouldn't let me cancel.
No worries, guys. You got to be 18 plus American and MAGA. You got to be 18 plus American and MAGA. Moving on to the next guest, Walter, USA. Do you support Trump?
Not really.
Base, dude. We're just looking for MAGA. You take care, guys. Follow the rules. I'm asking everybody very politely and very kindly to follow the rules. I'm going to start banning people that I see inside of the guest requests that clearly aren't Trump supporters. Okay, I'm going to start banning people who are inside of the guest requests that are clearly not Trump supporters, you guys. I would like to debate a MAGA woman. I feel like we haven't gotten a MAGA woman up on the stream for a while. So if you're a woman that supports Trump, feel free to hop up here. How do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I support Trump because he was trying to get rid of abortion, and I do not currently support abortions.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
08.
What month?
January.
Okay, I'm going to thank a couple people, then we'll pass the mic off to you. Thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat Nike, who says, Fire Emblem jokes, even green units are smarter than this debater. Thank you so much for the $20, Nike. I hope that you're having a good day today. And, oh my God! You got some music coming through your mic, Brittany. Sorry, not Brittany, Isabel, so I'm going to have to put you on mute. But, oh my God, Brittany, thank you so much for the $200 on Super Chat. What the fuck, Brittany? That is crazy. That is so incredibly kind of you. Holy shit. Mad. Absolutely mad. I want to see 2,000 Brittany W's in the live stream comment section. Please and thank you. On a real note, I'm so very grateful for that love. It is beyond kind of, it knows more than it means more than you know. Thank you so much, Brittany. Let's go and pull up her message. My grand uncle passed away on this Friday at 11:40, sorry. But he hated Trump, and this donation is in the name of Mr. G. Victor. Brittany, I really hope that you and the family are doing the best you can be. I understand that death is a very hard thing to deal with, and I wish you guys the best of luck in your process of healing. And rest in peace to Mr. G. Victor. Show some love to Mr. G. Victor and Brittany down below in that chat. Thank you for the $200 in Mr. G. Victor's name. Thank you so much, Brittany. Yeah, man, rest in peace. Rest in peace. I know it's hard. There's a couple other people I would like to thank here, folks, but I'm actually just going to go and pass the mic off to the guests to start making an argument, and I'm going to thank you guys here in a moment because I don't really want to turn around from saying, rest in peace to Brittany's dead great uncle to saying thank you so much for the donation. I feel like it's a little bit tone deaf, so go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. Tell us why you think that abortion is wrong. I think that'd be a great place to start. Or actually, let's start with you answering this question. Do you think that abortion should be banned in circumstances of rape?
Sorry. No, I do not. I happen to be a rape victim. I do not believe that abortion should be banned at incest and rape.
Okay,
But I
well, it is in
believe that
10
peop-
states because of this legislation. I need you to keep that in mind.
Okay. Well, first off,
For instance, if a daughter is raped by her father and impregnated, minor daughter, okay, 10-year-old daughter is raped by her father and impregnated, okay,
Yes, sir.
and then she gets an abortion, if she's tried as an adult, she could go to jail for life.
Yeah.
In Alabama, in Missouri,
I am
in
18.
Texas. So I just want you to keep that in mind. And that is the consequence of the policy that you're supporting.
Uh-huh. Well,
Do you agree that is a consequence of the policy that you're supporting?
yes, I do. It's not really that I'm trying to support. Like, I want to make that known. It's the fact that some people do it, they go out and they have sex, and they are not, well, they are familiar about the consequences, and they still do it out of just free will, just because they can do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like, why would you do that that's murder. Like, if you're raped or incest, I get it, do it. But people will go out to the club or to the bar and do that for no reason, and that just
Okay.
makes me so mad.
So they engage in sex, knowing the consequences, okay? So is that the only reason why you think that abortion is wrong?
Yes, because
You can't think of any
It's-
other reasons?
no.
Oh, come on. I really want to extend you a lifeline here. There's no other reasons?
And I am also against trans. I believe it is a mental health disorder.
Okay, so the first
Can
reason
you change
why
my mind on that?
So the first reason why abortion is wrong is because people go out to clubs and have sex knowing the consequences, yet they still do it. And then the second
Yes.
reason that abortion is wrong is because trans is mental illness. Okay, all right. So you are not pro-life. Do not claim to be pro-life. You are pro-controlling women and girls who uphold different values in the context of romance, intimacy, and sex. That is what you're for. You use the virtue signal, the shield of being pro-life.
Guys, I am not.
As,
hold on, guys.
can
I
you
am
stop
not
talking
under
to me?
18.
Stop talking to the chat. Start talking to me. You are actively interrupting my argument to respond to the chat. Please don't do that. Okay, I'm gonna get back to what I was saying. You use that claim of being pro-life, that's a virtue signal, as a shield to hide your true intentions of, in all reality, not being pro-life, but rather being pro-control of women and girls who uphold different values in the context of romance, intimacy, and sex as you. My evidence for this is when I asked you why abortion is wrong, you just told me because women will decide to have sex even if they know the consequences of it. Therefore, they shouldn't be able to access abortion. Nothing to do with the intrinsic and innate value that you perceive to be true of the life of the fetus. In fact, nothing to do with the fetus at all. So then I clarified, Isabella, are there any other reasons why you think that abortion is wrong? Any at all? And you said no. I asked you 3 times. You said no, no, no. There's no other reasons why abortion is wrong outside of wanting to condemn women for doing things that you think are irresponsible. So shut up with this whole pro-life bullshit. You don't care about the fetus. You don't care about the unborn. You don't give a shit about it.
I do care about
all
the
that you
fetus,
care. No, you don't.
actually.
Because when I asked you
Yes,
why
I
you think
do.
abortion is wrong,
Do
you
you have
didn't mention
children?
it once.
Do you have children?
Are you going to respond to the argument in the simple fact that when I asked you why abortion is wrong,
Hold on,
you
hold
didn't
on.
ask, you didn't mention the
did-
value of
did
the
you
fetus
answer-
or ending the life of the fetus once?
I do agree that abortion is wrong because it is murder. That's why. Because it is murder.
Oh, so now,
And
now
that's-
we're going to switch up. Now we're going to start talking about the life of the
Abortion is
valuable
murder.
unborn. Now we're going to start talking about the life of the valuable unborn. Go
Abortion
ahead.
is murder.
Yeah, go ahead.
But you're sitting here and calling me stupid for something that I believe in. Why would you do that?
Well, I think it's really stupid and reckless to uphold a policy.
But it's making you look unprofessional. You calling not only me, but everybody you debate stupid and cussing at them. That is making you look very unprofessional.
Okay, I called the last guy stupid because he likes to call rape victims mentally ill because of his intuitions. I called the guy before that stupid.
Oh, well, I was not here for that.
Because he wants to break my jaw because I proved to him that J6 rioters were domestic terrorists. A lot of people in the chat are saying that you are under the age of 18 because of the no 18 emojis in your name. Would you mind?
Yeah, I was gonna
explaining
say
those
like
emojis.
the emojis in their name literally say not 18. I think.
Well, I'm 18. I have my ID here somewhere to prove it, but I am 18. I am an '08 baby. My
I'm
birthday
sorry,
is
but like
January
the
22nd.
the name is diabolical.
Would you just want to explain the emojis in your name then?
Oh, I didn't want people under 18 following me because I've gotten in trouble for that on my social medias.
Okay. I mean, that's the explanation I was looking for. But the second part is kind of weird. You've gotten in trouble for people under the age of
I've gotten in trouble for talking to people under 18 on social media, calling me people like my fans. They call me a predator for debating with people under because I am also a debater. I debate people.
So I'm going to need an explanation for what you mean by quote unquote I got in trouble for talking to minors.
I got my account banned because people would report my account.
So what do you mean by talking to minors?
I would debate. I would do debates. I would debate people.
You do debates.
And I didn't have rules.
You didn't have rules and you'd bring up minors. Okay. You need to open
I did
with
have
that.
rules and some of them would
you
lie
need to,
about their age.
You need to open with that, okay? You need to open with that because when you say, I got in trouble because I was talking to minors, okay, that doesn't scream well, I just turned 18 and, I'd bring up minors to debate, like, publicly, and then I got banned for that. That screams, I was, like, preying on kids. So just in the future, I'd recommend opening with that. Okay?
Sorry, I wasn't clear enough.
No, I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you out. Okay? Right? I'm just trying to help you out here because, those are two wildly different things. I don't think it's a good thing to be debating minors, but it's clearly much a different thing than preying on minors in their DMs sexually. So, okay. I don't even, where were we at? Were we at?
We were at abortion, but I do want to say I know I saw your video. I know you couldn't really debate Kirk because he wouldn't let you. I'm trying to continue what Kirk couldn't finish. I do not agree with half the stuff Trump does. I really don't. And I don't agree that he was on the Epstein files. I want to put that out there. But I don't support abortions. I really don't.
Okay, guys, I'm not going to lie. I have no reason to distrust the fact that she's 18 as it stands. And I also don't have any reason to believe that she's a troll. Okay, you guys.
I can turn on my camera if you want me to.
So for everybody watching,
I like I
never
said,
mind.
I have,
Never mind. I found the reason. Yeah, please don't troll, bro. It's fucking weird.
Who, me?
Yes, don't troll.
How am I trolling?
You literally, dude. You have a post from 2 weeks ago, shitting on Trump, labeled "Stop Deportation" with pictures of him and Epstein, pictures of J6. It's weird.
But
okay?
like I said, I don't.
It wastes our time, bro. Moving on to the next guest. On the opposite side of that cube, you're MAGA. It wastes our time, dude. It like actually wastes our time. Moving on right now. Hey, do you support Trump? Hello? Jamie's not here. Hey, for the 5.2 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, y'all, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out that live with a handful of friends. If you want to support me in the stream, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YT, top the phone screen with a handle as well. It's a really good way to ask a question. I was on MSNBC last week, and they were doing this thing where, like, the viewers of the live stream could, like, ask questions, and then they'd answer them on live. So if you want to ask a question, feel free to on Venmo, PayPal. I'd love to read it off and give you the best answer I can. Tony, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, no, Tony sounds like they're driving. Everybody in the chat is spamming 15.2. Did I say 5.2? Probably did. I do that a lot. so, to the 10,000 of y'all's whose existence I just invalidated. My bad.
Yeah, what the hell, man? That's crazy, Dean. Honestly, that proves right now that you're a grifter, bro. Because, like, if you weren't, bro, you wouldn't get that wrong.
It's so real.
That's a bad boy, and that's a bad femboy boyfriend that you have in the bag box.
I heard the word
Looks like I caught two birds with one stone today. Whoa!
Oh, Rick, this is actually your first time talking to both me and Parker.
Damn right.
How about you introduce yourself to Parker, Rick? Sorry, go ahead.
Whoa, what were you about to call me there?
I called you a femboy. Oh, Rick.
Oh, you're calling me a femboy.
I got a little bit close there. I'm sorry, femboy. Rick,
Parker,
Rick, just talk to Parker. Say hey to Parker.
Parker, I've been cooking your boyfriend past few, I'd say a week.
Oh, he left the app. He ghosted your ass. He said, "Fuck you, Rick."
No, I got a 10% battery thing.
Oh, wait, no.
What do you mean, bro? What are you talking about? What is this, bro? Dean, what have you done to us, bro? What have you put us into here?
It's
well,
Rick.
What about you put me into the indoctrination when you femboys have been on AO3 and constantly typing up all these stories that Dean sent me to. He directed me toward them.
Rick, how do you know what AO3 is?
Dean directed you towards them?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Dean, because I said he was a femboy. I said you were a femboy. And then he said, "Oh, you're gay.
Why did you do that?
You're on AO3? Because they're both femboys."
But like, why were you joining the live to say that?
Because he was pissing me off, and I told him to shut up, and I told him to. I mean, I've done it to you a few times, but you're just you're a bit more of a sissy. He's at least going to take the fight, but you don't have no You have
I'm
no,
more of a sissy.
Yeah, you have no fire in your system, Parker.
So, what can give me more fire in my system?
I think you need to start doing more public debates. And
I need
get
to
back.
do
You need
more
to get back to
public
boots on the
debates?
ground. I know you're scared, Parker, but you got to get boots on the ground. You got to. It's called.
You mean like go in person?
It's called exposure therapy because
Dean and I both debate in person the same amount.
Yesterday when you went to No Kings, you didn't want to talk to anybody because you were scared.
No, I just went with my mom.
Dana, man. Well, damn you two fanboys! I ought to get out of here. I got a restriction. Sorry.
Okay.
We're still looking for the next guest, you guys. We got them loading up right now. Somebody by the name of Q. We may have to hit a restart of the stream here after this next guest, by the way, unfortunately. I hate to do it, but we kind of got to.
Well, if it ain't Deanie Weenie, I've been waiting to talk to you, boy.
Oh, God, dude, just carbon copy and paste every time, all day, every day. Do you support Trump?
You damn Skippy, you better bet your damn comb over I do.
What?
I'm not the one with a comb over. Trump's the one with a comb over.
Oh, what do you call that? That's on your head.
It's called a
You got
middle
a split
part.
comb over.
No, it's called a middle
Yeah,
part.
that's what we call a split comb over.
No,
huh,
that's
whack?
what we've been calling a middle part since the
split
fucking
comb
70s.
over?
That's a split comb over right down the damn middle. You're trying to hold up the little, you know, when the men start to receding hairlines on the side. Let me see your hairline real quick. Oh, Lord.
What?
Lord have mercy. That thing is receding like a
That thing is
motherfucker.
not receding, bro. What are you talking about?
I have
Look
a
aside.
perfectly
Look,
normal
he's trying to
hairline.
hide
Yeah. Dean has literally no receding
No,
hairline, bro.
No, oh my God.
Oh,
Hey,
maybe on
hide
the
that
side
shit.
there, bro. It's
Oh,
cooked. I'm just kidding.
no.
Well, if I actually part my hair
Yes,
anywhere,
bro.
it makes it look like
There
it's
it
receding.
is.
Let me make it look like I have a perfectly receding
There
hairline.
it is. Hide that motherfucker. I'm getting sick.
Oh,
see,
Dean looks
it's
cooked,
receding.
bro.
It's
I'm
receding,
getting
you
sick, bro.
guys.
Dean's cooked,
Oh
bro.
my God! Oh, it's receding, you guys! Oh my
no.
God! Oh, it's receding, guys! My hairline's receding.
Dean, you're cooked,
no,
bro.
I'm getting sick.
You're
I'm
cooked,
getting
bro.
sick, bro.
No, I have a perfectly normal hairline, my
Oh
friend.
my. Mic drop. Let me drop the mic. Hold on.
Are you excited?
Oh, I picked it right back up.
You sound like you're getting really
So,
excited
what do you-
over my hairline there.
You know, it was very interesting. When I got excited was like 3 days ago, and I see the both of you getting really excited about your grifts. You're freaking out. Like
I was getting
swear,
really
dude.
excited about my grifts. Do you think I should increase
Dude,
my excitement or should I decrease my excitement?
Look, y'all were going, oh, yes. Oh, please. Oh, no. Come on, chat. Oh, come on, chat. Get him. Get him. Oh, yeah.
Chat, come on. Give me
Why is this guy moaning?
Chat.
Yes.
Chat.
Yes, bro. That's
Okay.
exactly what happened.
Yeah,
Okay.
really.
I witnessed it.
Seriously?
I gotta thank a couple people
Marvin
real quick, and then we'll hop into the debate, okay?
Eyewitness news, bro.
So while I'm thanking a couple people, I just want you to sit back, calm down. Okay, big emphasis on the calm down. Everybody in the chat, dude, stop talking about his post, man. Stop talking about his post, you guys.
What post?
Don't worry about it. Like I said, I don't want to talk about it. Tanet, oh, that was to Parker.
Okay.
Shout out to you for the Galaxy to Parker, Tanet. A couple people
Bro!
I want to thank you real quick.
I think I've debated this guy before. Thank you for the galaxy. Bro's insane.
Okay. Claire, thank you so much for the $10 donation over on Venmo. Let's get on her. Claire W, who says, my daughter Serena and I went to the frozen dead guy coffin races in Estes Park, Colorado yesterday. Have you ever been? No, I've not been, but I'd love to go. I love Estes Park. Thank you for the $5 as well, Johnny. Appreciate you so much. I'm sorry, Johnny. I'll look for them right now. Crystal, thank you for the $3. I appreciate you so much for the $3 as well. Layla, shout out to you. And then Carrie, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Let's get 1,000 Carrie W's down below that chat. Miss Carrie, I am so very grateful for you. Thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you so much. Let's get 100 Carrie W's down below in that chat. 1,000 Carrie W's down below in that chat. From the bottom of my heart, I'm so very grateful for you and all the love. That is insane. Carrie with $100 says, I know I don't need to. I can, and I support what you're doing. So my money might as well go somewhere worthwhile. Well, Carrie, I'm so grateful for you. And I'm so grateful that you happen to enjoy what we do here and think that it's worth it. Thank you so much for the $100. Beyond kind of you. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart. Beyond kind. Lydia, thank you for the $15, who says, I confronted Caitlin Bennett at my local No King's Day protest because she shoved a mic into my face while we were all trying to block her from harassing people who didn't want to be filmed. Good shit. I'm proud of you, Lydia. Fuck yeah. I would love to debate Poopy Pants Caitlin Bennett. Then Jose, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, here's $10 more for having to listen to the disgusting, rapist, pedo-protecting MAGA cultist craphead. I love your work, Dean Parker and Santano, as well as AG. Thank you so much for the $10, Jose. Joseph, thank you for the $10 as well. Shout out to you, man. Catherine, thank you for the $10. She says, Democrats are more likely to be, quote-unquote, mentally ill because they're more educated on matters of inequality and political polarization. They're also more likely to go to the therapist and get a formal diagnosis. Yes, absolutely. Not to mention the age-old statement, ignorance is bliss. Then we got a big one here as well from Kirsten. Oh my God. Thank you for the fucking $100 donation on Venmo. And Jose, thank you so much for the $51.50 donation on Venmo. Y'all are going off today. Legitimately. Thank you guys so much. Let's get 500 Jose W's, 1,000 Kirsten W's. Absolutely insane. Holy shit. Kirsten with the $100 says, appreciate your continued craft here. Thank you, Kirsten. I'm so happy that you enjoy the streams. And then Jose with the $51.50 says, for Dean, it depends on the context. Why she didn't feel the police. That must have been in reference to something specific, Jose. If you could let me know what that's in reference to, I'd be happy to read it. I just want to make sure I know what it's in reference to. Thank you so much for the $50.50, my friend. As well as Marissa, thank you for the $5 who says, love your speech at the No King's Day protest. Thank you so much, Marissa. And the one last one here on Venmo for now, Ty. Thank you for the $10 who says, hey, Dean, thank you for keeping sanity and humanity alive. Listen, we do try to keep sanity alive in this space. That's what we spend our days doing, try to keep people sane and rational and thinking. That is so important. We need to think and conversate now more than fucking ever. Thank you so much for the love. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for Nave for the $25 donation who says, you are so brilliant, so well-spoken and respectable. Thank you for being a voice for people who need one, from women and mothers, migrants, LGBTQ+, and all in between. You give me help every day. As the mother to a son, I'd be damn proud if my son turned out similar to you. Dude, that is literally beyond kind. And I'm not just talking about the $25 donation, Renee. I'm talking about your incredibly kind words as well. Honestly, you sound like a great mom who cares about the things that are important. So I bet that your son will turn out better than me. Thank you so much for the $25. Same thing to you, Kennedy. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal asking when my debate with Emily Wilson comes out. It comes out in 5 days on April 5th. And then Hovik, thank you so much for the $69 donation over on PayPal. Hovik, I remember you. I think that you've sent in a donation before. That is H-O-V-I-K. Let's get 600 Hovik W's down below in that chat. Holy fuck. Hovik with the $69 says, Republicans against Trump. Nobody seems to understand that you don't have to be MAGA if you are a Republican. Our lives have been ruined by Trump. I'm so in support of the movement, Hovik, just because I think that that would be a great stepping stone for so many people on the right. So many people need to know that you could be on the right, you could be a Republican without being MAGA, 110%. Please do show some love to Hovik down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the support, Hovik, and take it away, government cheese.
So government cheese. Yeah, I'm going to do a little grift like my name is Deanie Weenie or Parker or Peter Parker. So where's all my Trump supporters at? Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the $5 on Peter Parker. Thank you, everybody. Please give me some coins. Please give me $1. Please. Oh yes, I see them coming in. Oh yes, here it goes. Oh yeah, I've got another coin. Do I sound like you now?
No.
You're talking as a lunatic, dude.
It doesn't sound like that at all. No.
We're talking to a lunatic. He just left. Got embarrassed.
Bro.
Oh my god, dude. Bro got embarrassed. What the fuck was that, man? I'm so... Dude, what world are we living in, dude? What world are we living in, bro?
Oh.
Lorraine, thank you so much for the $35 donation on PayPal. He says, Dean, keep up the good fight. You, Parker, and Johnny are American heroes. Thank you so much for the support, Lorraine. Let's get 350 Lorraine W's down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the $35. You're awesome. Same thing to you, Cully. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate you so very much. And then Joelle, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And Michael, thank you for the $5 as well, who says, don't read. I really wish I could read that. Not going to lie, Michael. Okay, folks. Unfortunately, this will not affect anybody on YouTube. This will only affect the viewers on TikTok. We have to restart the stream because we have collected a total of 2 flags for harassment and bullying, and I need to stop calling people idiots. And we have 2 hours left for this stream to go, so it's best to restart. Now, first and foremost, if you want to come back after the restart, all you got to do is follow me. even if like you don't like me necessarily, you're just enjoying the debates or you want to debate me, hit that follow button. Then when we're back on live in less than 5 seconds, unfollow me. It's fine. I don't care. Okay? Because we have another 2 hours left of debates to go. Parker, are you going to come back?
Yeah, I probably have like 45 minutes or so.
Perfect, man. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. So,
I'll see you, bro.
See ya. So everybody, just take a moment to hit that follow button real quick on TikTok. Like I said, you could unfollow me as soon as we're done. You could unfollow me as soon as we're done. The fastest way to come back after the restart, because it only takes 5 seconds, is once the live ends, it'll say live has ended, and it will show you my profile picture. If you click on my profile picture, it'll send you to my account page. Count to like 10 or 15 seconds, because it takes 10 or 15 seconds to reboot the live officially. Refresh the account page and click into the new live through the profile picture on the account page. And then once we're back in here, double tap on that phone, screenshot that live, repost it, spam that chat. Let's do anything and everything in our ability to try to send that live back out across the For You page. I will see you all in 5 seconds. Bye-bye. Once again, if you're on YouTube, this will not affect you. Over on YouTube, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, Rogan7 Dragon, who says, hey, Dean, I'd love to see you and Parker collaborate. One moment, I clicked off of it because I got to go live. There we go. Collaborate with Midas Touch, Adam Mockler, against those MAGA reporters and debate them on CNN and other shows. You know, actually, I bet that we could figure that out. Because, you know, we do know Adam. All right. Welcome back in for everybody tuning back in. Thank you guys so much for being here. Show some love to the real DBLJ for the Galaxy. Thank you so much for the kindness. Show some love to them down below in that comment section. Welcome back in, everybody. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Shout out this live with a handful of friends. There we go, you guys. Let's try to get up to 500,000 likes. Appreciate you guys so much for being here. By the way, Momo has been sitting at my feet for the totality of the live stream. She's been such a good kitty, just sitting down there. I feel like she's probably going to try to jump up on my lap here soon. All right, guys, we are waiting on Parker to rejoin the live, or waiting on Parker to rejoin the live as soon as Parker gets back in here. We'll hop back into the debates, everybody. Thank you so much for the corgi. What's up, Do You Support Trump?
Dean, you need merch. Get merch, bro. Get it.
One day, Nico, one day. Don't know when that day will be, but it will be one. All right, guys, we're still waiting on Parker to rejoin here, everybody. Hopefully he'll be back up here in a moment. We got the next guest instigator loading up into the box. Tina, thank you so much for the Disco Dinosaur. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yo, you hear me?
Yeah, hi. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
30.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I just think he's a better candidate, I guess you can say.
And why is that? Will we ever learn why?
You heard what I said?
Yeah, you said that you think he's the best candidate. My question is why?
No, I said I think he's better than the candidate that was offered in the last election.
So you think if Harris had won the election, that things would be worse off today?
Yeah, I basically think it would be the same outcome, but probably a little worse.
I feel like that's just such an intellectually lazy perspective that you couldn't actually justify. So explain to me why you think that we would have had the worst jobs report in 2025 since 03 if we ignore recessions, given that she won. Explain to me why you think that we would have had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 2025 since 08.
Well,
the Great
hold
Recession,
on. Well, we
if
can
she
start
won.
here. I think Kamala would have never released the Epstein files.
Okay, well, we know the only reason the Epstein files were released had nothing to do with Donald Trump and all to do with pressure from we the people. So I think that it would have been completely reliant on we the people. But Donald Trump certainly didn't want to release the Epstein files.
Right.
And they're
But
still
he did-
not released.
but-
by
but
the way.
he did. He
No,
did.
no, I don't think he did.
What do you mean he did?
I don't think he released.
When were
Epstein
they
files.
released?
Well, I mean, you were acting as if they are released. So first and foremost, there's around a total of 6 million Epstein files. 2.5 million of them haven't been released at all. Those in which are released are heavily redacted to hell and back, illegally so, with over 1 million illegal redactions of Trump's name alone, with no explanation for those redactions, which is actually contradictory to the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And the reason why they're released at all is not because Donald Trump wanted to, but rather because we the people forced our representatives to force a vote for the release of the Epstein files. Everybody hopped on board, and it was a veto-proof bill that he couldn't shoot down, so he was forced to sign it into law.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I mean, I think you're being a little naive because I think both candidates themselves have been in the files, but only one of them has been able to release them. So what does that tell you?
So Kamala Harris was not incriminated by the Epstein files. Why are you lying to me?
How do you know that?
Because when you go to the Epstein file library and then you type her name in, there are no results of Kamala Harris's name. Not
But
to
didn't
mention
you say
she
that
was
they were
incriminated?
not?
Yes, yes.
But they were
I
not
did.
all
Don't
released?
Worry. Don't worry, I'm getting there. Not to
Okay.
mention that
Go
if
ahead.
she was mentioned in the Epstein files at all, even those that aren't released, okay, then Donald Trump would have released them to make the Dems look bad.
That's a great point. But don't you think if he would have released hers, he would have made himself look bad?
Why would that make him look bad? Any worse than he already does?
Exactly.
Why would that make him look bad?
Because he's a part of the same system. I think all the politicians have been in that same branch. I think they all are a part of the same
Wait,
system.
this doesn't make any sense because like there's like some like weird pictures like Bill Clinton released. Okay, there was like some weird emails about Elon Musk released. Like, I'm like clearly here. Like if there was anything incriminating about Kamala Harris in the files, it would have been released. But not to mention, you know, she's like a 50-year-old woman. This means that she would have been like a 20, 30-year-old woman back when Epstein was doing his thing. If she was involved,
You think that would stop her?
Okay, well, we have no evidence that she was involved in the slightest. You were positing a baseless claim.
Not exactly. I
Then
know.
what is the
I know
evidence?
where I know where you're getting at. No, it's just
What is the
because
evidence?
because she didn't release it.
Oh wait, so
Under the term.
because Kamala Harris didn't release the Epstein files when she was vice president, not president, she therefore was involved.
No,
in Epstein?
no, it's not even that. I just think that.
Okay, so then what is the evidence that
problem.
Kamala Harris is incriminated by the Epstein files?
The evidence is not seen yet.
Okay, so there's no evidence for the claim? Wait, you're incriminated by the Epstein files. My evidence is,
Wait,
that
wait,
there's still 2
I'm
million
just
Epstein
wondering-
files that haven't been released, so you could be named in them, therefore you are. We have the same amount of reason to believe that you are incriminated by the Epstein files.
But hold
than
on,
we do have to
Dean.
believe that Kamala Harris is incriminated by the Epstein files.
Well, hold on, Dean. Are we really acting like Kamala Harris is not in the files?
Yes, I am really acting like that. We have
Evidence
no reason to
that
believe
she
that.
is in files,
Yeah,
like
'cause we
in
have-
an
You
incriminating
don't think
way.
she's ever got horny? I think she's been in the
Bro.
files, and I think you know it too. I think you're just being naive on purpose.
Wait. So I just want to clarify. When you get horny, you rape people?
No, I'm talking about Kamala Harris.
Get out of here, bro. Clearly a troll. Holy moly. Oh my goodness.
Have all
Ooh,
your
I
debates
just
been like
cracked
that today,
my
bro?
back. Yeah, they've all been pretty bad. Let's go get that next guest
brutal,
out of
man.
the box. I don't know if you guys just heard that back crack. Cam, welcome in.
Hello, Dean and Parker.
I brought you up earlier, but you were nowhere to be found.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh my god, I have bars.
I brought you up earlier, but
Hey,
you
can
were
you guys
nowhere
hear
to
me
be
all
found.
right?
Oh my god. Yes. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Bro's lagging.
Oh my gosh. Hello?
Holy shit.
Hello. Yeah,
Wait,
bro's
hold-
bro's got
hold-
MAGA mobile.
Okay, we're good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you're just got one
Dude,
bar, bro.
this is like somebody has a lag switch on me.
Dude, someone
The stream has
lag
been perfectly
switched
fine
Cam,
up to this
bro.
point. It's totally like dumpster fire, guys.
He might
One
be
second.
lagging a little bit too
Here,
much.
wait, hold on.
With him.
Idea.
I'm gonna give him like 20 seconds because I think that he's trolling. I think that he's wasting our time.
I don't know.
Because he joined
hear me?
earlier.
Oh, you think I'm trolling?
Oh, there we go. He can hear us now.
I'm not trolling. Hello?
Funny enough. That's
Okay,
the
yeah,
first thing
sorry, I
that-
had bars. My final. What?
That's the first thing that you
Yeah,
heard.
I'm not
was
trolling
me
you. Can
calling
you guys hear me?
trolling.
Hello?
Cam, we could hear
No,
you.
I heard like ins and outs. Like,
We could hear you, my
okay,
friend.
well, I couldn't hear you guys. You guys were frozen for me.
Good.
Okay, well, you guys were frozen for me. So I can hear you guys now. You guys can hear me.
Well, I'm happy that we worked things out. Cam, do you still support Trump?
I'm happy. Yeah, I'd say so.
Oh man. After all the after
Trump.
the Epstein files disaster, after
What in the Epstein
destruction
files
of
proves
the,
that Trump did anything
of
criminal?
the economy, after
Where's
after
the evidence in the
everything,
Epstein files? Where is the evidence in the Epstein files that Trump did anything criminal?
Cool. Well,
Like physical material evidence. Anything?
Yeah, so the evidence that I'd point to when discussing wrongdoings on behalf of Trump and Epstein would first be the fact that we figured out that he fucking lied. He's been telling us for the last 10 years that he never knew what Epstein was doing. He had no fucking clue. Nobody had a clue. But now we're figuring out that after Epstein originally got arrested for the solicitation of a minor in like 2006, that he turned around and called the local PD and said, "Thank God you guys got him. You know, we've all known just how terrible people they were all along, and we wanted them to be arrested." So clearly that was a
You
lie.
already knew that Epstein was participating in inappropriate relationships with women because he banned him from Mar-a-Lago for inappropriate relationships with women. So
Actually not
we know
what
that. But
he
I also wanted to
claimed.
talk to you. That's
That's not
about,
even
like,
what
some of
Trump
lies
claims,
that
by the way.
What's not what he claimed?
He didn't claim he stopped being friends with him and banned him from Mar-a-Lago because of inappropriate relations. He claimed that he stopped being friends with him, specifically one to Bill Clinton because of a real estate dispute, and then the other one he claimed is because of the fact that he was quote unquote poaching people that were working from him.
Also,
I'm
do we even
almost
have
certain
any
that he said
evidence that he banned
Hold up,
Epstein
do I-
from Mar-a-Lago?
Do I get to? Do I get
Yeah.
to participate in
Yes.
the
Respond to
conversation?
Parker. Respond to Parker.
Yeah,
Then I'll ask you that question.
one of the primary reasons why I came up here was to address some of the blatantly false things that you've been saying to all of your guests, both yesterday and today, especially as it relates to the economy, immigration. Parker, I wanted to come up on your live earlier, but I think you had to, I guess you guys coordinate your live, so your live ended when I was trying to join. But there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about. Like, for the example that you said, real median wage growth is going down, but real median wages are trending upwards with a 1.4% increase over the last year.
Wait,
the largest
no,
drop
listen
in
to
real
me.
median
Hold up,
wages
can
were
I clarify that
actually.
point? Cam, can I clarify that point? So I'm saying real median wage growth
I'm not
is
talking about
lower
you.
in 2025 as compared to 2024.
Parker, to be clear, I'm not talking about you. It's not lower now than it was in 2024. But to be clear, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Dean, who said that
Wait, the growth is
real
lower.
median wage. No, it's not. It's up 1.4% over the last year. The
What was
largest
it,
drop in median.
1.4?
Well, hold up.
I
Why do you
think
cut
I
me
think
off?
that there's a better way to say this.
I'm not
Parker.
finished. Come on.
So
Why do we cut me off? Do I get to participate in the conversation or no? I wasn't finished.
Yes, but the claim that I make, the claim that Parker makes, is that the growth rate of real median wages has gone
That's
down.
not what you said. You said real median wage growth is down. That's what you
Okay.
said, which is
So
false.
I've
Yeah, you just
repeated
conceded
this-
real median wage growth is down comparative to 2024. That's a fact.
No, it's not. It's up 1.4% over the last year.
What was the level of growth in 2024?
I could pull up the BLS chat.
Yeah, it's more in 2024 than it was in 2025. That's all I'm saying.
The 12-month percent change is up currently.
Would you like me to do the math for you on stream? Are you serious?
Sure, yeah. Go look at the BLS chat, but that's not the
I'm
only
gonna
thing
do that
there.
right now.
You also said that unemployment is in a 5-year high, which is not true. It was higher than this in October.
Job growth is the
2021.
worst in
It's
the 4
currently at
years.
4.4%.
That's
See, I don't get to finish. You guys just talk over me. You said that last month we had the
You're
most
misrepresenting what
manufacturing-
I'm saying.
You said Dean said last month we had the highest manufacturing bankruptcy since the Great Recession. That's not true. In 2025, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010, not since the Great Recession. But what was the reason, guys, why we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies? What reason did they cite for going bankrupt? Was it that Trump is just an awful demon, or did they cite green regulatory policies from the Biden era? Because it wasn't Trump.
So, first point I'd like to make here is that you seem to not want to talk about the claims that you made in relation to the question that I asked you in the moment you joined. You seem to be running away from the question that I asked you the moment you joined.
You asked me even after the Epstein files.
Ken,
I said
you asked me and
yes.
Parker to allow you to speak. Can you extend me
go
the same
ahead.
courtesy?
Go ahead.
So, first point, you seem to be running. Oh, I just accidentally put my foot on Momo. Sorry, kitty. First point, you seem to be running away from the point that I made when you first joined. The question that I asked you was, how can you still support Trump after the Epstein fiasco? And then you said, well, Dean, what inside of the Epstein files makes Trump look bad? And I have about a billion examples, but the first one I gave you is that, well, God damn it, he lied. He lied about not knowing of Epstein's actions and practices. And then I brought up the fact that after Epstein was arrested, immediately after, Trump turned around and told the sheriff that, we've known about this all along and that it's super bad and we're really thankful that you arrested him. You responded by making the claim. But, well, Donald Trump did learn about it just before he was arrested, and that's why he banned him from Mar-a-Lago. But then Parker was beginning to bring up the point that, A, that's not what Trump said. Trump never said that he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago because of his solicitation of minors for sexual practices, but rather because he poached one of his masseuses, right? And then I was going to bring up the fact that we actually, A, don't have any evidence that Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago at all. You're just going off of Trump's word of mouth. And B, there's new Epstein files that have been released that seemingly contradict that claim and suggest that he was never banned at all. But then, of course, you completely moved away. One moment. You completely moved away from all of that. And then you started asking us about various things that we've said on the streams in the past. Nothing to do with Epstein in the slightest, more so to do with the economy. The first claim that you made is that we lied about the growth rate of real median wages. So the claim that me and Parker make is that the growth rate of real median wages has gone down compared to where the growth rate was at under Biden previously. And I'm just willing to chop this one up to an unintentional misunderstanding of what we were saying, or B, the use of very vague language that
No,
could
it's
mean two
misleading.
different
The
things.
rate was higher because we were recovering from a recession. Obviously, the rate was higher. What are you talking about? You're just misleading people on purpose.
So A, then you're accepting that the claim that we're making is true, and then B, you're just
No, because that's not the
introducing
claim
your own
you made. You were
explanation for the
intentionally
claim that we
cloaking
made.
your language to make it seem like you were talking about something else.
Cam, in 2024, what recession were we recovering from?
In the biggest increase in wage growth under Biden was not in 2024. It was in 2022.
I'm not referencing the wage growth in 2022. I'm referencing the wage growth in 2024, sir.
Okay, what month of 2024?
I'm talking about if you go from quarter 1 of 2024 through quarter 4,
which
it
BLS
goes
chart are you
from
looking at?
365 to 374, right, in terms of real median wages for weekly wages, right? And then specifically, it goes 373 to 376 under Trump with the data that we have, which is clearly showing over 3 quarters for each of them, more growth for Biden comparative to Trump.
Yeah, again, we were still even well into 2023. We were still recovering from the recession.
This is
But you're still
2024.
misleading. You're still okay, 2024.
Wait,
You're still
Cam.
you're
Cam,
still
you just
you're
said
still
into
misleading people by
2023 we were recovering,
cloaking your
not
language.
2024.
The 12-month percent change in real median wages is higher right now than it was when Biden was president.
No, can you give me a source on that? Because I'm referencing.
Yes, the Bureau of
I'm
Labor
referencing.
Statistics.
Listen, I'm actually referencing the data from the BLS right now. I just gave you the numbers.
Okay, so can I link you? I'm going to text you right now.
I'm literally, dude. I'm looking at the graph right now. Do you want me to show you the graph?
Which graph? Because
I'm looking at employed, full-time, median, usually weekly real earnings, wage and salary workers, 16 and over.
Link it to me and text it to me. It doesn't matter. You're still cloaking your language.
I just told you. I told you the title. The title is employed full-time, median, usually weekly real
no
earnings,
point.
wage. Can you
There
please let me
was no
speak?
point in
Wage and salary
2024.
workers, 16 and over.
Parker, there was no point in 2024 where the peak of 12-month percent change in real median wages was higher than it is right now.
Okay, listen. From quarter 1, 2024, it was 365, and it went to 374 by the end of.
What you're arguing is
by
that
the
the
end
growth.
of quarter 4. Can I please speak without you cutting me off? Let me just make this point. By the end of quarter 4, 2024, it was 374. So 365 to 374. Since Trump's got in office, we see quarter 1, 2025, 373, right? And then it goes to 376. So that's a difference of 1%, a little less than 1%. The difference specifically in the prior one of 365 to 374 is larger. Not only is the nominal difference larger, but also the percentage change difference is larger as well.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I'll respond to that. Please link me. You have my phone number. Please link me that chart. I'll pull it up on my laptop right now. On
Dude,
top of
I
that,
literally just told you the title like 3 times.
Okay,
just link
buddy,
me the chart. What is it?
buddy.
Do I get to talk? Do I get to speak in this conversation, or are you guys terrified?
We're clearly just trying to help you find his source.
No, you're
if
just
you go on
talking
Google,
over him.
Cam, it'll take
Being
less than 10
dishonest.
seconds for me to get
Just
it.
link me the chart. You have my phone
Dude,
number.
I told you the title. I don't
Listen.
remember your fucking phone number.
You have me saved in your phone.
I don't have you saved in my phone right now.
Ooh, this is awkward.
That is such a lie.
This
That is such a
awkward.
lie.
Cam, he probably texted you a couple times, but never saved your number as a contact.
Cam, this is years ago. I knew you in
Just sent you a period.
2021,
I
dude.
just sent you a period. Link me the chart.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll send the message to the. By the way, the number I don't even have added.
Yeah,
that's fine. I don't care. Can we actually have a conversation, or are you guys going to keep running about the fact that you're talking about the growth of 12-month percent change in real median wages? You guys are intentionally cloaking your language. You're talking about the growth rate of the growth rate. That's what you're talking about. Because there is no point in
it would just be the
2024. let me talk. There's no point in 2024 where the peak of growth in real median wages is higher than it is right now. No point.
So
never was it
Parker's
higher than
sending
it is
you the
currently.
source right now. You'll be able to pull that up on your laptop.
Yep,
And,
I'll
you also said it
reciprocate
was
by sending that
the
source.
growth rate of the growth rate. No,
That's
that's
what you're
not
saying.
true, Cam. It's just the growth rate.
Okay, well, the graph of growth rate in real median wages indicate on the BLS indicates that it has not been higher than it is now in 2024. You're lying.
Okay, so
you're just wrong.
So Parker's going to be sending you the source from the Bureau of Labor Statistics that would
Yeah,
dispute.
I'm going
that
to send
claim.
one right back.
Because actually, growth in real median wages has gone stagnant from Q2 and Q3 in 2025. So I don't know how the hell you're going to be able to work your way out of that one. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to there. Now, while Parker's sending you that graph, I wouldn't assume it'd take more than 3 seconds. Do you maybe want to respond to the claims that I made at the beginning of the live stream that I think that you're kind of running
No,
away from?
I could care less about like conspiratorial nonsense.
Okay.
But if you
So
want
that's
to
what
talk
you
about,
do. So that's the
if you want to
argument.
talk about,
Oh,
if you want to
Cam,
talk about the
that's
fact that
embarrassing.
you said last month we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since the Great Recession, which wasn't even true on its face. But the reason that we did have a lot of manufacturing bankruptcies last month was actually because of.
Do you mean last year?
Green regulatory policies. Then I'd love to talk about that. Yeah.
Do you mean last year?
No, I mean last month.
Okay.
Wait, so Cam, did you see the graph I sent you? Because I showed you, like, according to employed full-time median, usually weekly real earnings. Again, I did the nominal and the percentage change is different.
Yeah, we can chalk this one up. The problem, I know exactly what the discrepancy is here. You're looking at full-time median weekly real earnings, and I'm looking at hourly earnings. That's the difference.
Mine is weekly earnings. Yeah, I don't know how weekly and hourly would change it. Maybe full-time is the difference, as you're saying?
I don't know. It could be. I'm not exactly sure why it would be drastically different like it is, but I don't know. I'd have to look into this chat, which I haven't seen, which is, by the way, not from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, like you said it was. Mine is from the Bureau of
This
Labor
is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It says source underneath it, Bureau of Labor Statistics.
You said you were on the Bureau of Labor Statistics just because they
Oh my
used
God, you
the Bureau of Labor
dishonest fucking
Statistics
piece of
data
shit. Are you
to
serious?
compile a graph that
Look
we
at the
use from the
screen.
Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Look at the screen. It says Bureau of Labor Statistics right fucking
I'll
here.
just show. I'll just show
a
it.
source that cites the BLS.
I'll just show it on my
Concerning
screen,
BLS.
Parker.
Yeah. It's from Fred, not from
Right.
the BLS.
So
That's
if
fine.
You dishonest
So-
fuck. The source
so Cam,
is from
You
the
said you
Bureau
were
of
looking at
Labor
BLS.
Statistics.
You said you were looking at BLS.
Yes,
I
we-
sent you
Yeah,
BLS.
the source
Sam,
is BLS.
so
you
Cam,
dishonest fuck.
Okay, I
The
hope I
source
could
that
clear
a
this one
third
up.
party used to
Eh,
compile data
my
into
Go
friend,
fuck yourself.
BLS.
my Fred, I could clear this one up really easily.
Yeah, sure.
So when Parker says that we're looking at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that's because, well, we are. Well, we are
Literally,
looking
it
at
says
data.
source BLS.
Well, like
Dude,
we,
how
like we
dishonest
are like
are you,
we are
dude?
literally looking
What,
at
you
the
have to
data
stoop this fucking low?
from the Bureau
Are
of
you
Labor
serious?
No,
Statistics.
I told you I don't care. We can chalk it up. You're looking at weekly. I'm looking at hourly. We're both. I mean, I'll look more into this data, but like we're
Yeah,
both.
You said I'm not
neither of
looking
us
at the
are wrong.
BLS when it says the source is the BLS. Seriously, like,
Neither-
what the fuck
neither-
is wrong with you?
Okay. Do you think that just because I don't care. Like just because something is sourced from the BLS doesn't mean it's necessarily accurate. But whatever. Like
What?
So this is the Federal
This is the
Reserve.
BLS under the Trump
So
administration.
if I went into the BLS.
Oh my God! Wait, is he disputing the BLS? Oh,
No,
good
no,
Lord.
I'm not. I'm saying that if I went into the
Good
BLS
Lord.
and I sourced the BLS data to make my own graph, would you trust it on its face?
Cam, it's not you. This is the St. Louis Federal Reserve showing you
Yeah.
the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics data. It's just graphing it for you.
That's fine. That's why I said we're both correct. I'm looking at hourly. You're looking at weekly. It's fine. I'm happy to look more into the
No
the
distinction.
weekly
If you
earnings.
change the time, it doesn't change the level of wage.
But it doesn't even matter because the weekly
Yes, it
earnings are
does.
still.
What are you talking about?
Wait, Parker. Can you like control yourself? Like a little impulse control would be nice. Are they or are they not the weekly wages trending upwards in the graph that you cited? Are they trending upwards or downwards?
If you say, are you saying in growth rate or is it going up?
In growth rate, it's going up. It's the
In
incline
growth
of
rate,
growth.
it's going down
the-
comparative
the
to
in-
2024.
no, the incline of growth.
Wait,
is
can I
just as
go
steep
over the numbers
currently-
again, Cam?
Yeah, the
So
increase.
the change?
dude.
Oh
the
my God,
increase
bro.
in growth.
I got
is
a flag,
just as
dude.
steep
Second
now
account.
as it was.
Second account, Parker.
What? What happened? He got a restriction.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Okay. The graph that Parker cited shows an increase or a trend upwards, a trend that was just as steep as it was in 2024. You guys are using this. This is the problem, is that you guys are using this data to say that we're in economic free fall. That's the kind of language that you were using yesterday, saying that Trump has destroyed the economy and absolutely decimated the cost of living for Americans, blah, blah, blah. But to be real, like, the economy has slowed down a little bit. That's undisputable, but it's completely stable. There's nothing.
So then you concede.
No, the economy is completely stable. You're a liar. The economy is not in free
The claim that you made was very clear. The claim that you made is that we were lying when we suggested. That
because the economy, by every metric you
friend.
cite is still trending upwards.
I would really appreciate it if you would.
We're not
interrupt
declining.
me.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Cam, the claim that you made is
Go
that
ahead.
we were Cam, the claim that you made is that we were lying when we told our viewers, when we talk about this on stream, that the growth rate in real median wages has gone down. That's a claim that you made.
Yeah.
So you've now admitted that things have slowed down. The growth rate is still growing, just not growing at the same rate that it was
you're
under Biden.
talking about the growth rate of percent
now
change.
you're still interrupting me. So now you're shifting your claim away from, Dean, you were lying when you said that the growth rate in real median wages has slowed, to now saying, Dean, you're lying if you suggest
You
the
didn't say it
economy's
had
going down.
slowed. You said it was going down. And I'll play a clip of this when I
Yes.
post the pre-record. You said it was
Yes, so-
going down.
because it is.
Like the real
Yes.
median wages were going down was your exact language, which is false.
So the growth
That's
rate
what
in
you
real
said.
median wages is going down.
You said that real median wage growth was going down. The growth of real median wages is up 1.4% over the past year.
Growth.
The growth
Keynote
of real
on the
median
word
wages
growth.
is up 1.4% over the last year,
So-
according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So
So
you're
this is-
using
this is
quote
what is
language
called-
to mislead your audience, and
This
the
is what is
premise of
called a
what you're
comprehension
building
error.
at is that the economy is in free fall, which is false.
So Cam, when I talk about the economy being really bad, in free fall, quote unquote, as many journalists have suggested, okay, I'm not just merely going to be pointing towards the fact that the growth rate in real median wages has gone down. Okay, I'm going to be pointing towards a holistic view that would be made in consideration of many facts that I'm sure that we could talk about while you're up here. But you're
like other
attempting to
lies
use
about
this.
the manufacturing bankruptcies
So
that
you're
are caused
attempting
by
to
regulatory
use-
landscape.
My friend, you're
Not Trump
attempting to
policy.
use. Okay, you're attempting to use the fact that I am truthful and accurate in saying that the growth rate in real median wages has gone down to indicate that, because they're still growing, that we're not in economic free fall.
You're
That your
saying
original-
you're-
So Cam, I'm
Dean,
not going to
Dean,
be. There's
Dean.
no argument that's going to be made here if you continue to act like a petulant man-child.
This is what you guys have been doing the entire time I've been talking to you, is cutting me off. What you're saying is that the
Yes.
growth.
That's
what
a
you're-
projection, Cam.
What you're saying is that the growth rate
It's a
itself
projection.
has slowed. But when people hear that, what they hear is that it's not growing at all, that it's downturning, because that's the way you make it sound. And you do that on purpose.
Oh, okay. So now you're conceding, because at first you're arguing that what I was saying was literally false. Now you're arguing that it's not literally false, literally true, but rather only misleading.
No, you're saying something.
Oh, wait, which one is it?
You're saying something that is
Oh.
intentionally misleading to the point where it sounds like something completely else, completely different when you say it.
But your claim
to
wasn't,
imply
Dean, you're
some
saying
kind of
something that's
economic
intentionally
catastrophe that's
misleading.
not present.
Your claim was, Dean, you're saying something that is false. And I disagree that it's misleading, by the way. I think that's just a comprehension error of your
Well, maybe
own.
you should stop
And
doing
we can
it
talk
then.
about that, but we need to be clear here. Cam, your
But what
claim
you're
was that
saying
I
is-
said something about the growth rate of real median wages that is false. And now that me and Parker have given you data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics to prove to you that it's not false and that it's true, you are just repositioning your argument to not be the claim that what we said was false, but to rather be the claim that you think it's misleading. And I need to point out that those are two very different arguments that I do not want you to obfuscate in between. So if you can now concede your first argument, which was not that what you think I'm saying is misleading, but rather that what you think I'm saying is literally false, we can talk about the new argument that you've shifted the goalpost to, which is
No,
the fact that you
because-
think it's misleading.
The logical conclusion that anybody would draw from hearing that real median wage growth is going down is that the 12-month percent change in real median wages is down. It's
no,
not.
it's what is called a
up.
comprehension error.
Right. You're saying it's growing less fast than it was before.
Yeah,
But
that's what the
nobody
growth
hears
is.
that when you say that. You're
That's what
talking
growth
about
is.
something. Yeah, you're talking. Well, no. Real median wage growth is when median wages are going up, which they are.
Let me give
That's
you
what
an
real
analogy
median
here.
wage growth is.
Let me
real
give you
median
an
wage
analogy
growth
here.
is median wages growing, which is happening.
Let me
Okay,
give
they're
you
just
an-
not happening as fast as they have been
The
in the
way
past.
that we use the phrase growth rate in economics is to denote the rate in which something is growing.
Okay,
the
so what
growth
is
rate of real median wages is down, dude. Listen,
Yeah,
you
so
could
tell me
whine,
this.
cope, moan,
Tell
and
me this.
complain. One
Dean,
moment, Cam,
Dean.
you're interrupting me. Now I'm going to mute you. I haven't muted you until now, Cam. I've just asked you to stop interrupting me. So the growth rate in real median wages is down. That's the claim that I've made. That's the claim that I'll continue to make because that's the claim that is true. Okay? And I want every single person watching this live to remember that this man, Cam Higbee, is completely pivoting away from the question that I asked him the moment he joined the live, how can you still support Trump after the Epstein fiasco, by talking about some small semantical disputes of the correct language to use to denote the factual claim that the growth rate in real median wages is down. He completely wrote off Donald Trump lying about his relationship with Epstein as conspiratorial nonsense, to rather talk about a semantical dispute indexed to the claim is the growth rate of real median wages up or down.
Yeah, so
Now,
can you cite
Cam,
me anything in the
I would
Epstein
really
files,
appreciate you.
that proves Trump did something criminal?
Okay.
Anything.
Yeah. So once
anything,
again,
anything
I
that proves he had sex with children or like criminally assaulted somebody. Go ahead. One thing, just one.
Okay, so I just want to assure that the basis that is underpinning this claim is that if you knew Donald Trump had engaged in sexual violence, you would not support him as president.
No, I'm asking you if there's anything in the Epstein files because you brought it up that
Yeah, I
proves
just want to make sure.
concretely.
I want to make sure. I want to make sure that like we could agree on a foundation in which would underlay.
You're just
this,
going to try to
underline
pivot to
this claim.
Eugene Carroll. I already
No,
know you're gonna
no,
do
no,
it. You've
no.
already got
I won't mention Eugene Carroll. You got it. I won't mention Eugene Carroll. Is a basis that underlies his claim that if Donald Trump was guilty, okay, of sexual violence, like you knew that he did it, that you'd stop supporting him as president.
Yeah, if there's any solid, concrete evidence outside of an accusation.
Perfect.
Material
Sounds good.
evidence.
Okay,
Material
awesome.
evidence.
Cam, I might be able to change your mind. This is huge. Are you live streaming?
I am.
Perfect, because I want this recorded. Guys, folks, today we might be able to change Cam Higbee's mind. So first, let's go through the Epstein files. So when we're looking at the Epstein files, there's a handful of things that we've learned. A lot of these things aren't going to be relevant towards him, like engaging in sex with minors. They're more so going to be relevant to his lies about the nature of his relationship with Epstein, so on and so forth. Some of the things that Epstein has seemingly said about him, like the seemingly letter that he sent to Larry Nassar, or the birthday letter in 2003. If we want to talk specifically about allegations, we have a very credible allegation that came from a woman that later sued the Epstein estate and won millions because they determined her to be a rape victim of Epstein's. But of course, from my perspective, that's something I'd believe because it's a credible accusation being made by somebody that we know is raped by Epstein, also against Trump. From your perspective, you're not going to treat that as truth because you've been indoctrinated to completely disregard and disrespect the accounts of victims, even the reliable accounts of victims. So if I'm trying to demonstrate to you that Donald Trump has engaged in sexual violence to a degree in which I think you'd accept, which would be beyond any accusation, even if reliable or credible, I'm going to be pointing you towards the Howard Stern clip from 2005, when Donald Trump just straight up admits to sexual violence. He admits to sexual exploitation, and he admits to barging into the dressing rooms of.
Really? He does. He admits to barging into dressing rooms, Dean?
Yes.
Oh, can you play the clip for me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. I can't wait to hear this clip. This is going to be really fun. I've been wanting to get you to bring this up in a conversation with me, actually. Play it into my hands.
Is Parker coming back?
I'm excited. Oh, you need Parker to back you up?
No, I'm just curious because he said that he'd be coming back on his second account, so I was just curious, Cam.
As the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
It's also worth giving out that on top of Donald Trump's admission of guilt here, where he says that he'd go into the dressing rooms, there'd be naked people inside, they looked great, he'd get away with it, sexual exploitation. We also have the testimony of many victims. Tasha Dixon.
Hey, Dean, question for you. Did he ever say dressing rooms in that clip?
He described dressing rooms in that clip.
Oh, really? He said backstage.
He said he'd go through the backstage into a place where men weren't allowed.
No, he didn't. He said he went backstage where people were getting dressed.
Wait, 1 second. You dispute that he said that he went into a place backstage where men weren't allowed, where women were naked and changing?
He didn't say where men weren't allowed. Did he say men weren't allowed?
Yeah, where men weren't anywhere. That means that men weren't allowed.
No, he didn't say that. He said that people, he's allowed to go backstage because of the owner of the pageant.
Okay.
Because most people aren't allowed backstage at a pageant.
Did he say that no men were around?
Work for the pageant.
Did he say no? Did he explicitly say no men were around?
I don't know if he said that, but
yes, he did.
Definitely didn't say dressing.
Exactly what he said.
Okay, I said I wasn't
And
sure if
everyone's
you said
getting-
that. I
Listen,
can't remember.
I'll give you my reduction.
Definitely didn't say
And-
dressing rooms. That's a
listen,
lie.
I'll give you my.
Can you admit
I'll give you
lied?
my reduction.
Admit you lied right now. Admit
I
you
did not
lied.
lie. I did not lie.
Okay, you said that he went. You said that he said he went into dressing rooms.
I said that he went
You
into
didn't
dressing
say that.
rooms and sexually exploited naked
No,
girls, and then he
you
admitted to
said
it.
that
No.
he admitted he went into
Yes, he
dressing
admitted to going into dressing
He
rooms.
never
yes.
said that. No, he didn't.
Yes.
He never said he went into dressing
Yes.
rooms. He said he
Oh
went
my God.
backstage.
Okay.
Which is
The
completely
reason why
different.
I say that Donald Trump admitted to going into dressing rooms is because what he describes in the clip is a dressing room. He says that he went backstage, A, into a place where men were not anywhere, B, into a place where he had abused his special authority as the owner of the pageant to enter into that space under the guise of doing an inspection.
This sounds like
He would-
conjecture, speculation.
Okay,
Dean,
so Cam,
did
if
you
you're
contest
ever
that
going to
people-
interrupt me, I'm clearly not going to be able to give you my cohesive argument insofar as why he literally described straight up that he went into dressing rooms. You can't just cut me off midway through and argue that it sounds like speculation. No, this is not speculation, because speculation would be coming to conclusions without reasonable justification to underpin the conclusions. That's what we use the phrase speculation to denote. When in culminating and building my conclusion that Donald Trump walked into dressing rooms, not only am I using reasonable evidence to justify that conclusion, but this is reasonable evidence that is obviously apparent to anybody with more than 3 brain cells. So I'm now going to give you that reasonable justification for the claim that he went into dressing rooms, and you're going to sit like a good boy and listen. Unless you want to continue to interrupt me, in that case, I'd be pretty annoyed. But I bet we could agree. We're both adults. We want to have a productive dialogue here, which would necessitate that we listen to one another.
Go ahead,
So
Dean.
once again,
You say whatever you want to say, and then I'm going to have a line of questioning for you afterwards.
okay. Well, hopefully we'll just get a concession afterwards, because this is common sense, man. It's super duper easy. So the claim that you want me to justify is that he went into dressing rooms. So first and foremost, the contestants at the beauty pageants would get dressed in dressing rooms. Why do we know this? Because that's what the contestants said, and that's what contestants would do at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA. But more so on top of that, we don't even need to look towards what the contestants said and what would happen at the beauty pageants to tell us where they would get dressed in order to prove that he would go into a dressing room. We have to listen to what Donald Trump admitted to. There are 4 things Donald Trump said in this clip in which demonstrate he would go into the dressing rooms. The first thing that he said in this clip that would prove that he went into the dressing rooms is the fact that he'd say the space that he went into are spaces where men were not around. There are no men at all. Okay, so now it seems like we have some reason to believe that this would be a woman's dressing room, because it seems like this is a space for women and women only. Let's see if we can find more reason. Yes, we can. He also said that he has to abuse his special privilege as the owner of the pageant to go into this space where no men are anywhere in order to get into the space under the guise of doing an inspection. If it was just a general backstage area, he wouldn't have to abuse any special privilege under the guise of doing an inspection. He would just be able to walk in and out because it's just a general backstage area. The fourth reason why I believe that this was a woman's dressing room is, of course, because he describes the women to be naked with no clothes on, and he describes the women to be getting dressed. And the fifth reason why I believe that this was a woman's dressing room is because at the end of the clip, he says, "So I would get away with that." What is he getting away with if it's just a general backstage area where he's allowed? This further represents that the claim that no men were anywhere, therefore no men weren't allowed, is true. The second reason suggests that while they were getting naked and they're getting dressed, the third reason, once again, it's a woman's only area, he wasn't allowed in there. That's why it's a woman's dressing room. And these reasons aren't even mentioning the testimony of the victims, like Tasha Dixon, who said that he'd barge into the dressing rooms and look at her while she's naked. Mariah Bellotto, who said, yeah, he'd just walk in on us while we were changing and we're all naked. The 3 other unnamed teens from Miss Teen USA 1997, or Miss Vermont, Miss Massachusetts, and many of the women from the other years. Or even like the pro-Trump contestants, like Victoria Hughes, who said, oh, well, he just walked in when we were dressed, when we had clothes on. We were completely dressed. Okay, well, she's still saying that he walked into the dressing room. So in consideration of all of these points and the testimony from the victims and the women who claimed there were no victims, like Victoria Hughes, it seems to be the case that he clearly was walking into women's dressing rooms.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So I have a line of questioning I'd like to pose to you. Do people ever get dressed to any degree backstage at all? Ever?
Outside of dressing rooms?
Backstage, yeah.
Outside of dressing rooms, backstage. I mean, I wouldn't know because I've never attended a beauty pageant, but I would assume like putting on like, I don't know, like wigs if they're wearing them, jackets if they're wearing them, like, you know, like small makeup and costume fixes.
Okay, so it's
Sure.
possible. It's possible that people are getting dressed in the general backstage.
People typically get naked in backstage?
Parker, pipe down. This is me and Dean.
Well, I
is it possible?
I want to point out here, Cam, that what I'm saying is I could reasonably see people like doing small makeup and costume changes that wouldn't
Is it
expose their
possible that
body.
they were
But I
getting
don't think
dressed?
that we could reasonably see people like literally getting naked backstage. No, I don't think that would have
Is
been
it
allowed.
possible that they were in their bra and underwear backstage? You think that's possible at all?
I don't think that there'd be a high enough level of possibility there to
I'm asking you if
demonstrate
it's
it to be
possible.
relevant to
I'm
this
asking you if
discussion.
That's not naked. That's not no
I'm
clothes.
asking you if it's
Are the
possible.
is bra and
Parker,
underwear
pipe down.
clothing?
Parker, pipe down. I'm asking you if it's
Is
possible.
bra and underwear clothing?
They are a small amount of clothing.
Okay, so thank you for the
I'm
concession.
asking
No
Dean if it's
clothes on.
possible. Parker,
Cam,
pipe
Cam,
down.
when he says no clothes on, does that mean that there's minimal clothing on?
Parker, I'm asking you to pipe down. It's me and Dean.
I'm
Is it
sorry that
possible?
you don't know how to respond to that one, but Dean's going to ask the same question, buddy.
No, it's irrelevant because I could perfectly well see somebody referring to bra and underwear as naked. Is it
What?
possible that
I'm
people
sorry,
were in their
Cam,
bra
but
and
that's
underwear
ridiculous.
backstage? Okay, that you can say that's ridiculous. It's fine. Is it possible that people were in their bra and underwear backstage? Dean, go ahead.
Like logically possible?
Yeah, is it possible? Like, is there a
It's-
chance it happened?
It's logically possible that people were
Oh,
in
okay,
bra
great,
and panties
awesome. That's all I needed to
backstage.
know, Dean.
But in consideration of this logical possibility, because we have an insurmountable amount of
That's all I
evidence
needed to know,
to
Dean. That's all I
demonstrate
needed
that
to
that's
know.
not the
I've got
case
it.
in the slightest,
Yeah.
Cam,
That's all I needed to know, Dean.
That's
I
not
don't-
all you
I don't
need to know.
I don't need to know anything else.
I
Yeah, don't
understand
need
that you
anything
want
else
to
from
ignore
you.
nuance on the subject because this is a place that you
I don't want
lose.
to. I don't want to. I have a line of questioning. I sat back and was
Okay.
quiet while you were talking. So now I have a
so
line of
now
questioning for you that I'd like you to not
we've
obfuscate
demonstrated
from, okay?
that
So
it is
be quiet
okay.
and
I just want
listen.
to clarify what we've demonstrated. We've demonstrated
you're
that it's
just
logically
railroading.
possible that they were in their bra and panties backstage.
Yeah, everybody who's
in a
watching
public
knows that,
space.
Dean.
In the
Everyone's
same
tracking.
way,
Everyone
it's
knows.
logically
You're just
possible
obfuscating.
that unicorns exist. So we've demonstrated that unicorns exist. What
Everyone
comes
knows
next?
this, Dean. You're just trying to distract the conversation.
Okay,
You
no,
have
no, go ahead.
demonstrated.
We've
You've
demonstrated that
demonstrated-
unicorns are logically possible to exist. What happens next?
Is it my turn to talk yet, or are you just going to keep talking so that I can't talk?
Mikey, the floor yours.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we've demonstrated that it's possible that people were getting dressed backstage. Now, I'm just going to need a simple yes or no answer here, please. No,
Oh, that's
no
not what we
obfuscating.
agreed to.
Is it possible at all that he's not talking about a dressing room in this clip? Is it at all possible?
It's logically possible in the same sense that
Okay,
unicorns
great.
can exist.
Awesome. Can anyone just walk backstage at a beauty pageant? That's my next question.
No.
Oh, really? Nobody can. Okay. So let's hone in on your two primary points here. Is that if Trump wasn't the owner, if he wasn't abusing his ownership powers, he would be able to just walk on backstage freely, which isn't true because you can't just walk backstage. Not just anybody can walk backstage. The owner can walk backstage, and that would be a perk and a privilege that the owner would have to walk backstage in the general area. No, I'm not done yet. You also said that there's a few people who accused Trump of having walked into the dressing room on them. There's 5 people. There's 11 people who say that it never happened. 11 girls who were part of the pageant that say it never happened. So you can say, well, 5 people say it happened, and then 11 say it didn't happen. It's just those 11 versus those 5. So it's not going to be a strong point either. The fact of the matter is that you lied and said he went into a dressing room and said he went into a dressing room, which he didn't. He said he went backstage, which is completely different. It's perfectly logically possible that people were getting dressed backstage. You admit to this. It's perfectly logically possible that he wasn't talking about a dressing room. You admit to this. So what you're doing is operating off of conjecture. You're guessing. You're filling in blanks based on evidence that isn't present. It doesn't exist. Go ahead.
Okay. Is it logically possible that Donald Trump is secretly a Democrat who just wants to destroy the GOP from within?
Sure, it's logically possible.
Do you think that Donald Trump is secretly a Democrat that wants to destroy the GOP from within?
Do you have any evidence that that's what he's doing?
I'm asking you a yes or no question, Cam.
No, I don't, because there's no available evidence that points to the idea that he did.
Given your line of argumentation, that is baseless conjecture and speculatory due to the fact that it is technically logically possible that he is secretly a Democrat who wants to destroy the GOP from within. The point that I'm trying to demonstrate here is that I cannot believe that you would choose such a white belt line of argumentation in an attempt to argue that he never barged into the dressing rooms of beauty pageant contestants at the beauty pageants that he owned. You asked me, and this was the crux of the argument, is it logically possible that this was not a dressing room? And I answered yes, and now you're using that claim to demonstrate that apparently it is conjecturous and speculatory for me to attempt to prove that it wasn't just a general backstage area, but rather a dressing room. So
Hold
that's
up, you're
not
asking
how
me-
logic
you're
works.
asking
One
me to-
moment, Cam.
you're asking me to-
I'm almost done. It's logically possible that we're all brains in a vat. It's logically possible that there's 5 gods. It's logically possible that that unicorns exist, and it's logically possible that Donald Trump is secretly a Democrat who wants to destroy the GOP from within. Merely demonstrating the logical possibility of an occurrence does absolutely nothing in demonstrating that the scenario in which you described to be true, that it was just a general backstage area, is actually true. If we want to argue that it was not a dressing room, but rather a backstage area, then you would have to demonstrate that it was a backstage area not predicated on logical possibility, but rather predicated on a preponderance of evidence. But the preponderance of evidence, not just to a 51% degree, but to a goddamn 99.9% degree, suggests that it was a woman's only dressing room. And I will repeat that evidence now because you didn't really respond to it. And there's another thing that you did say that I want to respond to. You said, well, he of course would have to abuse the fact that he's the owner to go into the backstage area. And that's why he said that in the clip, because I'm the owner, I could do it. Well, that isn't what he said that in the clip. In the clip, he said, because I'm the owner, I could go into this space under the guise of doing an inspection.
Yeah.
Would the owner, in order to get backstage, have to enter into the backstage area under the guise of doing an inspection? Or could the owner just go into the backstage area for any reason or no reason at all, not necessitating the guise of doing an inspection?
Well, what else would he be doing backstage? Probably inspecting to make sure everybody's doing a good job.
Answer my
obviously.
question.
I just did.
No, you didn't. I will repeat the question because you weren't tracking. Would the owner have to go into a general backstage area necessarily under the guise of doing an inspection? Or could the owner just go into a general backstage area for any reason or no reason at all? Fuck, an owner of a beauty pageant could go into a general backstage area to pick his nose or check his phone.
You could say the same thing about the dressing room. It's irrelevant to the argument. Here's what
you
you're doing.
cannot say the same thing about
here's
the
what you're
dressing
doing.
rooms.
Pause,
I disagree. You cannot say the same thing about the dressing rooms. And the reasons why you're calling this an irrelevant argument is because you know that it defeats your view. The fact that Donald Trump said that not only was he allowed to do this because he's the owner, but in doing this had to do so under the specific guise of an inspection in order to quote unquote get away with it is what proves he knows who's doing something wrong, and is what further proves that it was a space for women and women only where they were getting dressed and ready, a woman's dressing room, on top of the fact that he said that there was no men around, on top of the fact that that's what the women say, even the women that said he never perfed on them while they're naked like Victoria Hughes, on top of the fact that he said they were getting naked and changing. And the only evidence that you have that it wasn't a woman's dressing room, even though that's what the preponderance of evidence proves, is the fact that it's technically logically possible that it was a backstage area, the same way it's technically logically possible, once again, that unicorns exist. We have 5 gods. You're a brain in the vat, or Donald Trump is secretly a Democrat who's trying to destroy the GOP.
Yeah, are you done yet? Do I get to talk
dude.
now?
Oh, I'm
Okay,
done,
great.
Cam. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, okay. Awesome. Yeah, so with your analogy that you posed me, you said, do you think that Trump is a secret Democrat trying to take over the GOP? I said, is it logically possible that's the case? And I said, yes, it's logically possible. You said, now prove that he's not. You're asking me to prove a negative. The difference between me and you is that you're trying to prove a positive. You're making the case that Trump went into the dressing rooms, passing it off as fact. But what you're really doing is you're taking small pieces of what Trump said, his testimony, and then filling in the gaps with your own thoughts and feelings and saying that it proves that it was a dressing room that he was talking about. He didn't say dressing room. He said backstage. You've admitted that it's logically possible that it wasn't backstage, and therefore you don't have any evidence that proves it was a dressing room. You don't have any material evidence at all that proves it was
Oh my God, blunder!
Hey, can
Go
you,
ahead.
Can you
I'll unplug
grow
my mic.
up? Can you grow up? Yeah, grow up. Yeah, control yourself. You don't have any material evidence whatsoever that proves he went into a dressing room. You have 5 young ladies, or women, whatever, who say that he went into the dressing room. You have 11 of them that say he never stepped foot in the dressing room. Okay, so it's their word again. The only 2 pieces of evidence you have.
11
The
people
other
said
one is that
we're
your
worried
feelings
about Jeffrey
inform
Dahmer.
you. The other one is that
I don't
your
even believe
feelings
in
inform you. Are you guys gonna like just whisper? Like, are we little
Yeah,
girls?
go ahead.
Okay. You guys are intentionally like trying to talk over me so that the argument doesn't come across.
Go ahead.
Because you
My
can't
bad.
win. You
Bro,
know
my
you've
fault.
dug yourself into a hole.
Bro, hands up. My bad. Go ahead.
Spoke once, dude. Why are you
What?
crying?
I'm not crying.
You just did.
Well, you guys can't be quiet when I'm talking.
I said one thing one time.
Yeah,
You
well,
can,
try not talking when other people are talking. I don't know.
yeah, I did that. You've interrupted me more than that. How about you stop crying?
Because it's a conversation between me and Dean.
And you're literally crying on his stream. It's embarrassing, bro.
Okay, is that what this boils down to? Is you dig yourself into a hole and
Can you just like make your point instead of whining?
Yeah, the point is that you are just taking small pieces of what you call evidence and then filling in the gaps with your own thoughts and feelings, not based on anything. The idea that he had to have been going into a dressing room because he said that he was inspecting because he's an owner. Like this, could it be logically possible that he's inspecting the backstage area? Is that possible? Yes. Like you're just filling in the gaps and saying you proved it.
Okay, I have 4 things written down that I need to interrogate your argument on. Is that okay, Cam?
Sure. Yeah.
So the first thing that I have written down that I want to interrogate your argument on is a quote that you said. You said, and I quote, "It's technically logically possible, therefore you have no evidence for your claim." So Cam, can we agree?
What? When did I say that? What in reference to what?
Less than 30 seconds ago. That's what I laughed at. When I laughed, I went, ha ha ha. Then that's what I was laughing at.
Whatever,
you said it's technically logical possible. It's technically logically possible. Therefore, you have no evidence for your claim. You're telling me I can't believe what I believe in because the affirmation of the rejection of my claim is technically logically possible. So, did you know that it's actually okay to believe things without logical certainty?
Right, but you don't have sound evidence. But there's a difference, though. So you're not saying I believe this. You're saying it's proven. That's the difference.
Exactly, yeah.
You're
it's okay to say
proven.
things that are proven without logical certainty. Did you know that?
Not without material evidence. Like
wait, no, that's not. Stop misrepresenting. Can you prove things without logical certainty? Yes or no?
No.
Oh my God! Can you prove that I exist?
No. We're not getting into it like
answer the question. Can you prove that I exist? Yes or no?
Yes, I can look at you and observe you with my eyeballs. You exist.
Oh wait, is it logically possible that the sensory input from your eyeballs is misleading you?
Yeah, they're misleading. They're
okay, so therefore you can't prove to me that I exist, right? Wait, is it logically possible that I'm actually AI?
But I'm logically
by AI
certain.
On your phone screen?
I can be logically certain that you exist when I see you outside of Amfest and you're 4 feet tall and you're like begging people to have conversations. I'm logically certain that you exist.
You saw me. You didn't look in a mirror, Cam. You weren't looking in a mirror. You saw me. So 4 feet tall, whatever. Now, okay. Now, once again, even when you saw me in person, is it technically logically possible that was just an hallucination, a dream?
No.
Wait, it's not logically possible that was an hallucination? What is logical possibility?
Logical possibility is that
yes.
Why don't I define logical certainty? Is like I'm certain on a logical, or I'm sure on a logical basis.
No, white belt. That's not what these terms mean. Okay, that's why it's really important for us to understand
you define
what these terms mean before we start using them. So if something
is so hard to get away from the actual topic.
Well, I like I said, I have 4 different points of refutation. This is the first one. I just want you to be able to concede on all 4. So logical possibility is when something is possible in the sense that it's not contradictory. So something is logically impossible if it violates the laws of logic, and something is logically possible, okay, if it does not violate the laws of logic. Do you understand what logical possibility is? Or would you like me to go through what the laws of logic are?
Sure.
Okay. So in the classical sense, we have 3 classical laws of logic. The law of non-contradiction, the law of the excluded middle, and then we have what is the third one, Parker?
Law of identity.
Is this what we're doing to get away from the conversation about Trump and
law of identity? Really? Okay. So if something doesn't violate either of these 3 rules, the law of the excluded middle, law of contradiction, or law of identity, then it is logically possible. Okay, but just because logically is possible gives us no reason at all to believe that something is true or that something actually exists or actually happened. You know, like the claim that like when you ran into me at AM Fest, okay, like you are logically certain that happened. Well, that can't possibly be true because it's technically logically possible that you didn't actually see me because the notion that you were hallucinating when you saw me doesn't violate any of the 3 classical laws of logic. Okay, right?
Is this
a very
what you
memory
have to do to obfuscate away from the conversation about Trump in the dressing rooms? Because you know you can't prove it. You claim that you can prove it. You claim that you can prove it.
30% of your argument, okay, so far has hinged on you using terms like logical possibility. So clearly, it's really important for us to go through.
Possibility.
No, you did.
I did.
Okay. 30% of your argument so far has hinged on phrases like logical possibility. So it's really important for us to loosely understand.
You asked if it was logically possible.
Well, yeah, I asked you a clarifying question. When you use the word possible, do you mean logically possible? And you said yes.
Sure.
Okay. So because
this is
30%,
what you have to do. What you have to do to get away from, to weasel your way away from the conversation about Trump.
This isn't weaseling away from any conversation. Like I said,
well, you might have actually not seen it, Amfest. It might have been a hallucination.
My point is that when you use phrases like logical possibility,
such a little weasel.
Cam, if you stop interrupting me because you're upset that you're getting fucking cooked, we'll get through this argument faster. Like I said for the last time, it's important for us to understand what logical possibility even is and what logical certainty even is, okay? Because 30% of your argument has hinged on logical possibility and this notion of logical certainty. Like, for instance, just be good faith. Have you mentioned the phrase logical possibility more or less than 10 times since you joined the live?
I'm unaware. I probably used it more after you mentioned it. You're the one who brought it up, not me, to be clear. I asked if it was possible.
So, yes, you asked me if it was possible, then I clarified, Cam, do you mean logical possibility? And you said yes. So I'm not running away from anything. This is a phrase that you've used upwards of 10 times since you joined in the furtherance of your argument that Donald Trump never sexually exploited anybody. And once again, just let me finish without interruption here. Logical possibility is essentially meaningless in like 99% of conversations. Because if something is logically possible, all that means is that it doesn't violate the 3 classical laws of logic and could technically exist in some random fucking crazy-ass universe, even if that technicality of existence would only be like 0.00001 like percent. Okay? So stop giving me this, well, because it's technically logically possible that Donald Trump didn't do what he said he did, or it wasn't a dressing room.
Tell me this,
just a general backstage area.
Do you have any material evidence?
Or therefore, like I don't have evidence that he did it. And that's the question you should be asking.
Go ahead.
That's the question that matters. Dean, do you have any material evidence that it was dressing rooms?
Okay,
yes, and I've already shared it with you. Yes,
do I
the
get
material
to talk?
evidence.
Do I get to speak? Do I get to speak? Or is this just the Dean talks?
I definitely will be talking for longer segments at any given time when you interrupt me.
Okay. Dean, do you have any material evidence whatsoever that proves Trump was talking about dressing rooms and not the general backstage area or some other backstage area?
Yes, I've actually already shared it with you 2 times.
Great. I'm happy. Let's hear it again.
Okay, perfect. So the first data point of evidence that Donald Trump was talking about dressing rooms is he says the space that he went into was a space that he had to abuse not only his position of power as the owner of the pageant, but also had to enter into under the guise of doing an inspection. This claim wouldn't have to be true if it was just a general backstage area. He could just walk into the general backstage area for whatever reason or no reason at all, to pick his nose, to check his phone, whatever. He wouldn't need to enter into the space under the guise of doing an inspection. This indicates that it was a more private place than just a general backstage area. The second data point of evidence is that he said that there's no men around. Okay, no men are around in women's dressing rooms, but more notably than that, he mentioned the fact that there are no men around. This seems to indicate that it was a private space specifically for women due to the fact that we already know it's a private space due to the fact that he said he had to abuse his position of power under the guise of doing an inspection to go in. The third piece of data that we have to demonstrate that this was a dressing room is the fact that he said women were getting naked and were getting dressed. So we know it's a private area. We know he had to really abuse his position of power to get in. Okay, we know there's no men around. Okay, we know women are getting naked and getting dressed, which then leads us to the fifth data point, that at the end of the clip, he said he got away with it. The way that we use the phrase getting away with things is to denote doing something that is wrong and then not facing consequences for it. This contradicts that he was just walking into the general backstage area, because why would it be wrong for an owner to walk into the general backstage area, and only further cements that it was a private woman's dressing room, because this would explain why it's wrong. Men aren't allowed in there. And then the sixth and final data point of evidence would be, of course, what the women have said about him barging in, looking at them while they're naked, so on and so forth. Now, you haven't disputed my first 5 data points of evidence. You did try to dispute the 6th. You argued, well, Dean, there was 5 women who came out and said that this happened to them. There was 11 that said it never happened and he never walked into the dressing rooms. I don't believe you. I do not believe you when you're telling us that 11 women had said that it never happened at all. And I would actually like you at one point or another in this conversation to tell me who those 11 women are and exactly what they said.
Yeah, definitely. Let me start at the beginning though. We'll go back to, you claimed that it had to have been a dressing room because he claimed that he abused his position as the owner to go backstage.
It's more than that. Under the guise of
do
doing
I,
an
do I
inspection.
get to talk? Did I interrupt you at all?
I was just clarifying.
This is
It's
what
more
you
than
know.
that.
You're not clarifying. You're doing it on purpose to throw the conversation.
Okay,
you
go
know
ahead.
you're doing it.
That clarification is important. I just want to let that be known. But go ahead.
Do you think it's not important? Do you think that it's important, or do you think that it's possible that he felt he was abusing his position? If women were getting dressed in the general backstage area, do you think it's possible that he felt like he was kind of shifting around a little bit when he went backstage as the owner? Do you think that scenario is possible? That women are getting dressed backstage. One second. Women are getting dressed backstage, and Trump wants to go backstage, and so he kind of just walks back there and he's like, "Oh, I'm the owner." Women are getting dressed. Do you think that it's possible that if somebody wanted to do that, they might feel like they need a reason to actually say that they're back there? Do you think that's possible?
What?
Why are you pretending like you don't understand what I'm saying?
Wait, so I just want to clarify on what you're saying, because you had to like reword yourself like 3 different times to figure.
Okay, let me make. I'll make it extremely clear. Just be quiet. Okay, so there are women at a beauty pageant. They are backstage and they are getting dressed in the general backstage area. Donald Trump would like to go backstage in the general backstage area while these women are getting dressed. Do you think that it's possible that in order to go back there, he might feel that he needs some sort of justification to do that?
No, because it's just a general backstage area.
You don't think that because women are getting dressed, that would cause him in his mind to feel that he needs a mental justification to go back there while women get dressed?
Well, then
in the general backstage area.
At that point, they just have their own dressing room, right?
Well, what if they weren't using the dressing room?
Well, then why were they using the backstage area?
I don't know. Maybe they wanted to.
Maybe they wanted. Wait, if they wanted to use the general backstage area, then no, he wouldn't feel uneasy going back there because he knows that that's what they want.
How do you know that?
Under the expectation that it's a general backstage area.
How do you know that?
Because
how do you know that somebody
that they wanted to use it?
Yeah, women were choosing to change in that area. Don't you think that if women are choosing to go get dressed in that area, that somebody who wants to go back there might feel they need some kind of mental justification to walk through that area? I think it's certainly reasonably possible that somebody who wanted to go in that area during that time would feel they need some kind of mental justification to do it.
Okay, so now you're positing yet another claim of possibility where you're arguing it's
Are you gonna
technically
answer the
possible.
question?
Wait, Cam, I just want to clarify your argument. You're saying it's technically possible that they weren't in a dressing room, just in a general backstage area. Then it's technically possible, like Donald Trump felt the need to create some sense of justification in order to go back into the space. No, actually, I reject that. I don't think that it's possible that Donald Trump felt an urge to create some sense of justification to be back in that space due to the fact that he then went on to talk about how good they look without clothes on and that he'd get away with it. People like that will brag about getting away with looking at the naked bodies of women unconsensually, okay? They don't feel like they need any justification to do it whatsoever.
By that logic,
he
wouldn't say that he needs a justification to go in the changing room either.
Okay, and by that, well, exactly. I don't think that he did because they laughed it off on the Howard Stern show.
Right,
I don't
why
even
are you
think.
citing
I don't
his
even think that he was.
justification?
I don't even think that he was trying to relay something in which was true. I think he was just trying to make a fucking joke about how he needed to go back there to do an inspection, and then Howard
Right,
Stern is
I
like,
agree.
right, like a doctor, like that
completely
line
agree,
that I
yeah.
needed to do an inspection. That wasn't serious. Like he didn't actually legitimately need to convince himself that he needed to do an inspection because he just wanted to walk back there and look at the naked bodies of the contestants.
Right, I completely agree, but he needed to have an excuse in his head. By your
Wait,
logic,
so then you accept. That Donald Trump needed to have an excuse to go look at the naked bodies of women.
Dean, do I get to respond to you, or
Yeah,
do you,
sure.
do you get
But
to
I
talk
just want to clarify that we are now agreeing
Dean,
that Donald
Dean, is
Trump
it my
needed
turn
an
to talk?
excuse to unconsensually look at the naked bodies of women. Go ahead.
No. Okay. This is what you do. You just try to distract so hard. It's ridiculous. So by your logic...
Is it the luscious hair? Is it the great smile?
By your logic, you say that people... Dude, you're a
Go
literal
ahead.
child. By your logic, you say that people who go on the Howard Stern show and publicly brag about going into women's spaces and whatever and watching
Wait, so
them
you
change-
admit it was a woman's space that he bragged about entering? Cam, you just
I'm
sold!
quoting
You just sold! You
you're
just fucking sold, bro!
You're straw manning.
Holy shit!
I was quoting you.
Okay, you were quoting
was
me. Go ahead.
quoting you.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Right. Why are you trying so hard to distract from the conversation?
Because I thought that you just sold, dude. Hello.
You
said
won't
bragging about going
engage
into women's
at all,
spaces.
dude. You won't. How about this? How about we move over to Iran? You want to talk about politics? We're not gonna get anywhere on this. You just distract.
I just closed like half of my windows. I just closed like half of my fucking windows, dude.
We can keep
Oh
talking
my
about
god.
this if you want.
Where did the
We can
YouTube
keep-
go? The
we can
YouTube's
keep
gone.
on,
By the
but
way,
it's not
Parker, if you're
going
watching,
anywhere.
you literally got another flag, my friend. Where did the YouTube go?
It's not going anywhere.
Okay,
We can keep
listen,
talking about it if you
listen,
want.
Cam. I'm just gonna be honest, buddy. The reason why you're struggling on this argument is because once
not
again, your
struggling.
argument hinges. Oh, I didn't even know that I had this other tab open. The reason why you're struggling on this argument is because your argument hinges on the technical, logical possibility that they were not in a dressing room, even though that's what all the evidence indicates. And then the technical, logical possibility that Donald Trump needed to create some type of excuse, like doing an inspection, in order to allow himself to go into this general backstage area. And then it also hinges on the possibility that all these women were lying and about a billion other things. So, like, when once again, the preponderance of evidence is like, holy shit, you know, he says that he went into the space where no men were. He says that he got away with going into this space. He says that
Is
in
it
this space
possible
women were
that the
naked and
backstage
getting
area didn't
dressed.
have a lot of
Okay,
men?
wait, actually, listen, can you agree that when we are describing a space where no men are, that a man would get away with something by going in, okay, where women are naked and changing, that it is most reasonable to assume that that space is typically a private woman's dressing room?
No, I think that it's reasonable to assume that it's a possibility. It's not reasonable to assume that you've
Is that
proven it.
typically
you
what that
claim.
space is? Just answer my question. Is it typically what that space is?
It depends
a space
on the
where no
context.
men are. One moment. A space where there's no men anywhere, that men would be getting away with something if they were to go inside.
Yeah. This is
Okay.
all
And where
conjecture.
women are naked and changing. Is that
all of this
space
is conjecture.
typically? Well, just answer my question. I don't know why you're running. Is that space typically a private woman's dressing room?
It's possible that it was.
No,
but
not even
nobody-
possible. Typically.
You have 11 witnesses who say that it
You're not
didn't
answering.
happen.
Oh wait, let's talk about those 11 witnesses. Who are they and what do they say?
Yeah, definitely. Fine. 1 second. Just give me a second. I'll pull it up. Everything
God,
you're saying is
this makes you
conjecture.
look stupid. No, it's not conjecture, dude. Yes, spaces where men aren't allowed, men would get away with something bad by
Is it
going
possible
inside.
that there weren't a lot of men
okay,
backstage in the
one
backstage
moment.
area of a women's beauty pageant?
One moment, please. Thank you. I appreciate it. A space where men aren't allowed, a space where men would get away with going inside, a space where women are getting naked, taking their clothes off to get dressed. Okay, that space typically is going to be a woman's dressing room.
It's possible that it's
right?
one,
No,
but
no,
there's
not
not
possible.
evidence. You're
Right
saying
or
you
wrong?
proved it.
Typically, is that space going to be
You
a
are
woman's dressing room?
saying you
Cam, you're
proved
dodging.
it.
You're
You
absolutely
did not.
dodging. You're dodging, Cam. Is that space typically going
The
to be
burden
a
of
woman's
proof
dressing
is on
room?
you.
I'm
It could
asking
be,
you a
but you
question about
haven't
your view,
proven it.
Cam. He's
It
running
could
so
be.
hard. Is this space not could be? Is it typically a woman's dressing room? Answer the fucking question.
Dude, stop muting. There's
Answer
a
the
chance
question,
that
Cam.
it could be.
No,
There's a
I'm not
chance-
asking you if there's a chance that it could be. I'm asking you, is it typically this?
Yeah, these are characteristics that could be ascribed to a women's dressing
That's
room. but
not
it
why
also
I'm
could
not
be ascribed to
asking
a
you if these are
backstage area.
characteristics that could be described to a dressing room. I'm asking you.
burden of
when
proof
we're-
is on you.
I'm
Dude, who
asking
is the burden?
you
Dean,
a question. You are
Dean.
running. I'm going to repeat the question, Cam. A space where no men are, a space where men get away with something bad by walking inside, a space where women are naked and dressing. Is that space typically a woman's dressing room? Yes or no? Everybody with a brain knows that the answer to this question is a
It's
screaming
definitely
yes.
possible, but the burden of proof is on
I'm
you.
not
Dean, who is
asking
the
you if
burden of
it's
proof on?
technically possible.
Dean.
You're actually running.
Who is the burden of proof on here? Who is it
Dude,
on?
you're okay. This is a question. So questions are actually not true or false, meaning that I don't have any burden of proof because I'm not communicating a proposition that could be
The
true or
burden
false.
of proof to prove it was a dressing room is on you.
Oh
And
my
you
God.
haven't proven it.
Listen,
You haven't met the
I'm
burden.
asking you a question, Cam. The question that I'm asking you has no burden of proof on anybody because questions can't be true or false. Propositions that can be true or false are the only items that would necessitate any burden of proof. So now that we understand I'm asking you something, that when it come with the responsibility of a burden of proof on anybody because it's a question that can't be true or false, I'm going to ask it to you again. I want to see what your response is. Okay, are spaces where men aren't anywhere, okay, men would be doing something bad by walking inside, something that they'd be getting away with, like Trump said, okay, spaces where women are naked and changing, are those spaces typically woman-only dressing rooms?
It's definitely possible.
Okay.
But you haven't proven
He's
that
actually
it is.
dodging. He's
I'm not
actually dodging.
That's the answer to the question.
But I'm not asking you if it's possible. I'm asking you if it's typical. Listen, I'll explain.
Yeah, it's
sure
it's typical. You're describing what could possibly be a woman's dressing room.
No, we're not
Yeah,
talking
it's
about
typical.
what
Those
could
are typical traits
possibly
for a
be a
woman's
woman's
dressing
dressing room. We're talking about
You're asking me if
what
it's typical.
is
Can I answer
a
the
woman's
question?
dressing room in more scenarios than
You're
is
trying
not
so
a woman's
hard to
dressing
weasel out
room.
of this. You're trying
I'm
so
not.
hard to
No,
weasel
you're
out of this.
trying so hard to weasel out of my
I already said
question.
yes.
On God. Okay, so you accept that a space.
Just ask him where all the evidence points towards. Like in the scenario, in terms of like if you were to establish like what happened in the scenario and where it was located, where would you establish that it was located? What is all the evidence pointing towards?
Okay, well, I mean, he actually just conceded that it would be a woman's dressing room, since he
No, I
conceded
said-
that this
I
place
said-
would typically
I
be a
said
woman's dressing room.
Typically, these are characteristics of a women's dressing room. But what does the word typically mean? Does it mean always?
So it means
no, we're
true
not.
in more
It
scenarios
doesn't mean
than
always,
not.
but you'd
No,
say
it
all
doesn't mean
evidence
always.
indicates that. When you say evidence indicates something, you're saying
on
it
whom,
increases the
Parker?
probability of this being
This
true,
is
not that
discussion
it's
between
certainly
Dean
the
and
case.
Parker.
But
or
by the
Dean,
way, it does prove it.
Dean,
I just want to
Dean,
point that out.
Dean,
Yes,
Dean,
yes, Cam. See, I'd actually argue that the burden of proof. So I'd actually argue that because these traits suggest a place that is like in 9 out of 10 scenarios a woman's dressing room, that the burden of proof would be on you in order to argue that it isn't. Okay?
No, because
we
you're
just
proving
agreed.
an affirmative claim. You're
Wait,
on the
but
positive, not
but
me.
actually, I just did, because you just
prove
accepted
a
that this
negative.
is typically a woman's dressing room. So due to
These
the
are
fact
typical
that the
traits of a woman's dressing
expectation
room.
or the typicality would be that this is a woman's dressing room, due to the fact that men are getting away with doing something bad by walking in, due to the fact that there's no men anywhere, due to the fact that there's naked women that are getting undressed and changing, the burden of proof would actually fall on you to
it
disprove that it was a woman's dressing room
You
by
are trying to
proving
make
that
an
it was a general
affirmative
backstage
claim
area.
that it was a woman's dressing room. The
But we
burden of
just
proof is on
agreed.
you.
But we just
you're trying to
but we
shift
just
the burden.
agreed that
It's
that's
not
what all the evidence indicates, because
No,
this
we
is the
didn't agree
description
to
of a
that.
place that is typically a
No,
woman's
no,
dressing room.
No, we didn't agree to that. We
We
agreed.
did.
that
Because we
typically
just
these are
agreed that this
traits
is
for a
typically a woman's dressing room.
Dude,
By the way,
you-
thank you for your service. By the way, Cam, I just want to point this out. Thank you for your service against MAGA. You pushed so many people away from the movement and so many people towards my side, and I'm so grateful for you. Because do you know what the average American hears when they hear this bullshit? Oh, Donald Trump was definitely not describing a dressing room, even though he was talking about a space where no men were. He was getting away with doing something wrong by walking in. Okay, they were getting naked in their dress. But Didi wasn't describing a dressing room. It was just a general backstage area. Now, here's another question. Why did he say he was getting away with it at the end? What was he getting away with, Cam?
Looking at naked girls or half-naked girls, obviously.
Oh, so you accept that he was getting
Women.
away with looking at half-naked women. Okay, do you agree that the only time we use the phrase getting away with something is to denote doing something bad and facing no consequence?
Something you feel guilty about, yeah.
Okay, so doing something bad.
Not everything you feel guilty about is bad.
Could you give me an example about something that I'd feel guilty about doing that's good?
I'll give you an example of something that I'd feel guilty about that's morally neutral. Like, for example, if I went downstairs and ate an entire bag of Cheetos, I would feel very guilty about it, but it doesn't mean it's bad. The logic does not follow that everything you feel guilty about must be inherently bad.
But the reason why you'd feel guilty about eating a bag of Cheetos would be more so would be out of the sense of like doing something that is going to be like damaging to like your future.
It would conflict
against,
with
like,
other
your
values,
morals.
just not
Conflict
moral
with other
values. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So what values what values were being conflicted of Donald Trump's when he got away
I'm
with
not
looking
Donald
at the
Trump,
naked
so I
women?
can't tell you. I'm not Donald Trump, so I can't
Okay,
tell you.
well, can we agree that since there's some confliction of values that are present via the fact that he said he got away with it, and the fact that he said there's no men anywhere, and the fact that he said in order to get into the space he had to abuse his special privilege, and the fact that there are naked women and changing indicates that it was a dressing room?
No.
You fucking idiot.
Indicates
Thank
that
you
it
so much
could
for
be a
pushing more
dressing
people
room, but you
away
haven't
from
proven
it.
it.
Oh my God. Okay, what about the fact that, a bunch of women came out and said that this happened to them in the dressing rooms? What about that?
Possible that there weren't a lot of men backstage, Dean?
Can you answer my question?
Do you think it's possible that...
Why aren't you answering my question? What about all the women
You
that
haven't
came out
allowed
and said
me to
that they were dressing
respond.
rooms?
You haven't allowed me to respond
Answer my
to
question.
anything
What
you've
about
said.
all the women that
You're
said they
just
were dressing
barraging me with
rooms?
questions.
Don't dodge. What about all the women? Listen, on top of all the evidence that I've already given you of him feeling bad about going in there, saying he got away with it, saying that he has to abuse his special privilege as the owner of the pageant, there'd be naked women that were dressing, okay, him having to abuse the fact that he was doing an inspection or whatever, and then the fact that we have all these women that said that it was the dressing room that he did this inside. Okay, what about that? What about all the women that said that he would walk into the dressing rooms?
Yeah. What about all of the women, the 15 women that were interviewed by BuzzFeed on this topic, and none of them said that Donald Trump ever went into their dressing rooms?
Okay, so what did they say?
They didn't say that he went into the dressing room.
So what did they say?
I don't know. Read the rest of the article. I can send you the article. I can send it to Parker right now. But
are you talking about the BuzzFeed article
women.
where they reached out to 25 different beauty pageant contestants and 15 didn't respond to the request for an interview? Are you talking about the 15 that didn't respond to the request for an interview?
No, I'm talking about the
Okay, so then they gave the interview. So what did they say?
I don't know. I read the byline of the BuzzFeed article.
Okay, so then read the whole article.
You want me to read the whole article right here
yes,
on
stream? I want to figure out what they said.
Of the 15 women who were interviewed, none accused Trump of saying anything sexually explicit or making physical contact in the dressing rooms.
Okay, so they didn't accuse him of saying anything sexually explicit or physically touching them.
1 second. Yeah. There's another batch of women.
While in the dressing rooms. Wait, while in the dressing rooms.
He now has that it was dressing rooms.
These 15 women said that he went into the dressing room but didn't say anything sexually explicit or touch them.
That doesn't imply that he must have gone into the dressing room.
Well, that definitely implies that 15 women did not account for him not going in the dressing rooms like you argued, Cam.
Wait, saying of the 15 women who were interviewed, none accused Trump of saying anything sexually explicit or making physical contact in the dressing room.
Do you agree that that doesn't mean that they said that he never walked into the dressing room?
It doesn't say that they're saying he did walk into the dressing room.
Okay, but you use these 15 women as an account to argue. These 15 women said he didn't walk in. I could roll back the VOD right now.
Sure. They didn't mention that he did go into the dressing room.
Okay, then
but also the burden of proof is again on
Wait,
you.
No. The burden of proof is on you. No. Because I asked you about the multiple women that have all said Donald Trump went into the dressing rooms, and then you responded by saying this BuzzFeed article lists 15 women who said he never walked into the dressing rooms. Can you concede that you were wrong?
Yes. Yeah.
So you're conceding that you're wrong, Cam, right?
Wait, no. If you read the rest of the article, of the women, 11 said they don't remember Trump going into the changing room at all. Some said it was possible that it happened, but they weren't in the room or they didn't notice. But most were dubious or dismissed the possibility out of hand.
Okay,
out of hand, very unlikely that he did it.
Okay. So we'll talk about that next. The first thing that I want you to do is concede, because at first you suggested that 15 women testified to the fact that he never went in.
Sure. 15 women said that they never noticed any sexually explicit comments or anything like that, and 11 said he never went in the room.
Perfect.
Which is what I said.
No, actually, they never said that he never went in. They said that they don't remember him going in, and this is actually perfectly congruent and in alignment with a view. One moment. This is actually perfectly. This is actually perfectly congruent and in alignment with the proposition that he did walk into the dressing rooms, because we wouldn't expect him to barge into the dressing rooms of every woman at every year of Miss USA and every teen at every year of Miss Teen USA at every pageant at every time. You know, maybe some of these women weren't in the dressing room because they'd already gotten ready and then went off to the general backstage area. Maybe some of these women were kicked out of the contestant and then he walked into the beauty pageant contestant after they were kicked out. Maybe some of these women just weren't there that day. Maybe some of these women weren't at the pageant that he decided to barge into the dressing rooms on of that day because they weren't at Miss Teen USA. They were at Miss USA, or they weren't at Miss USA. They were at Miss Teen USA. But the fact that some of them do recount of stories of him walking into the dressing rooms, okay, and the fact that those that do not account the stories of him going into the general backstage area like you suggested, and the fact that he admitted to going somewhere where men weren't allowed, where he got away with going inside, he had abused his position of power to get in, and then he saw naked women, proves that it was a dressing room. There's not a single person from any pageant that has recounted the experience that this was just a general backstage area. They either don't remember it didn't happen to them, or they said it went into the dressing rooms. So because everybody who can recount the story that Donald Trump is describing to Howard Stern is saying it's happening in the dressing rooms, not a single soul recounted the story of it happening in a general backstage area. And on top of the first 5 data points I gave you that indicate it happened in the dressing rooms, okay, of him abusing his position of power to get in, men weren't anywhere, women were naked and changing, that proves it happened in the dressing rooms. There's simply no evidence to suggest that it happened anywhere else.
There's not enough evidence to suggest that it did, Dean. Again,
yes, there is.
You said I'm not Dean. Do you know how to be quiet when other people speak? Did I interrupt you just now?
Just respond to the part
okay.
that not a
My
single
turn.
woman
My
testified to this
turn.
happening in a general backstage area. Every woman that remembered it
such a
happening to them
retard.
testified to it happening in the dressing rooms.
You're just repeating yourself. Your whole
Respond to
thing
that.
is just like filibustering.
Just respond to that.
You said that I want to respond to everything you said. You said that none of them said that it happened in the general backstage area. It doesn't matter because none of them said it didn't happen in the general backstage area. What you do have is 11 women. I'm not done, Dean. You have 11 women saying that they don't remember this happening at all, and most of them being dubious and dismissing the possibility completely out of hand. Meaning, like, that definitely did not happen. They're saying with almost certainty that this thing did not happen. Most
who are
them,
they?
most of the 11 women. Huh?
Okay, like who are they? Who specifically said that?
I don't think BuzzFeed cites the names of the women for obvious reasons.
Yeah, God.
Yeah, BuzzFeed doesn't cite the names of the women for obvious reasons.
God.
Do you contest the BuzzFeed article?
No. I actually accept it. Like I told you prior, I think that
Okay,
this
great.
works perfectly in congruence, in alignment with the fact that he did do it. Because like if we assume that he did barge into the dressing rooms and then look at them naked, we would expect some people to not have a story to tell because it didn't happen to them. Okay? But the part that I want you to respond to is because we know that he did this in either the dressing rooms or the backstage area, right?
We know that it happened in one of the two, yeah.
Yes. Okay. We know that it happened in one of the two. Okay. So now we need to look at
You
where
haven't
the
proven
evidence
that it
falls.
happened in one over the other.
Yes, I have.
No, you
The
haven't.
reason why we
You've used
know it
conjecture
happened
to illustrate a possibility.
Cam, follow me here. So we just agreed that it happened in one of the two. He either looked at the half-naked women, the naked women, in the general backstage area, or he looked at the half-naked women, the naked women, in the dressing rooms. So out of the women that remember Donald Trump doing anything, did they say it happened in the general backstage area? Or did they all say that it happened in the dressing rooms?
None of them said that they didn't see him in the backstage area.
Answer my question. Did they say that it happened in the backstage area, or did they say that it happened in the dressing rooms?
Yes, there are a handful of women that say it happened in the dressing rooms, but there's
Was
also
there
a greater
single woman?
Dean, do
Was
I
there
get
a
to respond
single
to you?
woman?
Dean,
This is a dialogue train. I'm almost done
There are
here.
a
Was there a
handful of
single
women.
woman
There are a
who
handful of
remembers
women.
this
There are a
happening to
handful
them
of women.
that
Dean, I'm not
accounted
gonna
it
stop.
occurred in
There
a general
are
backstage
a
area?
handful of women. There are a handful of women that say yes, he went to the dressing room. There is a larger handful of women who dismiss the idea that he could have possibly gone into the dressing room completely out of hand.
Okay.
So that piece of evidence isn't going to work for you.
Wait,
I don't
actually.
mean to cut you off. I just want to say I got to get going.
All right. You have a good
Bye-bye,
one, Parker. I
everyone.
appreciate you so much for coming up. So actually it does. It does, Cam. And here's the reason why. So the 11 women just simply said that they don't remember this happening to them because that's all they could say.
That's not what they
literally
say.
all they could
That's
say.
not what they say.
That's all they could
Most
say.
of them dismiss the idea out of hand. They don't say, no, I don't remember this happening. They
But
say,
what
that
evidence would they
definitely
have for
did
that?
not
The only
happen.
evidence that they'd have for that is the fact that it didn't happen to them, right?
No, maybe they were in the dressing room. What do you mean happened to them?
There's
Trump
not
walks
like a
into the
single
dressing room-
woman who could have been in the dressing room 24/7 at all of the pageants. So there's no way that they could have enough evidence to know that it never happened, right?
You don't think that there could have been a person, one of these women couldn't have possibly been somebody who was in the pageant every time or in the dressing room every time?
Yes,
that the pageant dressed in
yes,
that
literally,
person?
yes.
Really? You think it's impossible?
Yes, because he ran more than one pageant for different age groups.
This
Like, holy
article
fucking
is
shit. He
specifically
ran
about
multiple
1997.
pageants.
Yeah, the article is specifically about 1997. What year did the 1997 girls that you're, or the girls that you're talking about say it happened? What year? What year? What year, Dean?
Yeah, you had Tasha Dixon, you had Miss Vermont from 2001,
What
you
years?
had Miss Massachusetts. This happened through the 90s and the early 2000s.
Okay, you're still not meeting the burden of proof. That you're trying to meet.
Dude, Cam, the only reason why you're saying I'm not meeting the burden of proof is because I have met the burden of proof and you're fucking cornered. Listen, Cam, at the end of the day, Donald Trump admitted to sexual exploitation. He admitted to looking at the naked bodies of women without their consent, okay? And on top of that, every woman who remembers that happening to them accounted for the fact that it occurred in a dressing room. And on top of that, he said that he was getting away with doing something wrong, wouldn't be happening if it was in a general backstage area, had to say that he had abused his position of privilege and given power and under the guise of doing an inspection to go into this space at all. Wouldn't it be true if it was a general backstage area? Said that there's no men anywhere. Wouldn't it be true if it was a general backstage area because men did work on the production team, okay? Men did work on building out the pageants. Men did work as judges, okay? So why would there be no men anywhere? Wouldn't it be true if it was a general backstage area? And because every woman who remembered this happening to them accounted for it occurring in the dressing room, and there is not a single woman or a single girl that you could find that has ever told the media that this only happened in a general backstage area, you are wrong. Like for example, I'll play you this now. This is
literally just
this
assumptions.
Is Virginia.
All of these are assumptions.
No,
You're
it's
taking
not. It's not. No, nothing I said is an assumption. Nothing I said is nothing I said.
And also,
is an assumption.
Absence of evidence to the contrary does not make something true.
Okay, but I'm not proving this to be true via absence of evidence for the contrary. I'm proving this to be true through a deductive argument, reason from the things that Donald Trump said, reason from the things that the women said, and then be an inductive argument that would hinge on the fact that not a single woman accounted for it occurring in a general backstage area. They all either didn't remember, said it never happened, or said it happened in a dressing room, which is a perfectly valid and fine
You are saying you take possibility.
inductive
It is
argument.
not proven or certain.
Yes, we are saying
You
that
are
this has been
operating off
proven
of
because of
conjecture.
all the evidence that I just suggested. It is not conjecture. Conjecture and speculation are when you formulate conclusions without sufficient evidence. Okay,
Dude, you're
there's clearly
such a
enough
little
sufficient evidence to
weasel.
believe that this
Why do you
occurred.
keep muting me?
The only little weasel,
You just keep muting and talking
weasel
over
here
me.
is you.
Right. You just keep muting me and talking over me. This whole argument has just been you jumping around, muting me.
Check this out. I want to play this to you.
talking over me,
This is Virginia.
Parker up here.
This is
You're
Virginia
such
Hughes.
a weasel.
I want you to listen to what she said.
I don't care what she has to say. What I care about is you proving that this
When
happened.
she first met Donald Trump, she says she was backstage in the dressing room when Trump came in to say hi.
I was in the very back of a very, very large dressing room.
Victoria Hughes was Miss New Mexico in the 1997 Miss Teen USA pageant. Hughes remembers getting dressed backstage just before the show when all of a sudden,
We have a visitor. They didn't tell us who it was and that we needed to make sure that we were dressed and that we were decent.
little did she know that visitor was Donald Trump, who owned Miss Teen USA and 2 other pageants from 1996 until just last year.
And he said hello and he wished everyone good luck. And then he left.
Hughes told us via Skype she was dressed and saw the other girls around her, but she admits it was poor timing.
He definitely should have introduced himself at the end of one of our rehearsals instead of walking in not knowing if everyone is completely covered up or not.
2000.
So the reason why I played you this audio clip is because this is Virginia Hughes, who was a contestant at Miss Teen USA 1997, and her testimony is often cited by people on your end of the argument, because in that clip she says that the girls were given a heads up to get dressed before Donald Trump went into the dressing room. And more so the reason why I'm playing you this clip is because it indicates that my claim here is even more likely to be true, because we have like pro-Trump defending contestants that said, when this happened, they gave a heads up. When this happened, we were dressed. Okay. But yet they still said it happened in the dressing rooms. So the larger theme here that I'm trying to push across the line, one moment, the larger theme here that I'm trying to push across the line is even the girls that have come out in defense of Donald Trump, insane that he would not barge into the dressing rooms and look at us while we were naked. We were given a heads up. We got dressed. Even they said that he still went into the dressing rooms. So in consideration of all of the women that said that they were taken advantage of, all of the girls that said that they were taken advantage of, barged in there while they were naked, in consideration of what Donald Trump said, okay, he got away with it, he had to abuse his special privilege, walked into a space where no men were, where they were naked and changing, had no clothes on, okay, and in consideration of the pro-Trump defending women who said, yes, he would walk into the dressing rooms, keyword on the dressing rooms part, but he would give us a heads up and we had clothes on, we can prove that, yes, he would go into the dressing rooms.
Okay, so did you prove anything to a higher degree than you had proved before? You already told me all of this testimony. You're still operating off of conjecture.
The reason why Victoria Hughes' testimony is especially relevant
I don't care
is
if she's
because she's
defending
not
Trump.
a Trump hater. She's actually
don't care.
defending Trump in this clip.
That is irrelevant to me.
It's not irrelevant at all.
It is irrelevant to me. You can't tell
No,
me it's
the
irrelevant
reason
to
why
me.
it shouldn't
It's
be
irrelevant
irrelevant to you at all
We're still
is because she's
operating off
literally
conjecture.
defending Donald Trump in this clip, saying that he would go into the dressing
Yeah, right.
rooms.
And it
Okay,
doesn't
but
prove
we
it
were
with
all
certainty. We're
clothed.
Still operating off of conjecture. So what's your
It
point
is
then?
not conjecture. Define conjecture.
Conjecture is operating in the absence of evidence.
Okay, but clearly I have evidence for this, considering the fact that he admitted to going into a space
Right,
where men
right,
were
but you're
using
taking
his
a
special
small-
privilege and power as the owner of the pageant, where women were naked and changing, that he got away with going in, and clearly, yes, the testimony of a woman who's actually defending him, okay, arguing that we were decent, we were close, he'd give us a heads up before he'd walk into the dressing rooms, would further serve as evidence for the claim that he did go into the dressing rooms. In consideration of all these facts, it's essentially irrefutably proven. There is no evidence to indicate that he went anywhere but the dressing rooms. There's no evidence to indicate that he was describing anything but a dressing room, and any attempt to argue that he was describing a general backstage area fails, either because he said that he had abused his position of power as the owner under the guise of doing an inspection, fails because he said that he felt like he was getting away with something, fails because he says that they were fully naked, no clothes, okay, fails because every single woman that has come out said it was a dressing room, even the Trump haters. There is absolutely no way to refute the claim in which I'm making, which is that Donald Trump went into the dressing rooms. That's the argument. It's over, Cam. You've lost, buddy.
Dean. Well, if you have to declare your victory, you probably didn't reach a victory. But again, just go back to the fact that you're taking small pieces of something that could point towards a conclusion and filling in the gaps of evidence with speculation.
These aren't
to
small
draw
pieces that
conclusion.
could point
That's
towards
exactly
the
what you're
conclusion.
doing.
They are large, damning swaddles of evidence that prove a conclusion.
Exactly what
They're
you're doing
not
is
small things
filling in
that could
gaps
prove
to
a
reach a
conclusion. No,
You're
I'm not
filling
filling in a
gaps with
single gap.
speculation.
What's the gap? What's the gap? Tell me, what's the gap?
Yeah, the gap is, well, it's possible that the backstage room had people dressing. It's possible that there weren't a lot of men in the backstage area.
So the gap is logical possibility. So as long as logical possibility of the contrary exists, then there's a gap that could only be filled by speculation.
Or not?
No,
Do
again,
you
yes,
want
you
me to
are.
answer
You are
or
answering.
not?
Yes, you
Okay.
are. Yeah, go ahead.
This is all you do. This is like how
Oh,
you
it's shit
declare
on Trump
victory.
supporters
You
like
just-
you?
you
I know,
just-
I know,
no,
I
you
know, I know.
Speak over everybody.
Oh, somebody's getting
else
emotional. I get it.
because
It's okay,
you
buddy. Calm
can't
down.
win. No,
Take
no,
breathe.
you're speaking over me because you know you can't win.
Oh, wait, but I thought
You're
that if you had to
afraid of-
declare your victory,
You're
then you were
afraid of what your
victorious.
viewers are going to hear me say next, so you just talk over me. You laugh obnoxiously loud. You
Oh, wait.
mute me.
I gotta know
you
what
bring
I'm afraid of.
Parker
Go
in to
for it.
spew some bullshit. Okay, great. So you agreed that it's logically possible that all of this occurred in a backstage area. So you're citing all of the things that you already acknowledge are could have possibly happened in a backstage area and not in the dressing room, and saying because of all of these things that very well could have possibly happened in the backstage area, that it must be that this was in a dressing room. But it doesn't logically follow. You haven't proven. There's no additional damning piece of evidence, smoking gun, that proves that it happened in a dressing room and not in a backstage area.
Okay, so I just want to clarify what your argument is.
Because none of these things
You're
are
basically
exclusive
saying
to a dressing room.
that the gap that I'm filling in with speculation is the logical possibility that it's a general backstage area, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in other words, in order for me to not fill in that gap with speculation, but rather irrefutable evidence, is that I'd have to prove with evidence that it was not a general backstage area to a degree of logical certainty, right?
You have to prove that it was. No, you have to prove that it was a dressing room.
Okay,
Not that
but
it wasn't
proving
the-
that it was a dressing room will always leave a logical possibility that it wasn't.
Wait, say again?
Proving that it was a dressing room will always leave a logical possibility that it wasn't. So
Not
therefore,
necessarily.
yes, because
Okay,
keep in mind.
Okay, if you have
logical
camera footage of it, how does that leave a logical possibility that it wasn't?
Because it's logically possible that the camera footage was doctored. It was logically possible that the camera footage was AI. It's logically possible that any of these absurdities could be true. Because once again, logical possibility is just simply describing something that doesn't violate the three classical laws of logic.
You're not. How about this? I'll put it this way. You're not convincing me. How about that?
Okay,
Because we're
but
operating
then the
off of our own
reason,
personal
but then
opinions
the
right now.
reason
You
that I'm
have
not
convinced
convincing you is because the proof in which I'm giving still yields some low level of logical possibility that it's not true, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it doesn't meet
Exactly,
a burden
Ken.
that is sufficient for me to believe that it
But the
happened.
reason why it doesn't meet the burden that is sufficient to you is because it leaves some low level of logical possibility of the contrary being true.
No, I think that it's a pretty high.
Okay, so it's more than just a mere logical possibility.
It is. Well, yeah, I think so.
Okay, but earlier you argued that the
I
gap
think
that I'm
you
filling
just
in with
haven't met-
speculation
you
is
just
any
haven't-
logical possibility.
You just
So now you're
haven't
changing your
met-
position.
Oh my God.
Earlier
just
I asked
haven't
you what
met-
the gap was, and you said it was logical possibility. Yes or no?
I was kind of reading chat when you asked me that question, but
Yes or no? Earlier when I asked you what the gap was in the argument, that's
Sure,
not convincing
sure.
you. You said it was
probably
any
said yes to
logical
something else.
possibility whatsoever.
I wasn't listening to you. That's fine.
Okay, so do you
I
concede
said-
that like you could prove things
Well,
while leaving a logical possibility of the contrary
re-explained
being
my
true?
position to you. I explained my position to you right after that, and I said you just haven't met like the sufficient burden to me to prove that it did happen. And I think that's the case for a lot of people watching, particularly on my stream.
Well, I know, because you guys are a bunch of fucking brain dead MAGA chuds, dude. He literally said that he'd go into a space where women were naked. Okay, I want you to demonstrate that there's a reasonable possibility of women being naked backstage at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA in a general area.
You want me to prove that it's possible that women could have gotten
That a
changed in
reasonable
back area?
possibility. I want you to prove a reasonable possibility of that. Yes.
Dude, this is so ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous
Everybody
at all.
knows
You said that
it's
I'm.
possible
You,
people were
wait,
getting
wait.
changed- people get changed
Were they
backstage.
naked? No way.
They could have been wearing very little clothes. I think that it's very like linguistically possible.
Okay, demonstrate even a reasonable possibility of that.
You want me to answer you or not? I
Listen,
think it's perfectly
this was an
linguistically
organized.
possible.
This was an organized event. This was an
Why can't you
organized
answer?
event with standard and common procedure. Okay, I want you to prove to me, because I actually reject that this organized events with standard and common procedure, the women or girls would even strip down down to their bras
not
and
girls.
panties
He said
in a
women.
general
He said women.
backstage area. Well,
He
actually,
didn't say
moments
girls. He said
before,
women.
he says that he would consider sleeping with a girl. So I think that both of those two words are not going to be used in reference to their literal strict definitions.
He said women. Yeah.
And a
So
minute
if you're
before in the
assuming
clip,
that, then I
he
think-
says that
then
they're
I think
sleeping, and he says that
perfectly-
he would consider sleeping with the girls. So I don't think either of those two words are going to be used in reference to their literal strict
perfectly
definitions.
linguistic-
But the question that I'm asking you here is to demonstrate even a reasonable possibility, okay, that the women, we'll just use women because I don't want to
Dude,
open up a
stop
new can of
muting
beans.
me.
Then let me finish my question. What I'm
can't- I
asking you
cannot-
here
you-
is that
I was
there's a
trying to answer your
reasonable
question.
possibility
I
that women would be
literally did not
stripping
do this.
down to their bras and panties in a general backstage area at Miss USA while he owned it. Prove that there's a
Dude, I-
reasonable
I
possibility.
cannot do this with you, dude. Like every time I start trying to answer your questions, you just start talking
He's
over
about to
me
run,
or you
guys.
mute me,
He's
so
about
then
to
I
run,
continue
everybody.
talking and don't realize that I'm muted.
He's whining because
Every
he can't answer the
time.
question.
No, because every time I start to answer,
Then answer the question.
you mute me, and then I continue speaking, and I don't realize that I'm muted.
Okay, here's the question. I'm going to unplug my mic so you can answer it. Okay?
Dude,
You're
you do this every time you start talking.
You're arguing that the data in which I've given you hasn't convinced you to a sufficient degree that this occurred in dressing rooms. So this would mean that there is a reasonable possibility that the women were either A, getting naked, or B, stripping down to their bras and panties in a general backstage area. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, I think that's
prove
perfectly
that.
possible.
Prove that there's a reasonable possibility of them
want me to
stripping down to their
prove
bras
that
and
there's a
panties
reasonable
in a
possibility of
general
something?
backstage area. Yes.
Hey, Dean, prove that there's a reasonable possibility that the grass is green.
Okay. That would be by going outside and taking a picture of it.
Oh, what if the camera's messed up, Dean?
That'd be an unreasonable possibility that the camera's messed up. Therefore, it would be a reasonable possibility that the grass is actually green. Get fucked.
Yeah, this is so ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous at all. You just tried to
I think
respond to me with like the stupidest argument I've ever heard that I shot down in less than 3 seconds, leaving you with a statement. Oh, that's so ridiculous. No, you lost the debate, bro.
Dude, I did not, because you never
So
met the
then,
burden of proof.
then answer the question.
Ridiculous.
Prove to me that there's a reasonable possibility that the women would be stripping down to either A, getting naked, or B, just their bras and panties in the general backstage area at Miss USA.
I think that it is possible
you think
women were in their bras and panties backstage. I
Well,
think
remember,
that's perfectly
you
possible.
don't have to
I don't
demonstrate
need
that it was
proof.
merely possible. You
I
have
think
to demonstrate that it was reasonably
I think that
possible.
everybody watching knows that's reasonably possible. How do you want me to? How would you go about proving that it's reasonably possible that? I don't know, man. Like it's so difficult to prove that anything that you didn't personally witness
Yes.
with your own eyes is reasonably possible.
No,
like
it's actually
almost
not at all.
impossible.
It's actually
Yeah,
not.
unless it's on-
Did
unless
I
it's on
witness? Did I
camera.
witness you eating in the last week with my own eyes?
No.
Could I
You can
prove that it's
deduct that I
reasonably
ate because my
possible
body
that
needs
you
food
ate
to
in the
survive.
last week do you think that I could prove that it's reasonably possible that you ate food in the last week?
Sure.
Okay,
you
so we
prove that
actually
it's
can prove things to be reasonably possible that we don't see with our own eyes.
Can you prove that it's reasonably possible that I played Xbox in the last week?
Can I prove that it's reasonably possible that you played Xbox in the last week? No, I couldn't.
Yeah.
So therefore, I couldn't claim that you played Xbox in the last week.
But you don't think it's reasonably possible that I could have played Xbox in the last week?
That you could have played it? What does that mean? Reasonably possible that it's possible? That's incoherent.
Is it reasonably possible?
Wait, no, Cam, we got to evaluate what you just said. You just said, is it reasonably possible that you could have played Xbox in the last week? That term could have is just synonymous to the word possible. So did you just ask me? Did you just ask me? Did you just ask me if I could prove that it's reasonably possible that it's possible you played Xbox in the last week?
Yeah, distract from the debate because of a misspeak.
Okay, so what did you mean to say? So what did you mean to say?
Is it reasonably possible that I played Xbox in the last week?
Is it reasonably possible that you played Xbox in the last week?
Is it reasonably possible?
Yeah, I don't know enough about you in order to argue that it would be, so I can't.
Right, so it's so ridiculous. It's obviously reasonably possible that I played Xbox in the last week.
Okay, so maybe if I watched your streams, if you talked about video games, I would argue that it's reasonably possible that that occurred. If I knew that you owned an Xbox, I'd argue that it's reasonably possible that that occurred. You know, but like in a very similar sense, if you could like point me towards like testimony of the people that were at the pageant that said that they would sometimes get changed in the general backstage area, then we could agree that it'd be reasonably possible that that would occur. You know, or people saying that this happened in the general backstage area, that it'd be reasonably possible that it occurred. Looking at the code of conduct, like within the contracts that are agreed to by Miss USA, where it says like you can get changed in the dressing rooms or the general backstage area, then we could agree that it's reasonably possible that it occurred.
But due to the fact, you're such a bad faith.
But due to the fact that we have no evidence, no reason in the slightest to believe that it is reasonably possible, just reasonably possible, okay, that the women would get naked, the women would take their clothes off in the general backstage area, okay, and on top of that, we have so much evidence to demonstrate that it's reasonably possible and more that it did happen in the dressing rooms due to the fact that he said there's no men around, due to the fact that he said he abused his position of power in order to go into the space in the first place, due to the fact that at the end of the clip he said that he would get away with this, due to the fact that he said that the women were naked and changing, due to the fact that all of the women that remembered this occurring to them, so on and so forth, they testified to the fact that it would occur to them in the dressing rooms, not a general backstage area. Okay, we could all agree that it therefore happened in the dressing rooms. You would actually have a very high standard and burden of evidence here in order to refute this notion, because you would have to demonstrate a reasonable possibility that it occurred in the general backstage area, and that's something that you haven't. So far, all that you've done is you've demonstrated a mere logical possibility that it occurred in a general backstage area, no reasonable possibility. So because you haven't demonstrated a reasonable possibility of it occurring in a general backstage area, and because you agree that typically spaces where women are naked and changing will be women-only private dressing rooms, and because of all the other testimonies from pro-Trump people, anti-Trump people, and even Trump himself in that Howard Stern radio clip, we agree that therefore it has been proven it happened in the dressing room.
It hasn't been proven. You did not prove at any point.
Just because you say something doesn't make it true, Cam.
And on top of that, dude. And on top of that, all you've tried to do this entire debate is like just shift burdens, because you know the burden of proof when you make a positive claim is on you to prove, and you have.
And I did. Then you countered me proving it by saying that, Dean, you have a gap in your argument here, and that gap being the logical possibility of the contrary. But then I demonstrated that just because proof would include a logical possibility of the contrary doesn't mean that it's not proven. You then conceded on that notion. So then we revised the position to the gap in my proof being a reasonable possibility of the contrary. But then you were unable to demonstrate a reasonable possibility of the contrary. So you actually have failed to point out any gap in the proof in which I provided. And if you think I'm speaking gibberish, it's because I'm using phrases and terminology that you don't understand because I'm better educated than you in the subject matter. So feel free to ask me for the definition for any given word or any given phrase, and I'll be more than happy to give it to you.
Right. Well, I think this conversation has reached its natural conclusion. Do you want to talk about something else, or do you want to kick me?
The reason why this conversation has not reached its natural conclusion is because I've caught you. I have finally caught you. You are arguing that I don't have enough proof because there's gaps in my evidence. You then stated those gaps to be a logical possibility of the contrary. Then you conceded that proof can include a logical possibility of the contrary, and then shifted the goalpost to that gap not being a logical possibility of the contrary, and rather being a reasonable possibility of the contrary, but then you were unable to prove the reasonable possibility of the contrary. So here's the question that remains. Is the gap in my proof a reasonable possibility of the contrary or not?
Is the gap in your logic a reasonable possibility to the contrary?
Yes.
yeah, it's reasonably possible that they were changing backstage.
Okay.
Why?
Do you think that it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
You want to know why it's reasonably possible? I'll tell you exactly why. Because Trump said he was backstage and not in a dressing room.
The reason why that doesn't amount to a reasonable possibility is because the dressing rooms are backstage, dumbass. That would give an increase or reduction in possibility for like either of the two hypotheses. It would be true under the hypothesis that it was a dressing room, and it would be true under the hypothesis that it was a general backstage area, that he'd be in the backstage area. So that actually would increase or reduce the likelihood of either of the two hypotheses being true, due to the fact that they're both in the backstage area. So now that we've surmounted such a shitty claim, here's the next question: Do you agree that it's not okay to believe in things without evidence?
Do I believe that it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
Yeah.
Is that question? Depends on what it is. Yeah.
It's okay to believe in things without evidence? What the fuck, Cam? What?
Well, I mean, it depends. I think it's okay to be like, if you're born into a Christian family and you practice the Christian faith, I think that it's okay to believe on faith and not evidence.
Wait, so you don't think that faith is evidence?
Not necessarily.
Oh God! Wait, so you think it's okay? So you think it's okay to be a Christian without evidence? Is that because you think that the Christian view is true?
Yeah. No, I do think that the Christian view is true.
But is that why you would argue that it's okay for people to be Christian without evidence?
Ask again.
Are you arguing that it's okay for people to be Christian without evidence because the Christian view is true?
No, I'm arguing that it's okay for people to be Christians without evidence.
Why?
I'm not saying I'm not citing that as evidence for the Christian view being true.
I know I know you that you're not citing that as evidence for the Christian view being true. The question is, are you arguing that it's okay for people to be Christian without evidence because the Christian view is true?
No, I think that it's okay.
Then why is it okay for people to be a Christian without evidence? Hello?
I think that people have the freedom to practice whatever religion they want. I think it's okay to be a Jew without evidence too. Which, like,
okay, so you think it's okay to be an anti-Trumper without evidence?
I think that it would be a poor view because all of the things that you're like, I think that it would be a poor view to be pro-Trump or anti-Trump without evidence because you live in an age where you can physically observe.
Okay, do you think it's a poor view to be Christian without evidence?
I think that you should probably think your position through, but like a 12-year-old who's a Christian isn't probably seeking evidence for why God is real.
Okay, so is it a poor view or not?
It's not as strong as one with evidence.
But is it a poor view?
I don't think it's as poor as like supporting or not supporting Trump.
Okay, but is it poor, point blank, period? By the way, the answer here is yes, it's a poor view, but we don't really care because they're 12. Like, clearly the reason why they hold to the poor view is because they're 12, and that's fine. Okay,
I don't think it's a poor view.
Why?
Yeah, because, I don't know. I think that it can provide lots of good things in a person's life if they practice faith, regardless of whether it's based on evidence.
Okay, so you're basically arguing that it's okay for people to believe in things without evidence, insofar as those things generate like utility for themselves.
Not necessarily.
That's exactly what you just said. You said it could benefit their lives. That's generating utility for themselves.
Why are we on this like sidewind conversation?
Because you said that it's sometimes okay to believe in things without evidence. In response to my question, is it ever okay to believe in things without evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why we're here.
So what's wrong with my answer? Like, can we talk about something?
Well, I was just clarifying on your answer. So once again, is your answer arguing that it's okay to believe in things without evidence, insofar as it provides social utility to the view?
Your whole tactic is just to try to keep me as far away from the topic as possible. That's
your whole topic. Dude, we wouldn't be here if you could just agree that it's actually not a good thing to believe in things without evidence. That's the conclusion that I'm trying to work you down here to.
It can be completely neutral depending on what it is.
Okay, look at Trump supporters, ladies and gentlemen, arguing that it could be okay or neutral to believe in things without evidence. Okay, Cam. Yeah. But I would actually argue that we should try our best to only believe in things with sufficient evidence.
Is it okay to be a Christian, Dean? Is it okay to be a Christian, Dean?
From what perspective? From like a logically cohesive perspective, because I don't believe that there's sufficient evidence for the view to be true. No. However, from like a social perspective, insofar as like generating utility, like for them and their communities, sure. But we're making a distinction here between the logical perspective of like the motivating reasons in which we hold the view to be true, and should we hold the view to be true in consideration to those reasons.
So you don't think it's you don't think it's okay for people to be Christians based on no evidence?
I don't think it's okay. I don't think it's okay in the sense of reason.
Yeah. It's not like logically sound, or it's not like sound on a basis of like doing research and evidence and stuff. But I think that it's okay on like a moral basis. I think that everybody should have the freedom to, for the most part, do whatever they want.
Yes, I agree. There's circumstances, morally speaking, where it's not morally wrong to believe in things without sufficient evidence.
But I don't think those people are doing anything wrong per se if they like
morally
follow the
wrong.
Christian Jewish faith based on like a lack of evidence.
Yes, I agree. I agree that there's sometimes people are not doing anything morally wrong by holding to views without sufficient motivating reason. Okay, but I think I should better frame my answer, the question that I was asking here, not in a moral sense, but in this like sense of reasonability and logic. Okay, like should we hold to views without evidence?
I think for the most part, no.
Okay, I'm just going to run with that. For the most part, no. Perfect. So therefore, because we shouldn't hold to views without evidence, you shouldn't hold to the view that there's a reasonable possibility of the contrary, once again, in reference to Donald Trump barging into the dressing rooms of beauty pageant contestants without evidence, and you haven't demonstrated any evidence of a reasonable possibility of the contrary.
Yeah, the reasonable possibility of the contrary is that 11 people said they either didn't recall it or dismissed it out of hand, and Trump himself didn't say he went into dressing rooms. He said he went backstage, specifically backstage. When people say generally backstage, they're usually not talking about dressing rooms. They're talking about the area directly behind the curtain. Okay. Would you agree that when most people say backstage, that's what they mean, is the area backstage, not dressing rooms? Like, sure, backstage can encompass the dressing rooms, but generally if you say, oh, I got to go backstage, you're talking about the area behind the curtain, yes?
Many times, the backstage could just be the dressing rooms.
It could be, but what do you think most people mean when they say, I got to go backstage?
Well, I'd argue when you say,
dressing rooms, or you think they mean the space backstage?
I would argue here when you say, I got to go backstage into a place where I wasn't allowed to look at naked women, you're talking about dressing rooms.
I got to talk to a lot of my friends at AmFest who got to go backstage at AmFest. They got to go backstage at AmFest. They met JD Vance. It was awesome, right? Were they in the dressing room with JD Vance, or were they just backstage in the general area behind the Turning Point USA stage? What do you think?
Well, what I'd argue here is, let's just say that you had a friend that's a woman, okay? And this friend that's a woman went to AmFest, and then she told you, well, while I was at AmFest, I got to go backstage, and there are all these, like, naked men, and there was no women anywhere, and I got away with it, and they all look great. Okay, then that woman went into the men's only dressing room.
Yeah, AmFest isn't an event about aesthetics, looks, and beauty. Like your whole thing is not about how you look at AmFest. It's more
Wait, do you actually accept that? Wait, whoa. Do you accept that if like a friend of yours that was a woman went to AmFest and said, I went backstage at AmFest and there are all these naked men and there were no women anywhere and I had to lie to get back there. I claimed I was the owner of AmFest to do an inspection and I got away with it. Would she have been in the men's dressing room at AmFest?
You are literally strawmanning.
Can you just answer the question?
This wouldn't happen at AmFest because AmFest is not an event about how you look and dressing up and trying to get men to think you look beautiful.
So then you were bad faith by bringing up AmFest at all. You were strawmanning because you're the one that mentioned AmFest.
Do I get to respond?
Sure, but I just want to clarify. You just accused me of strawmanning for bringing up AmFest. Who brought up AmFest? Because it sure as hell wasn't me.
We're going to do a challenge impossible. It's that I'm going to talk and you're not. Okay, I'm going to respond to what you have to say without you spurging out on your live stream. Okay?
Eddie's losing it. Losing it. Dude, I'm kicking ass right now, guys. This is
the reason that I brought up AmFest is because these are two events that both have backstage areas. One that I'm familiar with. Okay, so you said that. Well, what if a girl went backstage at AmFest and everybody was naked and okay? Well, that wouldn't happen at AmFest because the events we're talking about are two completely different events. One.
Okay, so then what Donald Trump said wouldn't happen at AmFest.
Dean, I'm not done. You're trying to derail me. I'm talking about one event where the entire thing is about going and speaking and spreading a political message, and the other one is literally just about men judging women on how they look. Which one do you think it could possibly be that women were half naked backstage? Possibly the women's beauty pageant might have half naked women backstage. I think that's perfectly reasonable based on Trump's comments. Based on the comments of the women who were in the dressing rooms, I think it's perfectly possible that that's the case.
Okay, well, we've already agreed that that's not perfectly reasonable to assume predicated on Trump's comments, okay? And we actually demonstrated that not only through the analogy to AmFest, but also through what his comments were with the naked women, in a space where he wasn't allowed to be, had to abuse his position of power to get back there, not to mention that if he was talking about the dressing rooms, he could have just said backstage, because maybe the backstage area of the dressing room, of the pageant was just the dressing rooms. And there's absolutely no reason for you to believe any reasonable level of possibility that this was just the general backstage area predicated on by the comments of the women. Because when we look at the comments of the women, out of all of the women that remember and recount what Donald Trump is referring to in this audio clip, they all said that it was the private dressing room.
Right. And then 11 of them say they don't remember it. Most of them saying it definitely didn't happen with almost certainty.
Exactly. But we know that it happened because of the Howard Stern clip. Okay? We're just trying to determine where it happened.
Right, and you have not proven that it's impossible to have happened backstage and absolutely happened in the dressing room.
Exactly. So now you're saying the gap in my proof is the logical possibility of the contrary. You know that we could prove things with
Well, it's
logical
also that you haven't
possibilities to the
proven that it
contrary.
was the dressing room. Like, you need to prove it's more so proving the affirmative that it
No,
was the dressing
no. You argued, once again, you're arguing that I haven't proven it because of the logical possibility of the contrary. That's why you say I haven't proven it, Cam.
Well, there is a logical possibility of the contrary. It doesn't even matter.
Exactly. That is not amount to not of to me not of.
There's a reasonable possibility to the contrary. Whatever you
But
want to say.
remember, you haven't been able to prove the reasonable possibility of the contrary.
I have. Based
No,
on the
you
fact
haven't.
that Trump didn't say dressing room, he said backstage. And generally, when people say backstage, they mean the area behind the stage, behind the curtain, not dressing rooms. And I don't even remember what the other thing I said was. I said something else, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay. Once again, I've already responded to this. The reason why Donald Trump saying backstage does not indicate a reasonable possibility.
Dean, I don't care. I've already heard your argument on this. I just don't. I don't care.
Okay.
I just
Wait.
don't
So
agree
then
with
respond to the argument that I gave to debunk the notion that that was a reasonable.
it. I already responded to you, and you didn't.
No, you
debunk
just
it.
repeated the fact that you think it was a reasonable possibility.
Dude,
You didn't respond to my counter argument against the notion that it wasn't a reasonable
I'm not gonna sit here and
possibility.
repeat myself for 30 minutes.
Wait, I want to clarify. You have not at one time in this argument given a refutation to my counter argument against the notion that that is a reasonable possibility. You've only reasserted and repeated the fact that you think it's a reasonable possibility.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable possibility.
And I proved otherwise.
Based on the fact that Trump did not use the term dressing room, he used the term backstage, and that generally, linguistically, when people use the word backstage, they mean the area directly behind the stage, behind the curtain.
Okay, how do you know at these events that the area directly behind the curtain wasn't just the dressing room for the women and girls?
Every area, but what do you mean? That would mean that they would have no neutral space where they like go in privacy.
No neutral space.
The area behind the. You're asking me why I think that they don't walk directly out of the dressing rooms onto the runway?
Okay, I guess so. That would assert that there was probably some amount of area backstage. No, fair point, Cam. That would assert that there was some amount of area backstage in between the dressing rooms and the runway. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we just agreed that the backstage was comprised of dressing rooms, a small area right outside of the dressing rooms, and then the runway.
It could have been a small area. It could have been a large area. We don't know.
Okay. Well, the reason why we know it's not a reasonable possibility that they were changing the general area compared to the dressing rooms is because they had a dressing room to get changed in, because women were naked. It wasn't just one woman, it was multiple. And because Donald Trump said that he had abused his position of power and privilege to go into this space, under the guise of doing an inspection, and he got away with it. And in consideration of all these facts, plus the fact that anybody who could recount any experience, is telling us that this happened in a private women's only dressing room. How do you feel about that? So basically what it seems like is that Donald Trump was being vague when he was talking to Howard Stern about where he would go into. I don't think that he was being vague at all.
I think he was being hyperbolic, actually.
I don't think that he was being vague at all because he described a dressing room. But even if we assume that he was being vague and we just can't determine if it was a dressing room or the general backstage area.
I don't think
well,
he was
the
being
reason
vague
why we
either.
can determine it was a dressing room is because all the women who recounted this experience of what he admitted to on Howard Stern's radio show said it happened in a dressing room. That's what refutes the notion.
All of
that
those,
it's a reasonable
not the women
possibility.
not the women who recounted, the women who alleged that they recounted it, because it hasn't been proven.
Wait, no, he definitely went in one of the two areas. We already agreed on it. It has been proven that he
didn't.
either did this earlier. Yeah. Yes, we did. It has been proven that he either did this in the general backstage area or in the dressing room, right?
Right. You have not proven that it was the dressing room.
But see, the thing is I have, okay? And the cherry on top is the fact that every single contestant that recounts this happening, what Donald Trump is referring to in the clip, says it was in the private women's only dressing room.
Right, because nobody would say, "Oh, I saw the owner backstage." Like, obviously, duh. Nobody would talk about this.
Well, you're positing that in the clip he was talking about the general backstage area.
Yes.
So yes,
I am.
if they were getting dressed in the general backstage area and that's where Donald Trump saw them, that's what they'd say. They wouldn't lie and say that it happened in the private women's only dressing room. You're positing that every single woman who could recount an experience was lying.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
11 women dismissed the idea that it could have possibly happened completely out of hand.
But once
saying with
again,
almost certainty
we know that it
definitely did
happened.
not happen.
We know that it happened either in the general backstage
We
area. or
know
the
that
dressing
he
rooms.
either went backstage or in the dressing room.
Exactly. So we
Very
know that
likely
it
he
happened.
went
So we
backstage.
know that those other 11 women just weren't there. Okay? Because we know it happened because that's what he
No, we
said,
don't.
either in the general backstage area or the dressing room. Yes, we're arguing here that we know it occurred either in the dressing room or in the backstage area. Yes or no?
Right. but nobody would be surprised.
Answer my
about
question.
the winner of
Right
the
or
pageant.
wrong, do we know that it either happened in the
already
general
said
backstage
yes.
area? Okay, so because we know that it either happened in the general backstage area of the dressing rooms, and every single woman who remembers this says that it happens in the dressing rooms, this only furthers to prove the notion that it happened in the dressing rooms.
That's not true that every woman said that it happened in the dressing rooms.
Yes,
again,
every woman who
11
recounted the experience.
women-
You're not listening to
11
me,
women,
Jan. This is the issue.
I am listening to you perfectly.
Oh my God.
If 11 women can say it's probably more like 8 or 9 because it says 11 women. Most of them dismissed the idea out of hand. Do you think
Because
that it's
they weren't
perfectly-
there. Wait, can we agree that the reason why they dismissed
get
it
to
is because they
finish,
weren't
Dean?
there?
Dean, do I get to finish?
Sure.
How do you know that they weren't there and they never saw Trump backstage when somebody was changing? How do you know that for certain?
Because we know for certain that Donald Trump went backstage and or into the dressing room while people
so
were changing.
because a group of women say, I know with absolute certainty that Donald J. Trump never entered the women's dressing room. How do you know as a certainty that those women never saw Trump backstage when women were changing? How do you know that for a fact?
Okay, so yeah, we
You
can
don't.
reasonably conclude
No,
that
no,
they
no, no,
didn't
no.
see him backstage while women were changing for a fact, because there's no reasonable possibility that women were backstage changing and that Donald Trump would walk back in there while they were changing. There you go. Wait.
these
You're
women-
interrupting me. You're interrupting me. I'm legitimately giving you the argument. The reason that we know that we could say it's proven, okay, that they didn't see Donald Trump in the general backstage area while women were changing is because we can't assert the reasonable possibility that Donald Trump would walk back into the general backstage area while women were changing. They had a place to do that, and I think that's what you're failing to recognize. At these organized events, they have to change in the area that is designating for them to be changing in, because it's a liability issue. Okay, these organizations cannot take on the liability issue of having naked women in a general area changing. They can't take that on, because then that could lead to lawsuits against the
Right, but they
organization.
can
That could lead to
deal with the
lawsuits against
liability issue of the owner
employees.
walking into
Okay,
the women's changing room.
that's what Donald Trump
Right.
determined for himself, and that's why he's such a piece of shit. Okay,
Right. But
as
he
an
owned the company,
organization,
though. But he owned the company, though.
but
So
as
if
an
you think he doesn't care
organization,
about that liability, he probably wouldn't care about the liability of women
he
getting
doesn't
naked
care about the
backstage either.
liability for him. He does for other people. That's the issue. Is
But
that if
he's
these
the
women
owner
are just
of the
changing?
pageant, acting in his
Listen
owner
to
capacity.
what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, because you're confusing me. He doesn't care about that liability for him. He cares about that liability for other people. See, if women were just getting naked in a general backstage area, and then a man walked back, a man that wasn't him, somebody working on the production team, somebody working with the judging team, okay, well then they could be facing a potential liability issue of the company or that company's employee getting sued for sexual harassment, sexual exploitation, voyeurism, so on and so forth. Or they'd have to take on the liability of someone later claiming that they were coerced into getting naked in this general area by the owner of the pageant, by the managers of the pageant, for whatever reason. So obviously, when we're looking at these standard organized events, for the same reason that when a woman's going to a gym, she can't just get ready and dressed into her gym apparel in the general area, or when a woman is going to a theater play, she can't just strip down and get naked right backstage where everyone else is, including the men. Okay, they have designated changing rooms for that purpose. Okay, the designating changing rooms are for the comfortability of the women that are getting naked, because typically, generally, women will feel most comfortable getting naked only around other women, as well as for the comfortability of everybody else in that space.
Dude,
because the other men that would be working backstage would not want to see the naked women.
Being there is to show off their sexual prowess. The entire reason what are you talking about? They'd only be comfortable being naked in front of other women. This is so ridiculous. Their entire
Because they
purpose
weren't
in
naked on
doing
stage.
Their entire purpose in doing a women's beauty pageant is to show off their sexual prowess. It's ridiculous.
Hey, the thing that I said, because were they naked on stage? Were they naked on stage?
I let you talk.
Answer my question. Were they naked on stage?
I let you talk.
Wait, so you
No,
think
they
that
weren't
Donald
naked
Trump
on
owned a
stage.
beauty pageant to show off the sexual prowess of minors?
They weren't minors. They were
Miss
women.
Teen USA,
Dean.
15 minimum.
We're talking about Miss USA.
Wait,
the
so then what
women's
was the
pageant.
entire purpose of Miss Teen USA?
He said women. Now let me respond
No, that's not
to
even
you.
what I'm referring to. You said that the entire point of these events is to show off the sexual prowess of the attendees. So are you arguing here that the entire point of the Miss Teen USA event was to show off the sexual prowess of the 15-year-olds?
That's what the women are doing. I think that women's and girls' beauty pageants are a little bit different from each other.
Okay. So the 15-year-olds were not competing for the reason of showing off their sexual prowess. So then why would the women have to be competing for the reason of quote unquote showing off their sexual prowess?
Do you think that that's what women who participate in beauty pageants are trying to do? And let me respond here. because I let you talk for a long time and didn't say anything. I sure wanted to, but I didn't. So, yes, I think that when women go participate in a beauty pageant, their objective is to show off their sexual prowess, how attractive they are, how good their bodies look in tight
With clothes on.
Obviously, that's what they're doing because it's
With
exactly
clothes
what
on,
they do.
yes.
And I'm not-
To show off some
Dean
prowess
Withers,
with
I am not
clothes
finished.
on.
Dean Withers, I am not finished. What you posited was that the beauty pageant.
It's not
which
even
is owned
necessarily
by Donald-
sexual prowess either. It's just some form of prowess.
Dean, I'm not finished. Dean, I'm
Go
not
ahead.
finished. What you posited was that when when this beauty pageant, which is owned by Donald J. Trump, when they're having to deal with the possibility of women changing backstage, they could never, ever possibly allow women to change backstage at a beauty pageant. Because it would be a
I don't think that
liability.
they could.
Dean,
Nope. They don't even do that
I'm
at
not
strip
finished.
clubs, bro.
Dean, I'm not finished.
Okay, I'm just simply
They
answering
could-
your question. They don't even do that at strip clubs.
Well, Dean, the good news is I didn't ask you a question. I was simply stating what you posited. You posited that they could never allow this to happen. They could never allow women to change backstage at a beauty pageant because of liability issues, the potentiality that they might possibly get sued. But you think that that same beauty pageant with Donald Trump as its head, its owner, its operator, would be okay with allowing the owner to walk into the women's changing room because that apparently doesn't pose a potential liability issue. It doesn't make any sense. And you said, well, that's different. It's
It does.
his liability
It
versus the
does.
pageant's liability.
It's
But when he's at
no,
the pageant,
it's his
Dean,
liability versus the
Dean,
liability of others.
Dean,
I'm not going to let you misconstrue
I
my
was
argument
not
to
done
try to win a
talking,
debate that
little
you
dog.
can't win because it's
Dean, back on your
it's
leash. I
only
wasn't
losable by
done
default
talking.
from your
Dean,
perspective.
I wasn't done talking.
I mean,
When
look
he
at the
walks
person who's
into that
calling the other
dressing
person a
room,
dog.
when he walks into that dressing room, he is acting as the owner and operator of that pageant in that capacity. Therefore, the liability absolutely, fundamentally, and positively would be on both the beauty pageant and Donald Trump.
The reason why it would be on the beauty pageant and Trump is because Trump is the owner doing it. And he's okay with accepting that liability regardless if it's on him or the pageant that he owns when it's him doing it, not when it's other people doing it. Okay? This is exactly why in the clip he said the reason why he'd be able to do it is because he's the owner. He's the owner. Him, Donald Trump, nobody else. Okay? And I think that this makes sense to anybody with more than half of a brain. Clearly, Donald Trump would be okay with himself doing this thing that could create a liability, but he wouldn't be okay with somebody else doing this thing that could create a liability. Because if it's somebody else creating a liability, well, then he has to pay for that liability when he didn't get the gratification out of the sexual exploitation in the space. But he's okay with accepting the likelihood of that liability as it would relate to himself because he's getting that self-perceived benefit of the sexual exploitation that's occurring in the space. Then you also said that in default of the fact that the women are competing at these pageants to demonstrate some sense of prowess demonstrates a reasonable possibility that they'd be willing to get naked in the general backstage area. The first thing that we have to consider is it's not just the woman's willingness to get naked in that area that is why they would not allow the women to do it, but it is also everybody else who would be in that area. We have to consider the employees, regardless male or female, man or woman, that wouldn't want to see a naked person when they're just trying to set the cameras up, when they're just trying to set the lightings up, when they're just trying to set the backstage, maybe put some waters, maybe put some snacks. Okay? That right there is why with the standard procedures of these beauty pageant contestants or any form maybe it's like a camera from the back of the stage that they'd put off to like back right, back left to get the back shot as they're walking forwards. Yes, you would. But anyways, my point still stands here is that this creates a scenario that would either be uncomfortable for the women because they don't want to get changed in this general backstage setting, or uncomfortable for like all of the employees, all of the production people, all of the assistants, all of the staging people, where they just want to be able to do their job, set the stage, set up some snacks, the backstage cameras, so on and so forth, okay, without having to see a naked woman. So that on its own is why at organized events like beauty pageants, like theaters, and even fucking strip clubs, mind you, that in general backstage areas, okay, that are omni-gender, anybody that is working with the pageant with a reason to be there can be, we do not allow people to be naked. This is like, by the way, something that we could all understand.
You don't think strippers get naked at strip clubs in omni-gender areas?
Yeah, so strippers actually, they don't get naked in general backstage areas when they're not like actively serving to clientele, when they're just hanging out like backstage, maybe with a bouncer that's about to start their shift in the next 30 minutes, so on and so forth. Their chill room, they don't get naked, no. And when they get naked to change, they have their own space where men aren't allowed. Even bouncers of strip strip clubs will tell you that they do not allow men into the changing room of strippers at strip clubs.
Yeah. So do you think that there are any strip clubs or pageants or any kind of place or event where the purpose is to show off the attractiveness of a woman, where rules are maybe a little bit more lax or regulations aren't followed, especially in a time like 1997? Do you think that's possible?
Oh, okay. So now you're actually accepting that this would be the rule, but it's maybe possible that they were lax on that.
I never said it wasn't the rule. I said that I still think it's unlikely that it was a rule. I think that regulations are obviously much more harsh now. Yeah, I think it's unlikely that it's the rule. If your logic is, well, Trump didn't want to.
This is. I just feel like I'm going crazy.
Is that Trump
I'm gonna put Mr. Cam Higbee on mute. I feel like I'm going crazy here. Okay, it is just so fucking clear. It is so clear to anybody with a brain that when we're looking at not just one, not just two, but a group of women, a big group of women that are naked and getting dressed in an area where men aren't allowed, and that a man is doing something wrong by entering in at a standardized, organized charter event by the largest beauty pageant in the world, Miss Universe, Miss USA, that this will be a private dressing room for women. That's something else that we have to understand here, that Miss USA and Miss Universe, these were the rinky-dink, run-of-the-mill, small-time pageants, okay, and like small towns where the rules would be lax. No, these were the largest beauty pageants in the world, okay, where they had standardized crew for everything, assistants, staff, production, staging, and the general backstage areas weren't just for the women, okay, but they were for everybody who was staging the event, preparing it all, getting it ready for the assistants, for even some family members, okay? And if we're going to be looking at a large group of women who are naked and changing, where men aren't supposed to be, where no men are, that men are doing something wrong by entering in, we're talking about a dressing room. See, the thing is, Cam, clearly, I think you have the intelligence to understand what I'm saying, but your brain has gone to mush because it's about Trump. So many Americans have this problem where they can be more reasonable people in some senses outside of politics, but then the moment we make it about politics, you become like little drooling toddlers watching Cocomelon on a sticky fucking iPad. Let's face the facts. Big group of naked women changing in a space where no men aren't allowed. Donald Trump has to literally create a fictitious lie that he's doing an inspection, abusing his position of power as the owner to go in, and then he acknowledges that it's wrong for him to be in this space. And this is also under the standard operational procedures of the world's largest beauty pageant, where we would not expect to see naked women in a space that's not just for naked women, but also for the crew and the staff, people that wouldn't necessarily want to see naked women. This is a dressing room.
I don't think it tracks for you to say that in 1997 you wouldn't expect to see these things at this beauty pageant, considering you've neither been to the beauty pageant.
Prove that we would expect it.
You're the one making the claim, not me. The positive is on you. You have to prove it. The burden of proof is on you. Again, Dean, you're trying to shift burdens.
Sure. Because random staffers are just as uncomfortable today with seeing people's naked bodies as they would 30 years ago.
I am not done.
There's the proof. Random staffers are uncomfortable with seeing people's naked bodies unexpectedly and unconsensually today as they would be 30 years ago.
Really? That's crazy. Well, you know what else is uncomfortable? Black people being slaves, but it still happened. You saying people were uncomfortable doesn't mean it didn't happen, Dean, okay? You know that it's reasonably possible that it happened. You weren't alive in 1997. You've never been to the beauty pageants, so you can't rule it out as an impossibility, which you're trying to do. And then when I point that out, you try to shift the burden and say that I have to.
I'm not trying to rule it out as an impossibility. I'm trying to rule it out as an unreasonable possibility. I'm trying to rule it out as a reasonable possibility.
Based on what? Based on what evidence, Dean?
Based on the evidence that there was no men around, based on the evidence that Donald Trump said he had to abuse his position of power as the owner of the pageant and go into the space under the fictitious guise of doing an inspection, based upon the fact that every woman who recounted this experience said it occurred in a private women's only dressing area, based on the fact that Donald Trump acknowledged that he was doing something wrong by entering into this space, based upon the fact that the only argument you have is the technical possibility of the contrary. Like, check this out. Why would Donald Trump say, why would there be no men around if it wasn't a private space for women only?
Oh, do you think that it's possible that there were very few men?
Do you think it's possible? That's been your only counter argument this whole time, Mr. Cam. Do you think it's possible that it's just a general backstage area, Dean? Do you think that it's possible that there just really could have been no men around? Do you think that it's possible that all the women that said that it happened in a private women's only area were just lying? Do you think that it's possible that when Donald Trump said that he'd get away with it, he wasn't representing a moral conflict of value, but rather some other conflict of value? Do you think it's possible that when he created this fictitious persona of going back into that space under the guise of doing an inspection, claiming that he could only do it because he was the owner? That is exactly my point, Cam, and this is why you have been cooked in this debate, because you have no legitimate counter argument to any data point that I've given you this whole conversation to demonstrate that he went into private women's only dressing rooms, and every single time I give you another data point to represent that Donald Trump went into the private women's only dressing rooms. So the same thing that we hear in response as well, Dean, is it technically logically possible, in the same sense that it's logically possible unicorns exist, pigs could fly, or we have 5 gods, that this actually wasn't a private women's dressing room, regardless if it's in reference to the women line, regardless if it's in reference to there being no men around, regardless if it's in reference to the standard operational procedures of the world's largest beauty pageant shows, regardless if it's in reference to the fact that Donald Trump said he had to abuse his special privilege, or regardless of the fact that he said he got away with it. This is why Donald Trump's approval rating is only 41% going down by the day. This is why so many people are hopping off that burning Trump train every single fucking day. More people leaving the cult and hopping onto the right side of history, because you don't have fact, you don't have reason, and you don't have good argumentation. All you have is sophistry and embarrassment. And I also, one last thing before I'm done here, and I pass the mic back off to you. This is only pushing more people towards my side. What do you think the average viewer, apolitical, maybe even right-leaning of this live stream hears when you sit up here and you say, well, Dean, I don't believe it was a dressing room because it's technically possible that men were there because men weren't working that day. It's technically possible because he could have been abusing his position of power as the owner of the pageant under some guise because he felt like he needed to go into the general backstage area. It's technically possible that all these women wanted to get naked in the general backstage area and the pageant allowed it. It's technically possible that he said he got away with it because of some conflict of interests outside of the conflict of interest of walking into a private space only for women. And it's technically possible that every single woman who even remembered this happening said it happened in the private women's only area.
Yeah, I got a perfect response for you. So you say I'm doing sophistry. Like, all you do is misrepresent the things that you're saying, cloak your language, and try to say things like you say things that mean something completely different than what it actually sounds like you're saying when you're citing statistics like on the economy and stuff. But you also said that my only argument is that, do you think it's possible this has happened? And yes, that is my primary argument, because you're operating off of very little evidence and you're filling in the blanks where there's no evidence with your own thoughts and feelings. And you have admitted repeatedly that all of the things you're claiming, all of the conclusions you're drawing based on those gaps that you fill in with your feelings, it's possible that those things are, what happened is actually the opposite of what you're claiming happened. You've admitted that the opposite is perfectly possible. The opposite of all of the things that you're claiming based on your thoughts and feelings that you filled into the gaps.
He's actually dumb. He is actually stupid.
But check this out. I've got another thing for you.
Wait,
Tristan,
wait.
Vision, in your super chats. Tristan
Prove
Vision.
that I'm a real person.
I'm not done.
Prove that I'm a real person. Prove that I'm a real person.
I'm not doing this bullshit with you. Tristan Vision, in your super chats, I'm going to read your own super chat to you. Thank you, Tristan Vision, for the $20 Canadian super chat to Dean Withers. Hi, Dean. I used to be a pageant kid. Our pageant ran from age 5 to 18, 1988 to 1992. We were naked for swimsuit change backstage. Moms allowed only. Backstage was for stagehands, etc. Our owner was a woman. She wasn't allowed in.
Why would you read that?
I think it's reasonably possible that women got naked backstage at Tristan Vision's beauty pageants. Your own super chatter is trying to tell you that it's perfectly possible that women get naked backstage at beauty pageants.
Cam, she's saying that she got naked in a dressing room.
She's saying that she got naked backstage.
Buddy. Holy shit, you're dumb. Yeah, she says that she used to be a pageant kid. And she says that she was naked for swimsuit changes. Moms were allowed in only. And then goes on to say that backstage was for stagehands, etc. Are moms stagehands?
Maybe I just read it wrong. It looks like she's
wait, one
saying
second.
that they
Are
were changing
moms
back.
stagehands?
No.
Point proven.
But that doesn't contradict
Fucking
the
point
fact that
proven. Fucking thank you so much for self-dunking, you absolute moron.
that doesn't change the fact
Holy
that
shit. You have got to be
I
one
might have-
of the stupidest political commentators with more than 100,000 followers I think I've ever met in my life. You just interrupted your argument. You said, Dean, I gotta pause and read off this super chat from your YouTube live that actually proves me wrong. One last thing, oh my God. One last thing I'll say here real quick is that your long-winded soliloquy of why I haven't been able to prove that Donald Trump did this is because I've admitted the logical possibility of the contrary. Cam Higbee, as soon as you hop off this live, I need you to A, turn your DMs off so the Phil bros don't attack you for embarrassing yourself. B, distance yourself from any MAGA friend of yours that actually knows what logical possibility is. Don't ask them about your argument here, or else they'll tell you, Cam Higbee, you're wrong. And C,
You have to declare
understand the
victory.
fact that in order for something to be logically possible, it just means that it doesn't violate the 3 classical laws of logic. Like for instance, I'll give you a really good example. It is logically possible that we have 5 trillion deistic gods. There is nothing logically contradictory about 5 trillion deistic gods. Therefore, it's logically possible that we have 5 trillion deistic gods. Okay? So, therefore, you haven't proven Christianity since the logical possibility of the contrary, 5 trillion deistic gods, exists. It's also logically possible that, like, under the bottom of the stream, I don't have legs. I have octopus tentacles. It's not contradictory in a logical sense. So therefore, if you want to prove that I have legs, okay, you actually can't because because it's logically possible that I have 8 octopi tentacles. But I actually think that we're just going to leave it there on, honestly, the best self-own I have ever seen on my live stream in the 3 years that I've been doing this. I have, never seen a crazier cell phone. Tristan, thank you so much for the 28 Canadian dollars. I appreciate you. Sorry, for the 20 Canadian dollars. I appreciate you so much for the love. I'm sorry that, Cam Higbee tried to take that and misinterpret it. I appreciate you so much for the love. You're awesome. As well as Latin for Liar. Thank you so much for the $20 as well. Let's get 500. Let's get 500 Latin for Liar W's. I appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Latin for Liar down below in that comment section for the $50. I appreciate you. His moderator just told him to pretend his power's out. No way! Send me evidence of that in the Discord right now. Send me evidence of Cam Higbee's moderator telling him to tell him that his power's out. That's fucking crazy. I'm gonna need to see that. I'm gonna need to see that ASAP because holy shit, there's no shot. There's absolutely no shot. That's actually crazy. Let's listen to his deduction of the debate.
We're talking about why it's impossible for me to prove that I physically saw Dean, shook his hand, and met him at Amfest or Jubilee or wherever I saw him the first time. I don't remember. That's his entire tactic, is just run away with the point, lay on it. If I start getting somewhere, distract, railroad, run me off the tracks.
Oh, he's
so
mad.
that I don't remember what we're talking about. Throw as much information out as physically possible. Make as many points in a small amount of time as possible. So that,
oh my god! Oh my god! Let me show you a super chat! This is crazy! Oh my god! Oh my god! Let me show you the super chat. Hey Cam, Dean is dumb and an asshole, but he's correct here. I love you, but Dean gave enough evidence for the burden of proof to be on you.
He makes as many points as he physically
No fucking shot! He's getting super chats from his fans telling him that he's wrong.
half of one of his points, and then he mutes me. Or then he
That's crazy.
talks over me. Or he
Oh
goes
my
off
god.
way to
Holy
hang up on me,
fuck.
that you
Holy
know or
cope.
whatever.
Holy
That's
cope.
what he does. You can't like. I would love to have another conversation with Dean on a clearly defined topic with a moderator.
Holy
And
cope, dude.
I don't normally want moderated debates. I don't usually like moderated debates at all. But the biggest problem is that I clearly cannot have a conversation.
Holy cope, man. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Okay, listen, I really regret wasting 2 hours of my life on Cam Higbee, but I gotta say, I have to say that it is at least so satisfying to see even his fans sending him money saying, Cam, I love you and I hate Dean, but he was right. 10 out of 10. Lad for Liar, thank you so much once again for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Who says, ask him if girls who go out in revealing clothes and drink at bars put themselves into situations that could lead to abuse so that they are partly to blame if something happens. This dude agrees with Donald and defends his objectification of girls and women. That would have been a really good question. Thank you so much for the $50 Lad for Liar. Clearly, we're not talking to him anymore. So I appreciate you so much for the love. That would have been a good one. That would have been a good one. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right. There's a couple other people to thank here as well. Holy fuck, you guys. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Heidi for the $5 donation over on PayPal. Cully, thank you for the $5 as well, who says, I've been with a stripper. They take you to a private dressing room, never backstage. Yup. Dean, thank you so much for the $5. Dorinda, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, saying Masterclass, Dean, thank you so much. Then Fiona with the $10, who says, apparently you don't need a brain to perform mental gymnastics. On God. Thank you so much for that love and support. I appreciate you. Cully with the $5. Eli, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, I had a dream last night where you and Parker were streaming as normal, except you were dressed as a wizard and Parker was very tiny. That's funny. Jessica, thank you so much for the $12 and the 12 cents over on PayPal. Isha, thank you so much for the $10. Then Byron, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Yeah, I agree with you, Byron. I agree with you. Holy crap. We're all caught up on PayPal. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. You guys are awesome. There's quite a few people that I do have to thank. Oh my God. But before I do, I gotta show you another message. Here's another message from one of his followers. Where was it at? Oh no, it went away. But it said, I really wish that you could take accountability more, Cam. Oh, God. Dude, somebody else in the chat is saying, call it a night, bro. Holy fuck. Oh, my God. The way that you know that they're Cam fans is because they're, being nice about it. You know? All of, you guys who are going to go, raid that chat now that you've, heard me say that he's live and whatever talking about it. You know, you guys are being fucking assholes. You know? You guys are being fucking assholes in that chat. You guys are saying, fuck you, Cam, you totally lost, you suck. But the people that are I really wish that you could take accountability more. Cam, I love you. Here's some money, but Dean was right. You know, they're definitely demonstrating that even from, the MAGA perspective, he got blown out, man. All right, we're going to thank a couple more people on Venmo. Thank you so much, Becca, for the $1 on PayPal, who says, oh, did that guy come back up from yesterday who said that he will give you 1,000 if he doesn't? No, he didn't. That dude owes me $1,000. Good point. Good call out. Amira, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Maze, thank you for the $1. He says, hey, as a dancer, you're both wrong on the clubs. Can you actually tell me what's right so I don't make that same mistake of saying something that's wrong in the future, Maze? Rachel, thank you. I know that you have me added on my main account. Rachel, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo, who says, keep cooking until they're not well done but burnt the fuck up. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we did to Cam. Thank you so much for the love. Let's show some love to Rachel down below in that chat for the $50 donation. Same thing to Claire with the $14, who says, I thoroughly enjoy watching your live streams and stay elevated for 4 hours. GG. Fuck yeah, Claire. Zach, thank you for the $50, who says, so Trump admits to it and women say that he did it. That he did what he admitted to doing. What the fuck is the argument this guy's even trying to make? Exactly my point, Zach. It was incomprehensible. Thank you so much for the $50. As well as Kelly, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate you. Ari, thank you so much for the $5. Carrie, thank you so much for the 20, who says, can you please begin using the expectation of privacy as an argument, because that is a huge component of the law and heavily applicable in this situation. Yes, expectation of privacy would be very, very relevant there. Thank you so much for the support. Please show some love to Carrie down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Peter, thank you so much for the $75 donation on Venmo. By the way, these are all from like the last 2 hours. Peter with the $75, thank you so much, man, says, I 100% believe that these MAGA bootlicking POSs know that Trump's behavior is sick and disgusting, but are too cowardly to admit that they're supporting a sexual predator. I could not agree with you more. Shout out to Peter. Thank you for the $75, and you were absolutely 110% on the money. Same thing to you, Carrie. Thank you for the $50. You said an hour ago, so you're probably gone now. Well, thank you anyways if you stop to be here. Gonna dip because this ignorant man arguing about women is making me livid, but thank you for representing women well and speaking on behalf of us in situations like these with composure I would lack. Thank you so much for the $50, Carrie. I definitely did lose my composure there towards the end. I will not deny that, but it was more so just clowning the shit out of them. You know what I mean? And then Chris, thank you for the $25, who says Cam is a prime junior. Oh, I should have got him with that, Chris. Thank you so much for the love and support. And Jose, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Joel, thank you for the 5. Stefan with the 5. Blown with the 5. Gabriella, thank you for the 5. Lindsay with the 5. Joel with the 5. Michaela with the 2. Thank you, guys. Michael with the 5. And with that, we are all caught up over there. I think that we have one more person on Super Chat. We do. Thank you so much, Kristen, for the $50 on Super Chat. Thank you so much for all the love. Who says, Trump says backstage and then says, I go in and they're undressing. You don't go in backstage. You just go backstage. Oh, really fucking good semantic point. I mean, what he likely would have said was that that's just the way that Donald Trump uses the word in. Is it logically impossible to refer to going backstage by saying going in backstage, so on and so forth? But, you know, good point to anybody with a brain, right? Thank you so much for the $50. You were awesome. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, guys. This is funny. This is funny. This is too funny. I'm gonna be getting a kick out of this for a while. That's funny. God, we shit on him. All right. I'm gonna go to an end for the night. For everybody hanging out with us on TikTok, make sure to hit that follow button. What the hell? Yo, somebody in the chat got on TikTok got a profile picture that's like moving. I've never seen that before. Don't know how you did that. But anyways. Make sure that you hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Appreciate you guys so much for showing up today. I know that like half of this stream was comprised of like a debate with one person. I do apologize for that. I know that we don't usually do that, but you know, for reference for those that don't know, like Cam Higbee is like one of like the larger commentators on the right, so he got shit on. That's fun. Same thing over on YouTube. Make sure to hit that subscription button. Do this every day, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.